Hey y'all, Sondley Hamrick, just checking in once again before this long compilation video. I would appreciate if you did the like, comment, subscribe, bell icon thing with YouTube. Um, Once again, with these compilation videos, I don't plan to monetize them, um, and I still haven't decided on if I'll monetize the single chapter videos, but these will never have ads on them. I won't put ads on them. Just so people can listen all the way through without getting, blasted by some uh, advertisement for shoes or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's about it. I've had a great time recording this so far, even though we're only a fifth of the way through. Shout out to Takato in my comment section, just kind of keeping me motivated to keep posting these. Um, and yeah, that's about it. Um, I do plan on attempting the other three great Chinese literatures, so we'll see how I feel at the end of Journey to the West, but that's the loose plan for now. Anyway, enjoy. Chapter 11. After touring the underworld, Taizong returns to life. By presenting a pumpkin, Louis Quan continues his marriage. 100 years flow by like water. A lifetime's career is no more than a bubble. The face that yesterday was the color of peach blossom, today is edged with snow. When the white ant's line of battle collapses, all is illusion. Repent, repent, is the cuckoo's call. He who does good in secret can always prolong his life. Heaven looks after the one who asks no pity. Taizong was in a daze as his soul went straight to the Tower of Five Phoenixes, in front of which he saw the horsemen of the Imperial Guard who invited him out hunting with them. Taizong was glad to go, and they went off into the distance. But after they had been going for some time, he found himself walking alone in a wasteland. The horsemen had all disappeared. Just as he was discovering to his alarm that he could not find his way, a man appeared not far away, shouting, "Great Emperor Tang, come here, come here!" On hearing this, Taizong looked up and saw him. A black silk turban, a rhinoceros horn belt. The black silk turban has tabs blowing in the breeze. The rhinoceros horn belt has golden mountings. In his hands an ivory tablet, glowing auspiciously. His thin silk gown conceals his divine light. He wears a pair of boots with whitened soles. As he climbs the clouds and grasps the mist, holding to his chest the registers of life and death, noting down the quick and the dead. His tangled hair blows about his ears. His whiskers dance and fly beside his cheeks. Once he used to be a Tang minister, but now he judges cases for the King of Hell. When Taizong went up to him, he fell on his knees beside the path and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive your subject for his crime of failing to come far enough to meet you." "Who are you?" asked the Emperor, "and why have you come to meet me?" "A fortnight ago your humble servant heard the Dragon King of the River Jing bringing a case against your Majesty in the Sinluo Palace because he was executed, despite your promise to save him," replied the other. "The King of Qingyang of the first palace sent devil messengers with an urgent summons to your majesty to be present when the case is heard between the three orders: the human order, the underworld order, and the water order. When I heard this, I came here to meet your majesty. I arrived late, so I beg your forgiveness." "What is your name and position?" asked Taizong. "When your humble servant was alive, I used to serve his late majesty. I was magistrate of Xizhou, and later made vice president of the Ministry of Rights. My name is Kui Zhu. I have now been given office in the underworld as the judge in charge of cases at Fangdu." Taizong, greatly delighted to learn this, went up to him and supported him with his imperial hands and said, "Sir, you have made a long and exhausting journey. Wei Jing, our minister, gave us a letter for you. How lucky that we have met." The judge thanked him and asked where the letter was. Taizong produced it from his sleeve and handed it over to Kui Zhu, who received it with a bow. When he opened it, he saw that it read as follows: "Your Excellency, Metropolitan Judge, and Venerable Elder Brother Kui. Remembering our former friendship, I still see and hear you as if you were alive. But many years have now flown by since I last received your pure instruction. On feast days, I set out some vegetarian dishes as a sacrifice to you, but I have been unable to divine whether they are enjoyed by you. As I have the good fortune not to have been abandoned by you, and you have appeared to me in dreams, I now know that my great elder brother has risen high. But alas, there is a great gap between the worlds of darkness and of light, and we are unable to meet each other, as we are each at different ends of the universe. As the cultured Emperor Taizong has recently passed away of a sudden illness, it seems likely that his case will be discussed by the three orders, so that he is bound to meet you, elder brother. I beseech you to remember the friendship of the days when you were alive and give his majesty such assistance as will enable him to return to the sunlight. This would be a great favor, and I shall write again to thank you. I cannot go into all the details of the case here. Your younger brother kowtows to you. With affection, Wei Jing." The judge was very pleased when he had read the letter. "I know about how the official of Wei, of the personal department, beheaded the dragon in a dream the other day," he said. "And this news filled me with great admiration. He's always looked after my sons and grandsons, and now that I have a letter from him, your majesty need have no worries. Your humble servant can undertake to escort your majesty back to the light, where you will once more ascend the throne." Taizong thanked him. As they were talking, a pair of servant boys in the black appeared, carrying banners and a precious canopy. "An invitation from King Yama," they shouted. Taizong and Judge Kui went along with them. A city wall appeared in front of them, and above its gates hung a large tablet on which was written, "Devil Gate of the World of Darkness," in huge letters of gold. The two lictors waved their banners and led Taizong into the city and along its streets. Beside the road he saw his father and predecessor, Li Yuan, as well as his dead brothers, Zhen Sheng and Wan Ji, who went up to him and said, "Shimin's here, Shimon's here, using his personal name. They grabbed and hit him, demanding their lives back. And as Taizong could not avoid them, they held him fast until Judge Kui ordered a blue-faced devil with terrible fangs to drive them away. Only then was Taizong able to escape from their clutches. After another mile or so, he saw a green-tiled tower rising majestically before him. A myriad colored veils of haze drifting about it. 1,000 wisps of red mist dimly appearing. The flying eaves had monsters at their ends. The matching tiles of the 5 roofs were gleaming bright. Rows of golden studs were driven into the doors. A length of whitest jade was placed across each threshold. When the windows faced the light, they glowed like the dawn. Red lightning flashed from the lattice and the blinds. The tower soared into the azure sky, while porticos led to sumptuous courtyards. Incense from braziers, shaped like breasts, perfumed the royal robes. The light from lanterns of purple gauze was thrown on palace fans. To the left, a row of ferocious bull-headed demons. To the right were terrible horse-faced devils. Those who escorted the spirits of the dead had golden tablets. Those who summoned souls wore white sackcloth. This place was called the Assembly of the Underworld, the Palace of Yama, King of Hell. As Taizong gazed at it from the outside, jade ornaments could be heard tinkling as they swung from the belts of officials, and rare perfumes could be smelt. In front were 2 pairs of attendants holding lanterns, and behind them, the 10 generations of kings of the underworld came down the steps. The 10 kings were the king of Qingwang, the king of Shuzhang, King Songdi, King Wuguan, King Yama, King Impartial, King of Mount Tai, the Metropolitan King, the King of Biancheng, and the King of the Ever-Turning Wheel. They came out of the Senluo Palace and bowed to Taizong in greeting. Taizong felt too humbled to go forward. Your Majesty is a monarch in the world of light, but we are only kings in the world of darkness. It is therefore only right that we should do this. So why this excessive modesty? We have offended against your majesties, replied Taizong. So how can we venture to talk in terms of light and darkness, or men and ghosts? After much yielding, Taizong went into the Senluo Palace, and when they had finished bowing to each other, they sat down as hosts and guest. A moment later, the king of Qingwang clasped his hands together and said, Why is it that the ghost dragon of the river Jing has brought a case against your majesty, saying that he was executed despite your promise to save him? I had a dream that an old dragon came to ask me to save him, replied Taizong. And I did in fact promise that he would come to no harm. But as it turned out, his crime was a capital one, for which he was due to be beheaded by the minister in the personnel department, Wei Zheng. We summoned Wei Zheng to come and play chess in the palace, and I never knew that he had beheaded the dragon in a dream. This happened because that officer can come and go miraculously, and also because the Dragon King had committed a crime for which he deserved to die. We were in no way to blame for his death. When the 10 kings heard his statement, they bowed and replied, Even before that dragon was born, it was written in the registers of the Southern Pole Star that he was destined to die at the hands of a personnel minister, as we have long been aware. But because he has been arguing about the matter, we had to send for your majesty. When the case has been argued between the three orders, we shall send him to the revolving prayer wheel for reincarnation. We hope that your majesty will forgive us for forcing you to attend. Then they ordered the judge in charge of the registers of birth and death to fetch them at once to see how long his majesty was due to live. Judge Qui hurried to his office and took down the general register of the lengths of the reigns heaven had allowed to the kings of all countries of the earth. As he was looking through it, he saw to his horror that Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang in the southern Jambu continent was due to die in year 13 of his reign. He hurriedly seized a large brush soaked in ink, changed 13 into 33, then handed the register up. The 10 kings started at the beginning and read it through until they saw Taizong was due to reign for 33 years. "How long has your majesty been on the throne?" asked the shocked kings of hell. "It is now 13 years since my accession," Taizong replied. "Then there is no need for your majesty to worry," said King Yama. "You have 20 years of life ahead of you. Now that you have answered these charges satisfactorily, will you please return to the world of light?" On hearing this, Taizong bowed and thanked the 10 kings, who then ordered Judge Qui and Marshal Zhu to return Taizong his soul. As he was leaving the Senluo Palace, Taizong raised his hand in salutation and asked the 10 kings about the prospects for all the members of his family in the palace. "Good," they replied, "except that your majesty's younger sister does not seem to be going to live much longer." Taizong bowed once more to express his thanks. "When we return to the daylight, we shall have nothing with which to show our gratitude except for fruit and melons. We have gourds, eastern melons, and western melons, or watermelons here, but no pumpkins, no southern melons," said the 10 kings. "When we return to the world of the living, we shall send some," replied Taizong, and with that they raised their clasped hands to each other, bowed, and parted. The marshal, with the soul-guiding flag in his hand, led the way, and Judge Qui followed with Taizong as they left the Office of Darkness. Taizong looked up and saw that they were not going the same way as they had come. "Have we taken the wrong road?" he asked the judge, who replied, "No. In the underworld you can only go. You can never come back. We are now taking your majesty out through the revolving prayer wheel. Thus you will be able to tour the underworld on your way back to life." Taizong had no choice but to follow them as they led the way. After a mile or two, he saw a high mountain wrapped in dark clouds down to its foot, while a black mist blotted out the sky. "What's that mountain over there, Mr. Qui?" he asked, and the judge replied, "That is the dark mountain of the underworld." "However shall we cross it?" Taizong asked in terror. "Have no fears, your majesty. Your subjects will lead the way," answered the judge. Taizong followed them, shivering and trembling, and when they had climbed the mountain he looked around him. He saw that it was jagged, precipitous, high as the Sichuan ranges, lofty as Lushan. It is not a famous peak of the world of light, but a crag of the underworld. Ogres hidden in the clumps of thorns. Evil monsters lurk behind the cliffs. Your ears hear no calls of animals or birds. The eyes can only see fiends. A dark wind howls as black fog spreads. The dark wind that howls is the smoke breathed from the mouths of magic soldiers. The spreading black fog is the vapor belched out by hidden trolls. Wherever you look, the prospect is appalling. All you can see to left or right is unbridled evil. To be sure, there are hills, peaks, ranges, caves, and gullies. But no grass grows on the hills. There is no sky for the peaks to touch. No travelers cross the ranges. The caves hold no clouds. No water runs in the gullies. Before the cliffs there are only goblins. Below the ranges are trolls. Savage ghosts shelter in the caves. Evil spirits hide in the gullies. All around the mountain, ox-headed and horse-faced demons howl and roar. Half hidden from view, hungry ghosts and desperate spirits sob to each other. The judge who claims men's lives cannot wait to deliver the letter. The marshal who chases souls shouts and roars as he hastens along with his documents. The swift-footed ones swirl along like a tornado. The catchers of souls stand as thick as clouds. Thanks entirely to the protection of the judge, Taizong crossed the dark mountain. As they continued on their way, they went past very many courts, and from each of them, piteous sounds assailed his ear, while the evil ghost there struck terror into his heart. "What place is this?" asked Taizong. "It is the 18 layers of hell that lie behind the dark mountain," the judge replied. "What are the 18 layers?" asked Taizong. "Listen, and I will tell you," the judge replied. "The hanging by the sinews hell, the hell of injustice, and the hell of the pit of fire. Loneliness and desolation, misery and suffering. All those here committed the 1,000 lower sins, and were sent here for punishment after death. The Fengdu hell, the tongue extraction hell, the flaying hell, howling and wailing, terrible anguish. They offended against heaven by not being loyal or filial. They have Buddha mouths but snake hearts, so fell down here. The grinding hell, the pounding hell, the hell of drawing and quartering. Skin and flesh ripped and torn, lips rubbed away till the teeth show. In the blindness of their hearts they did evil things, and all their fine words they harmed others in secret. The ice hell, the skin-shedding hell, the disemboweling hell, filthy faces and matted hair, frowning foreheads and sad eyes. They all used false measures to cheat the foolish, thus piling up disasters for themselves. The oil cauldron hell, the hell of blackness, the hell of the mountain of knives. Shivering and trembling in terrible agony, because they used violence against the good. They cower and hunch their shoulders in their suffering. The hell of the pool of blood, the Avicii hell, the hell of the steelyard beam, where skin is pulled away from the bone, arms are broken and tendons cut, because they killed for gain, butchering living creatures. They fell into these torments that will not end in 1,000 years. They will always lie here, never to escape. Every one of them is tightly bound, knotted, and roped. Red-faced demons and black-faced demons are sent with their long halberds and short swords. Ox-headed fiends and horse-faced fiends, with iron clubs and brazen hammers, beat them till their wincing faces flow with blood, as they call on heaven and earth and get no answer. Let no man alive have any illusions. The devils carry out their orders and release nobody. Good and evil will always be rewarded. It is only a question of time. Before they had gone much further, a group of devil soldiers holding banners knelt down beside the road and said, "The commissioners of the bridges welcome you." The judge shouted to them that they were to rise and led Taizong across a golden bridge. Taizong saw that there was a silver bridge beside it, over which some loyal, filial, worthy, just, and upright people were passing, led by banners. There was a third bridge on the other side, with an icy wind roaring across it, and waves of blood boiling below, amid unbroken howls and wails. "What is that bridge called?" Taizong asked. And the judge replied, "Your Majesty, that is called the Bridge of Punishment, and you must tell people about it when you return to the world of the living. Below the bridge there are a narrow, precipitous path over a mighty, rushing river. It is like a strip of cloth across the Yangtze, or a fiery pit rising up to heaven. The icy vapors freeze one to the bone. Nauseating stenches assail the nostrils. There is no boat to ferry you across the crashing waves. All who appear are sinful ghosts with bare feet and matted hair. The bridge is many miles long and only 3 fingers wide. The drop is 100 feet. The waters are infinitely deeper. Above there are no railings for support, while trolls snatch their victims from below. In kangaroos and bonds, they are driven along the dangerous path by the river of punishment. See the ferocity of the divine generals by the bridge. Watch how the ghosts of the wicked suffer in the river. On the branching trees hang silken clothes in blue, red, yellow, and purple. In front of the precipice squat lewd and shameless women who swore at their parents-in-law. Copper snakes and iron dogs feast on them at will, as they constantly fall into the river, never to escape. There is a poem that goes, "As ghosts wail and spirits howl, the waves of blood tower high. Countless ghouls with heads of bulls and horses guard the bridge with great ferocity." The commissioners of the bridges had gone away while he was speaking. Taizong's heart was once more filled with horror as he nodded his head and sighed silently in his distress, then followed the judge and the marshal. Before long they had crossed the evil river of punishment and passed the terrors of the bowl of blood. Then they came to the city of the unjustly slain. Amid the hubbub, shouts of "Li Shimen's here! Li Shimen's here!" could be made out, to the terror of Taizong. He saw that his way was blocked by a crowd of maimed and headless specters. "Give us back our lives!" they were all shouting. "Give us back our lives!" The panic-stricken Taizong tried to hide, yelling, "Help, Judge Kui! Help! Help!" "Your Majesty," the judge replied, "these are the ghosts of the kings and chieftains of the 64 groups of rebels and the 72 troops of bandits. They were all killed unjustly, and nobody has given them a home or looked after them. They cannot get themselves reborn as they have no money for the journey, so they are all uncared for, cold and hungry ghosts. If your Majesty is able to give them some money, I can save you." "I came here empty-handed," Taizong replied. "So where could I possibly get any money?" "Your Majesty," the judge replied, "there is a man in the world of light who deposited a certain amount of money in the underworld. If your Majesty is prepared to sign an IOU, I will endorse it, and we can borrow his store of money to distribute among these hungry ghosts. Then we will be able to continue on our way." "Who is this man?" asked Taizong. "He is a man of Kaifeng in Henan," the judge replied, "and his name is Jiang Liang. He has 13 hoards of gold and silver down here, and if your Majesty borrows them, all you have to do is repay them when you return to the world of light." Taizong was very pleased and only too eager to borrow one. He signed an IOU at once and gave it to the judge, then borrowed a store, which he gave to the marshal to hand out. "You are to share out this gold and silver and let your lord of the great Tang pass," said the judge. "As it is too early in his life, I am under orders from the 10 kings to return his soul, and tell him to hold a great mass when he is back in the world of light, to enable all of you to be reborn. So don't be making any more trouble." When the ghosts heard what he had to say, and they were given gold and silver, they all withdrew, murmuring their obedient assent. The judge then told the marshal to wave his soul-leading flag, and Taizong was taken out of the city of the unjustly slain, and floated along the highway to the daylight. After they had been going for a long time, they reached the wheel of the 6 paths of being. Some people were soaring in the clouds, wearing cloaks of rosy mist. Others were being given office with golden insignia to hang from their waists. Monks and nuns, clergy and lay people, beasts of the field and birds of the air, ghosts and devils, all were pouring under the wheel, and each was going along his allotted path. "What's this all about?" asked the Tang Emperor. "Your Majesty is a man of deep understanding," the judge replied. "You must be sure to remember all this, and tell the living about it. It is called the Wheel of the 6 Paths of Being. Those who have done good deeds rise on the path of the immortals. Those who have been loyal are reborn on the path of honor. Those who have done their duty to their parents lead their next life on the path of happiness. Those who have been just return to life on the path of man. Those who have accumulated merit are reborn on the path of wealth. and the evildoers fall down into the path of devils." On hearing this, the Tang Emperor nodded and said with a sigh, "Excellent. Truly excellent. The virtuous come to no harm. The good heart is always mindful. The way of goodness always lies open. Do not allow evil thoughts to arise. Thus you will avoid all trouble. Say not that there is no retribution. Whether you become a god or a ghost is all determined." The judge took Taizong straight to the gate of rebirth on the path of honor, bowed to him, and said, "Your Majesty, this is the way out, where I shall have to take my leave and go back. Marshal Zhu will escort you for the next stage of your journey." "I have made you come an awfully long way, sir," said the Tang Emperor as he thanked him. "When your Majesty returns to the world of the living, you absolutely must hold a great mass to enable those forlorn ghosts to be reborn," replied the judge. "Don't on any count forget, as there can only be peace on earth if there are no vengeance-seeking ghosts in the underworld. Every single wrong will have to be corrected. Teach all people to be good, and then you will be able to assure the continuity of your line and the eternal security of your empire." The Tang Emperor agreed to each of his proposals and took leave of him, then went through the gates with Marshal Zhu. Seeing a fine horse standing ready and saddled inside the gates, the marshal asked Taizong to mount it with the help of his assistants. The horse was as swift as an arrow, and it was soon at the banks of the river Wei, where a pair of golden carp could be seen sporting in the water. Taizong, captivated at the sight, pulled in his horse's reins and gazed at them. "Your Majesty," the marshal said, "please keep moving. We have to enter the city early." But all the Tang Emperor wanted to do was look. As he would not move on, the marshal grabbed him by the feet and shouted, "Get moving! What are you waiting for?" as he pushed him off his horse and into the river Wei with a splash. Taizong was now free of the underworld and back in the world of the living. The civil and military officials of the Tang court, Zhu Maogong, Qin Shubao, Yuqi Jingde, Duan Zhizhang, Ma Sanbao, Cheng Yaojin, Gao Shilian, Li Shiji, Feng Zuanling, Du Rui, Xiao Yu, Fu Yi, Zhang Daoyan, Zhang Shiyang, Wang Gui, and the others, as well as the empresses, imperial consorts, and concubines, and pages, were all in the White Tiger Hall. They were discussing whether to issue an edict of mourning to inform the world so that their heir could be put on the throne. Wei Zheng was saying, "Gentlemen, stop this discussion. We must not do that. If the country is alarmed, anything might happen. If we wait for another day, our master is bound to come back to life." Zhu Jingzong stepped forward from the lower ranks and protested. "Minister Wei is talking nonsense. As the old saying goes, split water can't be picked up, and the dead can't come back to life. What business have you to be spreading confusion with these groundless claims?" "Mr. Zhu," Wei Zheng replied, "I can say truthfully that I have been given instruction in the magic arts since childhood, and my predictions are extremely accurate. I can assure you that I have saved His Majesty from death." As they were arguing, they heard loud shouts of, "You're drowning me! You're drowning me!" coming from the coffin. The civil officials and the generals were struck with terror. The empresses and consorts shivered. Every one of them had a face as yellow as a mulberry leaf after autumn, a waist as weak as a willow sapling before spring. The air went weak at the knees as he stood in full mourning, unable to hold up his staff. The attendants' souls flew away. How would it do for them to be wearing mourning hats and clothes? The consorts and concubines collapsed. The palace beauties had to lie down. When the consorts and concubines collapsed, it was like a gale blowing down withered lotuses. When the palace beauties laid down, it was like a rainstorm beating young lotuses down. All the ministers were terrified, and their limbs went numb. They shivered and shook, struck dumb and stupid. The White Tiger Hall was like a bridge collapsing, and the confusion round the coffin was like a temple falling down. All the palace women fled, as not one of them dared to approach the imperial coffin. Luckily, the upright Zhu Maogong, the trusty Wei Zheng, and the brave Qin Shubao, and the ferocious Yuji Jingde went forward to put their hands on the coffin and shouted, "What is it that worries your Majesty and makes you speak to us? Tell us and do not haunt us and scare the royal family." "His Majesty is not haunting us," Wei Zheng said. "His Majesty has come back to life. Bring tools at once." They opened the coffin and found Taizong sitting up inside and still shouting, "You're drowning me! Save me, someone!" Zhu Maogong and the others helped him to his feet and said, "There is nothing to fear as you come round, your Majesty. We are all here to protect you." The Tang Emperor then opened his eyes and said, "We have been having an awful time. After escaping from the evil demons of the underworld, we were drowned." "Relax, your Majesty. There is nothing to fear." "How could you have drowned?" the minister said. "We were riding along the banks of the river Wei and watching to fishes playing, when that deceitful Marshal Zhu pushed us off the horse and made us fall into the river, where we all but drowned." "Your Majesty still has something of the ghost about you," said Wei Zheng, and he ordered the Imperial Medical Academy to send medicinal potions to settle the spirit and calm the soul at once. He also sent for some thin gruel. After 1 or 2 doses of the medicine, the Emperor returned to normal and regained full consciousness. The Tang Emperor had been dead for 3 days and nights before returning to rule the world of the living once more. There is a poem to prove it. Since ancient times there have been changes of power. Dynasties have always waxed and waned. What deed of the kings of old could compare with the Emperor of Tang returning to life? As it was evening by then, the ministers asked the Emperor to go to bed, and they all dispersed. The next day they all took off their mourning garments and put colorful clothes back on, wearing red robes and black hats, and with their golden seals of office hanging from purple ribbons at their waists. They stood outside the gates of the court awaiting the summons. As for Taizong, after taking the medicine to settle his spirit and calm his soul, and drinking some thin gruel, he was helped to his bedroom by his ministers. He slept soundly all night, building up his energies, and at dawn he rose. See how he was arrayed as he summoned up his authority. On his head, a hat that thrust into the sky. On his body, a dark yellow robe, girt with a belt of Lancian jade. On his feet, a pair of shoes of success. The dignity of his bearing surpasses all others at court. His awesome majesty is today restored. What a peaceful and wise great Tang emperor, the king named Li, who can die and rise again. The Tang emperor entered the throne hall, and when the two groups of civil and military officials had finished acclaiming him, they divided into sections according to their ranks. When they heard the decree, "Let all those with business step forward from their sections and submit memorials, and let those with no business retire," Zhu Maogong, Wei Zheng, Wang Gui, Du Rui, Feng Zhuanling, Yuan Tingyang, Li Chunfeng, Zhu Jingzong, and others stepped forward on the eastern side. And on the western side, Yin Kaishan, Liu Hongzhi, Ma Sanbao, Duan Zhizheng, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Shubao, Yuqi Jingde, Zhu Rengui, and others stepped forward also. They advanced together, bowed low before the white jade steps, and asked in a memorial, "Why did it take your majesty so long to awake from your dream the other day?" To this, Taizong replied, "The other day we took Wei Zheng's letter and felt our soul leaving the place. The horsemen of the Imperial Guard asked us to go hunting with them, and as we were going along, the men and their horses all vanished. His late Majesty and our dead brothers appeared and started to shout at us in a quarrelsome way. Things were getting very awkward when we saw a man in a black hat and gown who turned out to be the Judge Kui Zhu. When he had shouted at my dead brothers and driven them away, we gave him Wei Zheng's letter. As he was reading it, some servants in black holding banners led us in and took us to the Senluo Palace, where the 10 kings of hell were all sitting. They said that the dragon of the river Xing had falsely accused us of deliberately killing him after we had promised to save him, so we gave them a full account of what we'd told you before. They said that the case had now been settled between the 3 orders, and ordered that the registers of birth and death be brought at once, so that they could see how long we were due to live. Judge Kui handed up the register, and they saw in it that we were due to reign for 33 years, which meant that we had another 20 years of life in front of us. They told Marshal Zhu and Judge Kui to escort us back. We took our leaves of the 10 kings and promised to send them some pumpkins and fruit as a mark of our thanks. After leaving the Senluo Palace, we saw in the underworld how the disloyal, the unfilial, those who do not observe the rules of propriety, wasters of food grains, bullies, cheats, those who use false measures, adulterers, robbers, hypocrites, deceivers, debauchees, swindlers, and the like, undergo the agonies of being ground, burnt, pounded, and sliced, and suffer the torments of being fried, boiled, hung in midair, and skinned. There were tens of thousands of them, far more than our eyes could take in. Then we went through the city of the unjustly slain, where there were countless ghosts of the wrongly killed, and all of them the chieftains of the 64 groups of rebels and the spirits of the 72 bands of rebels blocking our way. Luckily, Judge Kui acted as our guarantor and lent us one of the hoards of gold and silver of a Mr. Ziang of Henan, with which we were able to buy them off and continue on our way. Judge Kui told us that when we returned to the world of the living, we had an inescapable obligation to hold a great mass to enable all those forlorn ghosts to be reborn. And with these instructions, he took his leave. When I came out under the wheel of the 6 paths of being, Marshal Zhu invited us to mount a horse. This horse seemed to fly to the banks of the river Wei, where I saw a pair of fish sporting in the water. Just as we were enjoying this sight, the marshal grabbed our legs and tipped us into the water, and with that we returned to life. When the ministers had heard this, they all congratulated him, and they compiled a record of it. And all the prefectures and counties of the empire sent in memorials of felicitation. Taizong issued a decree of amnesty for all the convicted criminals in the empire and ordered inquiries into the cases of all those held in jail on serious charges. The inspectors submitted to the throne the names of more than 400 criminals who had been sentenced by the Ministry of Punishments to beheading or strangulation, and Taizong gave them a stay of execution, allowing them to go home to see their families and give their property to their relations. On the same day the following year, they were to report to the authorities for their sentences to be carried out. The criminals thanked him for his mercy and withdrew. He also issued a notice about charity for orphans, and released 3,000 women of all ages from the palace to be married to members of the army. From then on, all was well within and without the palace. There is a poem to prove it. Vast is the mercy of the great Tang Emperor. He surpasses Yao and Shun in making the people prosper. 400 condemned men all left their prisons. 3,000 mistreated women were released from the palace. All the officials of the empire proclaimed the monarch's long life. The ministers at court congratulate the great dragon. Heaven responds to the thoughts of the good heart. Its blessing will protect his 17 successors. When he had released the women from the palace and let the condemned men out of prison, he issued a notice that was posted throughout the empire. It read, "Great are heaven and earth. Sun and moon shine clearly. Although the universe is vast, earth and sky have no room for evil plots. If you use your wits and skill to cheat people, you will get retribution in this life. If you are good at giving and ask for little, you are sure to find a reward before your future life. 1,000 cunning plans cannot compare with living according to one's lot. 10,000 kinds of robbers are no match for those who live frugally and accept their fate. If you are good and merciful in thought and deed, what need is there to bother to read the scriptures? If your mind is full of malice towards others, to read the whole of the Buddha's canon would be a waste of time." From then on, everyone in the country did good deeds. Another notice was issued calling for a worthy man to take pumpkins to the underworld, and at the same time, Yuchi Jingde, the Duke of Yi, was sent to Kaifeng in Henan to visit Xiang Liang and pay him back a hoard of jewels and a hoard of gold and silver. Some days after the notice had been issued, a worthy man called Liu Quan from Junzhou came forward to deliver the pumpkins. He came from a family worth 10,000 strings of cash. When his wife, Li Qiuyan, had taken a gold pin from her hair to give as offering to a monk at the gate. Liu Quan had cursed her for being a loose wife who would not stay in the woman's quarters. Li Qiulian, bitterly resenting this, had hanged herself, leaving a little boy and girl who had been crying night and day ever since. Liu Quan, unable to bear it any longer, wanted only to end his own life and abandon his family and his children. For this reason, he had volunteered to deliver the pumpkins in death, and came to the Tang Emperor with the imperial notice in his hand. The emperor ordered him to go to the Golden Pavilion, where he was to put a pair of pumpkins on his head and some gold in his sleeve, and drink poison. Liu Quan drank the poison and died. In an instant his soul appeared at the devil gate with pumpkins on his head. The demon officer at the gate asked, "Who are you, and how did you come here?" "I have come on the orders of Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang to present some pumpkins to the 10 kings of hell." The officer was only too pleased to let him in, and he went straight to the Senluo Palace, and when he was given audience with the kings of hell, he presented the pumpkins to them and said, "I have brought these pumpkins a great distance in obedience to the decree of the Tang Emperor, who wishes to thank your majesties for their great mercy to him." "How splendid of the Tang Emperor to be as good as his word," exclaimed the 10 delighted kings as they accepted the pumpkins. Then they asked him what he was called and where he was from. "I am a commoner of the city of Junzhou," he replied, "and my name is Liu Quan. As my wife, Miss Li, hanged herself and left a boy and a girl with nobody to look after them, I wanted to abandon my family and children by giving my life for my country. So I brought this offering of pumpkins on behalf of my sovereign, who wanted to thank your majesties for his great mercy." On hearing this, the 10 kings ordered a search for Liu Quan's wife, Miss Li. The devil messengers soon brought her to the Senluo Palace, outside which Liu Quan was reunited with her. They thanked the 10 kings for their kindness and told them about the harsh words that had been spoken. On consulting the registers of birth and death, the kings found that they were fated to become immortals, so they ordered the demon officers to take them back at once. The demon officers, however, asked in a report, "As Li Qiulian has been dead for some time, her body has perished, so what is her soul to be attached to?" "Li Yuying, the sister of the Tang Emperor, is due to die a sudden death today," said the kings of hell, "so we can borrow her body to put Li Qiulian's soul back into." On receiving this order, the demon officers took Liu Quan and his wife out of the underworld to be brought back to life. If you don't know how they returned to life, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 12. The Tang Emperor keeps faith and holds a great mass. Guan Yin appears to the reincarnated golden cicada. When the devil officers left the underworld with Liu Quan and his wife, a dark and whirling wind blew them straight to the great capital, Chang'an, where Liu Quan's soul was sent to the Golden Pavilion, and Li Qiulian's to an inner courtyard of the palace, where Princess Yuying could be seen walking slowly beside some moss under the shade of some blossoming trees. Suddenly, the devil officers struck her full in the chest and knocked her over. They snatched her soul from her living body and put Li Qiulian's soul into the body in its place. With that, they returned to the underworld. When the palace serving women saw her drop dead, they rushed to the throne hall to report to the three empresses that Her Royal Highness the Princess had dropped dead. The shocked empresses passed the news on to Taizong, who sighed and said, "We can well believe it. When we asked the 10 lords of hell if young and old in our palace would all be well, they replied that they would all be well except that our younger sister was going to die suddenly." How true that was. He and everyone else in the palace went with great sorrow to look at her, lying under the trees, only to see that she was breathing very lightly. "Don't wail," the Tang Emperor said. "Don't wail. It might alarm her." Then he raised her head with his own hand and said, "Wake up, sister, wake up." All of a sudden, the princess sat up and called out, "Don't go so fast, husband. Wait for me." "Sister, we're waiting for you here," said the emperor. The princess lifted her head, opened her eyes, and looked at him. "Who are you?" she asked. "How dare you put your hands on us?" "It's your august brother, royal sister," replied Taizong. "I've got nothing to do with august brothers and royal sisters," said the princess. "My maiden name is Li, and my full name is Li Kulian. My husband is Liu Quan, and we both come from Junzhou. When I gave a gold hairpin to a monk at the gate 3 months ago, my husband said harsh words to me about leaving the women's quarters and not behaving as a good wife should. It made me so angry and upset that I hanged myself from a beam with a white silk sash, leaving a boy and a girl who cried all night and all day. As my husband was commissioned by the Tang Emperor to go to the underworld to deliver some pumpkins, the kings of hell took pity on us and let the two of us come back to life. He went ahead, but I lagged behind. When I tried to catch him, I tripped. You are all quite shameless to be mauling me like this. I don't even know your names." "We think that Her Royal Highness is delirious after passing out when she fell," said Taizong to the palace women. He sent an order to the medical academy for some medicinal potions and helped Yu Ying into the palace. When the Tang Emperor was back in his throne hall, one of his aides came rushing in to report, "Your Majesty, Liu Quan, the man who delivered the pumpkins, is awaiting your summons outside the palace gates." The startled Taizong immediately sent for Liu Quan, who prostrated himself before the vermilion steps of the throne. "What happened when you presented the pumpkins?" asked the Tang Emperor. "Your subject went straight to the Devil Gate with the pumpkins on my head. I was taken to the Senluo Palace, where I saw the 10 kings of hell, to whom I presented the pumpkins," explaining how very grateful my emperor was. "The kings of hell were very pleased. They bowed in your Majesty's honor and said, 'How splendid of the Tang Emperor to be as good as his word.'" "What did you see in the underworld?" asked the emperor. "I did not go very far there, so I did not see much. But when the kings asked me where I was from and what I was called, I told them all about how I had volunteered to leave my family and my children to deliver the pumpkins because my wife hanged herself. They immediately ordered demon officers to bring my wife, and we were reunited outside the Senluo Palace. Meanwhile, they inspected the registers of births and deaths, and saw that my wife and I were both due to become immortals, so they sent devil officers to bring us back. I went ahead with my wife, following behind, and although I was fortunate enough to come back to life, I don't know where her soul has been put." "What did the kings of hell say to you about your wife?" asked the astonished emperor. "They didn't say anything," replied Liu Quan. "But I heard a demon officer say, as Li Qilan has been dead for some time, her body has decomposed." To this, the kings of hell said, "Li Yuying of the Tang house is due to die today, so we can borrow her body to put Li Qilan's soul back into. As I don't know where this Tang house is or where she lives, I haven't been able to go and look for her yet." The Tang emperor, who was now very pleased, said to his officials, "When we were leaving the kings of hell, we asked them about our family. They said all its members would be well, except for my sister. She collapsed and died under the shade of some blossoming trees. When we hurried over to support her, she came to, shouting, 'Don't go so fast, husband. Wait for me.' We thought at the time that she was just talking deliriously after passing out. But when we asked her to tell us more, her story tallied precisely with Liu Quan's. If Her Royal Highness died suddenly and came to shortly afterwards talking like this, then it means that Liu Quan's wife must have borrowed her body to come back to life," said Wei Jing. "Things like this do happen. The princess should be asked to come out so that we can hear what she says." "We have just ordered the Imperial Medical Academy to send some medicine, so we don't know whether it will be possible," said the Tang Emperor, who then sent a consort into the palace to ask her to come out. The princess, meanwhile, was shouting wildly inside the palace, "I'm taking none of your medicine. This isn't my home. My home is a simple tiled house, not like this jaundiced yellow palace with its flashy doors. Let me out! Let me out!" 4 of 5 women officials and 2 or 3 eunuchs appeared while she was shouting and helped her go straight to the throne hall, where the Tang Emperor asked, "Would you recognize your husband if you saw him?" "What a thing to ask! We've been married since we were children, and I've given him a son and a daughter, so of course I'd recognize him." The Emperor told his attendants to help her down, and she went down from the throne hall. As soon as she saw Liu Quan in front of the white jade steps, she seized hold of him. "Husband," she exclaimed, "where did you go? Why didn't you wait for me? I tripped over, and all these shameless people surrounded me and shouted at me. Wasn't that shocking?" Although Liu Quan could hear that his wife was talking, she looked like somebody else, so he did not dare to recognize her as his wife. "Indeed," said the Emperor, "sometimes mountains collapse and the earth yawns open, but few men will shorten their lives to die for another." As he was a good and wise monarch, he gave all of the princess's dressing cases, clothes, and jewelry to Liu Quan as if they were a dowry, presented him with an edict freeing him from labor service for life, and told him to take the princess home with him. Husband and wife thanked him before the steps and returned home very happily. There is a poem to prove it. "Life and death are preordained. Some have many years, others few." When Liu Quan came back to the light after taking the pumpkins, Li Qilan returned to life in a borrowed body. After leaving the emperor, the pair went straight back to the city of Junzhou, where they found that their household and their children were all well. There is no need to go into how the two of them publicized their virtue rewarded. The story turns to Lord Yuchi, who went to Kaifeng in Henan with a hoard of gold and silver for Xiang Liang, who made a living by selling water and dealing in black pots and earthenware vessels with his wife, whose maiden name was Zhang, at the gate of their house. When they made some money, they were content to keep enough for their daily expenses, giving the rest as alms to monks or using it to buy paper ingots of gold and silver, which they assigned to various hordes in the underworld and burnt. That was why they were now to be so well rewarded. Although he was only a pious pauper in this world, he owned mountains of jade and gold in the other one. When Lord Yuchi brought them the gold and silver, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were terrified out of their wits. Apart from his lordship, there were also officials from the local government office, and horses and carriages were packed tight outside their humble cottage. The two of them fell to their knees dumbfounded and began to kowtow. "Please rise," said Lord Yuchi. "Although I am merely an imperial commissioner, I bring gold and silver from His Majesty to return to you." Shivering and shaking, Xiang Liang replied, "I've lent out no silver or gold, so how could I dare to accept this mysterious wealth?" "I know that you were a poor man," said Lord Yuchi, "but you have given monks everything they need, and bought paper ingots of gold and silver, which you have assigned to the underworld and burnt, thus accumulating large sums of money down there. When His Majesty and Emperor Taizong was dead for 3 days before returning to life, he borrowed one of your hoards of gold and silver down there, which he is now repaying to you in full. Please check it through so that I can go back and report that I have carried out my instructions." Xiang Liang and his wife just went on bowing to heaven and refused to take the gold and silver. If humble folk like ourselves took all this gold and silver, it'd soon be the death of us. Although we have burned some paper and assigned it to various stores, it was a secret. Anyhow, what proof is there that His Majesty, may he live for 10,000 years, borrowed gold and silver down there? We refuse to accept it. The Emperor said that Judge Kui was his guarantor when he borrowed your money, and this can be verified, so please accept it," replied Lord Yuchi. "I would sooner die than do so," said Xiang Liang. Zhang Lang? Maybe, I'm not sure. Seeing how earnestly he refused Lord Yuchi, he had to send a man back with a detailed report to the throne. On reading this report that Xiang Liang had refused to accept the gold and silver, Taizong said, "He really is a pious old fellow." He sent orders to Yuchi Jingde that he was to build a temple in his name, erect a shrine to him, and invite monks to do good deeds on his behalf. This would be as good as paying him back the gold and silver. On the day this decree reached him, Yuchi Jingde turned towards the palace to thank the emperor and read it aloud for all to hear. Then he bought 50 mu of land at a place inside the city that would not be in the way from either the civil or the military point of view. And here work was begun on a monastery to be called the imperially founded Ziangquo Monastery. To its left was erected a shrine to Mr. and Mrs. Xiang. with an inscribed tablet that read, "Built under the supervision of Lord Yuchi." This is the present great Jianguo Monastery. When he was informed that work had been completed, Taizong was very pleased, and, assembling the multitude of officials, he issued a notice summoning monks to come and hold a great mass for the rebirth of those lonely souls in the underworld. As the notice traveled throughout the empire, the local officials everywhere recommended holy and venerable monks to go to Chang'an for the service. By the end of the month, many monks had arrived in Chang'an from all over the empire. The emperor issued a decree ordering Fu Yi, the deputy analyst, to select some venerable monks to perform Buddhist ceremonies. On hearing this command, Fu Yi sent up a memorial requesting a ban on the building of pagodas and saying that there was no Buddha. It read, "By the law of the West, there are no distinctions between ruler and subject or between father and son. The 3 paths and the 6 roads are used to deceive the foolish. Past sins are chased away to filch future blessings. And Sanskrit prayers are recited in attempts to avoid retribution. Now birth, death, and the length of life are in fact decided by nature, and punishments, virtue, power, and blessings come from the Lord of men. But these days vulgar believers distort the truth and say that they all come from Buddha. In the time of the 5 emperors and 3 kings of antiquity, this Buddha did not exist, yet rulers were enlightened, subjects were loyal, and prosperity lasted for many a long year. When foreign gods were first established in the time of Emperor Ming of the Han Dynasty, Sramanas from the west began to propagate their religion. This, in reality, a foreign encroachment on China, and it does not merit belief. When he had heard this read to him, Taizong tossed it to his other officials for debate. The minister, Xiao Yu, stepped forward from the ranks, kowtowed, and said, "The Buddha's law has flourished for several dynasties, and by spreading good and preventing evil, it gives unseen help to the state. There is no reason why it would be abolished. Buddha was a sage. Those who deny sages are lawless. I request that he be severely punished." Fu Yi argued with Xiao Yu, pointing out that correct behavior was derived from serving one's parents and one's sovereign, whereas the Buddha turned his back on his parents, resisting the Son of Heaven, although he was but a commissioner, and rebelling against his mother and father with the body that they gave him. Xiao Yu had not been born in an empty mulberry tree, but he honored a religion that denied fathers. This indeed proved that he who had no sense of filial piety denied his father. All Xiao Yu did was to put his hands together and say, "Hell must have been made for men such as him." Taizong sent for the High Chamberlain, Zhang Jiaoyan, and the head of the Secretariat, Zhang Shihang, to ask them how effectively Buddhist ritual obtained blessings. "The Buddha dwells in purity, benevolence, and mercy," the 2 officers replied, "and the true result is Buddha emptiness." Emperor Wu of the northern Zhao dynasty placed the 3 teachings in an order. The Chan master Da Hui wrote a poem in praise of the distant and mysterious. If the masses support monks, anything can happen. The 5 patriarchs came down to their mothers' wombs, and the Bodhidharma appeared. From remotest antiquity, everyone has said that the 3 teachings are highly venerable and cannot be destroyed or abolished. We humbly beg your majesty to give us his preceptive ruling. Your submission makes sense, said the delighted Taizong. If anyone else makes further comments, he will be punished. He then ordered Wei Zheng, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Daoyuan to invite all the monks and select one of great virtue to be master of ceremonies. They all bowed to him to thank him, and withdrew. From then on, there was a new law. Anyone who injured a monk or slandered the Buddha would lose an arm. The next day, the 3 court officials assembled all the monks at the altar among rivers and hills, and they went through them all one by one. From among them they chose a venerable and virtuous monk. Do you know who he was? Fully versed in the basic mystery, his title was Golden Cicada. But because he did not want to hear the Buddha preach, he transferred to the mortal world to suffer torment, was born among the common mortals to fall into the net. From the moment he entered the womb, he met with evil. Before he left it, he encountered a gang of villains. His father was top graduate Chen from Haizhou. His grandfather, a senior imperial commander. His birth offended the meteor that dropped into the water. He drifted with the current and followed the waves. Jinshan Island had a great destiny. The abbot Qiaonan brought him up. Only at 17 did he meet his mother and go to the capital to find his grandfather. Commander Yin Kaishan, raising a great army, wiped out and punished the bandits at Hongzhou. Graduate Xin Wangri escaped from the heavenly net, and father and son were happily reunited. Accepting the invitation, he receives once more the monarch's grace, and his fame is spread as he climbs the lofty tower. Refusing to take office, he wants to be a monk. So as Sramana of the Hongfu Temple, he learns about the way. The child of an ancient Buddha, who used to be called Zhang Liu, and took the Dharma name of Shin Xuanzang. That day the Reverend Xuanzang was chosen from among all the monks. He had been a monk from infancy, and ever since birth he had eaten vegetarian food and observed the prohibitions. His maternal grandfather was an imperial commander, Yin Kaishan. His father, Chen Wangri, had come top in the palace examination and had been appointed a grand secretary in the imperial library. Xuanzang, however, had no interest in honor and glory, and his only joy was to cultivate nirvana. Investigation revealed that his origins were good, and his virtue great. Of the 1,000 sutras and 10,000 holy books, there was not a single one that he did not know. He could sing every Buddhist chant, and knew all the religious music. The 3 officials took him to the imperial presence, where they danced and stirred up the dust. When they had bowed, they reported. Your subject, Jiao Yu, and the rest of us have chosen a venerable monk called Qin Xuanzang in obedience to the imperial decree. On hearing his name, Taizong thought deeply for a long time and then asked, "Is that the Xuanzang who was the son of Grand Secretary Chen Wangri?" "Your subject is he," replied Xuanzang with a kowtow. "Then you were indeed well chosen," said the emperor with satisfaction. "You are indeed a monk of virtuous conduct and a mind devoted to meditation. I give you the offices of left controller of the clergy, right controller of the clergy, and hierarch of the empire." Xuanzang kowtowed to express his thanks and accepted the appointments. The emperor then gave him a multicolored golden cassock and a Vairocana mitre, telling him to be sure he conscientiously continued to visit enlightened monks, and giving him the position at the top of the hierarchy. He gave him a decree in writing, ordering him to go to the Huasheng temple to pick up a propitious day and hour on which to begin the recitations of the scriptures. Xuanzang bowed, took the decree, and went to the Huasheng temple, where he assembled many monks, had meditation benches made, prepared for the mass, and chose the music. He selected a total of 1,200 high and humble monks of enlightenment, who he divided into an upper, a middle, and a lower hall. All the holy objects were neatly arranged before all the Buddhas. The 3rd day of the 9th month of that year was chosen an auspicious day on which to start the 7 times 7 days of the great land and water mass. This was all reported to the throne, and at the appointed time, Taizong, the high civil and military officials, and the royal family went to the service to burn incense and listen to the preaching. There is a poem to prove it that goes, "At the Dragon Assembly, in the 13th year of Jin Guan, the emperor called a great meeting to talk about the scriptures. At the assembly they began to expound the unfathomable law, while clouds glowed above the great shrine. The emperor, in his grace, orders the building of a temple. The golden cicada sheds his skin to edify the West. He spreads the news that rewards for goodness save from ill, preaching the doctrine of the 3 Buddhas of past and future." In the year GC, the 13th of Jin Guan, on the day Jiaxu, the 3rd of the 9th month, the hierarch Qin Xuanzang assembled 1,200 venerable monks at the Huansheng temple in the city of Chang'an for a chanting of all the holy scriptures. After the morning court was over, the emperor left the throne hall in his dragon and phoenix chariot at the head of a host of civil and military officials, and went to the temple to burn incense. What did the imperial chariot look like? Indeed, propitious vapors filled the sky, that shone with 10,000 beams of sacred light. A mellow breeze blew softly. The sunlight was strangely beautiful. 1,000 officials with jade at their belts walked in due order. The banners of 5 guards are drawn up on either side. Holding golden gourds, wielding battle axes, They stand in pairs, lamps of purple gauze, imperial censers, make majestic clouds. Dragons fly and phoenixes dance, ospreys and eagles soar. True is the enlightened Son of Heaven, good are his just and loyal ministers. This age of prosperity surpasses the time of Shun and Yu. The eternal peace he has given outdoes that of Yao and Tang. Under a parasol with curved handle, the dragon robe sweeps in, dazzling bright. Interlocking jade rings, colored phoenix fans, shimmer with a magic glow. Pearl crowns on belts of jade, gold seals on purple cords. 1,000 regiments of soldiers protect the imperial chariot. 2 lines of generals carry the royal chair. Bathed and reverent, the emperor comes to worship the Buddha, submitting to the true achievement as he joyfully burns incense. When the carriage of the Tang emperor reached the temple, orders were given to stop the music as he descended from the vehicle and went at the head of his officials to bow to the Buddha and burn incense. When he had done this 3 times, he looked up and saw what a magnificent assembly it was. Dancing banners, flying canopies. When the banners danced, the sky shook with clouds of silk. When the canopies flew, the sun gleamed as the red lightning flashed. Perfect the image of the statue of the honored one, mighty the grandeur of the Arhat's countenances. Magic flowers in a vase, censers burning sandalwood and lacquer. As the fairy flowers stand in vases, trees like brocade fill the temple with their brightness. As the censers burn sandalwood and lacquer, clouds of incense rise to the azure heaven. Fresh fruit of the season is piled in vermilion dishes. Exotic sweets are heaped on the silk-covered tables. Serried ranks of holy monks intone the surahs to save abandoned souls from suffering. Taizong and his civil and military officials all burned incense, bowed to the golden body of the Lord Buddha, and paid their respects to the Arhats. The hierarch Qin Xuanzang then led all the monks to bow to the emperor, and when this was over, they divided into their groups and went to their meditation places, while the hierarch showed the emperor the notice about the delivery of the lonely ghosts. It read, "Mysterious is the ultimate virtue, and the sect of meditation leads to nirvana. The purity of the truth is all-knowing. It pervades the 3 regions of the universe. Through its countless changes, it controls the negative and positive. Unbounded are the embodiments of the eternal reality. In considering those forlorn ghosts, one should be deeply distressed. At the sacred command of Taizong, we have assembled some chosen monks for meditation and preaching. He has opened wide the gates of enlightenment and rowed far the boat of mercy, saving all the beings in the sea of suffering and delivering those who had long been afflicted by the 6 ways of existence. They will be led back to the right road and revel in the great chaos. In action and in passivity, they will be at one with primal simplicity. For this wonderful cause, they are invited to see the purple gates of the pure capital. and through our assembly, they will escape from the confines of hell to climb to the world of bliss and be free, wandering as they please in the paradise of the West. As the poem goes, a burner of incense of longevity, a few spells to achieve rebirth. The infinite law is proclaimed. The boundless mercy of heaven is shown. When all sins are washed away, the neglected souls leave hell. We pray to protect our country. May it stay at peace and be blessed. When he had read this, the Tang Emperor's heart was filled with happiness, and he said to the monks, "Hold firm to your sincerity, and never allow yourselves a moment's slackness in the service of the Buddha. Later on, when the assembly is over, you will be blessed, and we shall richly reward you. You shall certainly not have labored in vain." The 1,200 monks all kowtowed to him to thank him. When the 3 vegetarian meals for the day were over, the Tang Emperor went back to the palace. He was invited to come back to the Grand Assembly to burn incense once more on the 7th day. As evening was now drawing in, all the officials went away. It was a fine evening. A light glow suffused the boundless sky. A few crows were late in finding their roosts. Lamps were lit throughout the city as all fell still. It was just the hour for the monks to enter the trance. We will omit a description of the night, or of how the monks intoned the scriptures when their master took his seat again the next morning. The Bodhisattva Guanyin from Potoraka Island in the southern sea had been long in Chang'an, looking on the Buddha's orders for the man to fetch the scriptures, but she had not yet found anyone really virtuous. Then she heard that Taizong was propagating the true achievement and selecting venerable monks for a grand assembly. And when she saw that the master of ceremonies was the monk Jiang Liu, who was really a Buddha's son, came down from the realms of supreme bliss, an elder whom she herself had led into his earthly mother's womb, she was very pleased. She took her disciple Moxa and the treasures that the Buddha had given her out on the street to offer them for sale. Do you know what these treasures were? There was a precious brocade cassock, and a monastic staff with 9 rings. She also had those 3 golden bands, but she put them away safely for future use. She was only selling the cassock and the staff. There was a monk in Chang'an City too stupid to be chosen for the service, but who, nonetheless, had some ill-gotten banknotes. When he saw the bald, scabby, barefoot figure wearing a tattered robe, the form the Bodhisattva had taken, offering the cassock of dazzling beauty for sale, he went up and asked, "How much do you want for that cassock, scabby?" "The price of the cassock is 5,000 ounces of silver, and the staff 2,000, replied the Bodhisattva. The stupid monk roared with laughter. "You must be a nutcase, scabby, or else a dope. Those 2 lousy things wouldn't be worth that much unless they gave you immortality and turned you into a Buddha. No deal. Take 'em away." Not bothering to argue, the Bodhisattva walked on with Moxa. After they had been going for quite a long time, they found themselves in front of the Donghua gate of the palace, where Minister Xiao Yu happened to be returning home from his morning court. Ignoring the crowd of lictors who were shouting to everyone to get out of the way, the Bodhisattva calmly went into the middle of the road with the cassock in her hands and headed straight for the minister. When the minister reined in his horse to look, he saw the cassock gleaming richly and sent an attendant to ask its price. "I want 5,000 ounces of silver for the cassock and 2,000 for the staff," said the Bodhisattva. "What's so good about the cassock to make it worth that much?" asked Xiao Yu. "On the one hand, it is good, and on the other, it isn't," replied the Bodhisattva. "On the one hand, it has a price, and on the other, it hasn't." "What's good about it, and what isn't?" asked the minister. "Whoever wears this cassock of mine will not sink into the mire, will not fall into hell, will not be ensnared by evil, and will not meet disaster from tiger or wolf. These are its good points. But as for a stupid monk who is greedy and debauched, who takes delight in the sufferings of others, does not eat vegetarian food, and breaks the monastic bands, or a common layman who harms the scriptures and slanders the Buddha, such people have great difficulty even in seeing this cassock of mine. That is its disadvantage." "What did you mean by saying that it both has a price and hasn't got one?" asked the minister, continuing his questions. "Anyone who doesn't obey the Buddha's law or honor the three treasures, but still insists on buying the cassock and the staff, will have to pay 7,000 ounces for them. In that case, they have a price. But if anyone who honors the three treasures, takes pleasure in goodness, and believes in our Buddha, wants to have them, I'll give him the cassock and the staff as a gift. In that case, they have no price." Xiao Yu's cheeks colored, showing that he was a good man, and he dismounted to greet the Bodhisattva. "Elder of the great law," he said, "forgive me. Our great Tang Emperor is a true lover of goodness, and every one of the civil and military officials in his courts act piously. This cassock would be just right for the hierarch Master Shin Xuanzang to wear in the great land and water mass that is now being conducted. You and I shall go into the palace to see his majesty." The Bodhisattva gladly followed him as he turned around and went straight in through the Donghua gate. The eunuchs reported their arrival, and they were summoned to the throne hall. Xiao Yu led the two scabby monks in, and they stood beneath the steps of the throne. "What have you come to report, Xiao Yu?" the emperor asked. Xiao Yu prostrated himself in front of the steps and replied, "When your subject went out through the Donghua gate, I met two monks who were selling a cassock and a staff. It occurred to me that this cassock would be suitable for Master Xuanzang to wear. So I have brought the monks for an audience with your majesty." The delighted Taizong asked how much the cassock cost. Still standing beneath the steps, and not making any gestures of courtesy, the Bodhisattva and Moxa replied, "The cassock costs 5,000 ounces of silver, and the staff 2,000. "What advantages does the cassock have to make it worth so much?" the emperor asked. To this, the Bodhisattva replied, "This cassock has a strand of dragon cape to save from being eaten by the rock, and a thread of a stork jacket to deliver from mortality and lead to sainthood. When one sits, 10,000 spirits come to pay homage. In all your actions, the 7 Buddhas will be with you. This cassock is made of silk reeled from giant ice worms, twisted into yarn by skillful craftsmen, woven by fairy beauties, finished by goddesses. The strips of cloth are joined with embroidered seams, each piece thick with brocade. The openwork decoration has a flower pattern, shimmering with color, shining with jeweled beauty. The wearer of this cassock is wreathed in red mist, and when it is taken off, colored clouds fly. Its primal light slipped out through the 3 gates of heaven. The magic vapor arose before the 5 sacred peaks. It is embroidered with layer upon layer of passion flowers, and gleams with pearls that shine like stars. At the 4 corners are night shining pearls. Set at the top is an emerald. Although it does not completely illuminate the original body, it shines with the light of the 8 treasures. This cassock is normally kept folded, and will only be worn by a sage. When kept folded, a rainbow shines through its 1,000 layers of wrapping. When it is worn by a sage, it will astonish the heavenly spirits and scare all demons. On top is an as-you-wish pearl, a mani pearl, a dust-repelling pearl, and a wind-calming pearl. There is also red agate, purple coral, night-shining pearls, and relics of the Buddha. They steal the white of the moon, rival the sun in redness. Their magic essence fills the sky. Their auspicious light honors the sage. Their magic essence fills the sky, shining through the gates of heaven. Their auspicious light honors the sage, illuminating the whole world. Shining on mountains and rivers, the essence frightens tigers and leopards. Illuminating oceans and islands, the light startles fishes and dragons. At the side are 2 rows of gold-plated hooks. At the neck are loops of whitest jade. There is a poem that goes, "Great are the 3 jewels, and honored be the way." The 4 kinds of life and 6 paths are all explained. Whoever knows and teaches the law of man and heaven can pass on the lamp of wisdom when he sees his original nature. It protects the body and makes it a world of gold, leaves body and mind pure as an ice-filled jar of jade. Ever since Buddha made his cassock, no one will ever dare to end the priesthood. When the Tang Emperor heard these words spoken in his throne hall, he was filled with joy, and he asked another question. "Monk, what is so wonderful about your 9-ringed staff?" "This staff of mine," the Bodhisattva replied, "is a 9-ring iron staff inlaid with copper, a 9-sectioned immortal's cane to preserve eternal youth. Held in your hand, it's light as a bone. As you go down the mountain, it brings white clouds." The 5th patriarch took it through the gates of heaven. When Lo Bu searched for his mother, he used it to smash the gates of earth. untouched by the filth of mortal dust. It gladly accompanies the young monk as he climbs the Jade Mountain. The Tang Emperor then ordered that the cassock be unfolded. On examining it from top to bottom, he saw that it was indeed a fine article. "Elder of the Great Law," he said, "I tell you truthfully that I am now propagating the good word and widely sowing seeds of blessing. At this moment, many monks are assembled at the Huasheng Monastery for recitation of the surahs. Among them is one monk of outstanding virtue, whose Buddha name is Xuanzang, and we wish to buy those 2 treasures of yours to give to him. So what is your price?" The Bodhisattva and Moxa put their hands together, intoned the name of the Buddha, and bowed down. "If he really is a virtuous monk," she said, "I shall give them to him, and I refuse to accept any money for them." With that, she turned and left. The emperor immediately told Xiao Yu to stop her as he rose to his feet and called out, "You told us that you wanted 5,000 ounces for the cassock, and 2,000 for the staff, but now that we have said we shall buy them, you refuse to take any money. Are you going to say that I abused my power to seize your things? We would never dream of it. We shall pay the price you asked, and will take no refusal." Raising her hand, the Bodhisattva said, "I made a vow that I would give them free to anyone who honored the 3 treasures, delighted in goodness, and believed in our Buddha. Now I have seen that your Majesty is a good and virtuous respecter of our Buddhist faith, and have heard that there is a monk of virtuous conduct who preaches the great law. It is only right that I should offer them to him. I don't want any money for them. I am leaving the things here. Goodbye." The Tang Emperor was very pleased with the monk's sincerity, and ordered that a large vegetarian banquet be given to thank him in the imperial kitchen. This the Bodhisattva refused to accept, and went airily off. There is no need to describe how she returned to her hideout in the local god's temple. Taizong arranged for a court to be held at midday, and sent Wei Zheng with a decree summoning Xuanzang to attend. He found the monastic official assembling the monks as he climbed the rostrum for the chanting of surahs and gathas. The moment he heard the decree, he came down from the rostrum, tidied his clothes, and went with Wei Zheng to the imperial presence. "Up till now, we have had nothing suitable with which to thank you, your grace, for your efforts in acquiring merit. This morning, Xiao Yu met 2 monks who have vowed to give you a precious brocade cassock and a 9-ringed monk's staff. We have therefore sent for you, master, to come and receive them," said the emperor. Xuanzang kowtowed in thanks. "If you do not reject it, your grace, let us see what it looks like on you." Xuanzang shook it open, draped it across his shoulders, took the staff in his hand, and stood respectfully before the steps of the throne. The monarch and all his ministers were overjoyed. He truly was a son of the Tathagata. Look at him. How elegant his imposing features. His Buddha vestments fit as if they had been made for him. The glow radiating from them fills heaven and earth, while the colors crystallize in the sky. Rows of gleaming pearls above and below, layers of golden threads joining front and back. a hood edged with brocade, embroidered with 10,000 strange designs. Patterns of the 8 treasures hold the threads of the buttons, while the golden collar is fastened with catches of velvet. The Buddha heavens are set out in order of eminence, while to left and right are the high and humble stars. Great is the destiny of Xuanzang, master of the law, who is worthy to accept this gift at present. He is just like a living arhat, excelling the enlightened one of the West. On the monkish staff the 9 rings clink, and richly glows the Vairocana meter. How true that he is a Buddha's son. It is no lie that he has surpassed enlightenment. All the civil and military officials cried out with admiration, and the emperor was delighted. Telling the master of the law to put the cassock on properly and take the staff, he granted him 2 bands of ceremonial attendants, and had a host of officials see him out of the palace and walk with him to his monastery. It was just like the procession for a top graduate in the palace examination. Xuanzang bowed once more to thank the emperor, and then set out, striding majestically along the highway. All the traveling merchants, the shopkeepers, the fashionable young men, the professional scribes, the men and women, young and old, in the city of Chang'an fought to get a look at him and praise him. "What a splendid master of the law," they said. "He's an arhat come down to earth, a living bodhisattva come to see us mortals." Xuanzang went straight to his monastery, where all the monks left their places of meditation to welcome him. When they saw the cassock he was wearing and the staff in his hand, they all said that King Ksitigarbha had come, did homage to him, and stood in attendance to left and right. Ascending the main hall, Xuanzang burned incense and worshipped Buddha, and when he had given an account of the emperor's grade, they all returned to their seats for meditation. Nobody noticed that the red wheel of the sun was now sinking in the west. As the sun sinks, plants and trees are veiled in mist, while the capital echoes to the bell and drum. After 3 chimes of the bell, nobody moves. The streets throughout the city are still. The monastery gleams with the light of its lamps. The village is lonely and silent. The Shan monks enter the trance and repair damaged sutras. A good way to purify oneself of evil and nourish the true nature. Time passed in the snap of a finger, and it was time for the special assembly on the 7th day. So Xuanzang wrote a memorial inviting the Tang emperor to come and burn incense. His reputation for piety had now spread throughout the empire. Taizong therefore led a large number of civil and military officials and his empresses, consorts, and their families to the monastery in a procession of carriages to the temple early that morning. Everyone in the city, whether young or old, humble or mighty, went to the temple to hear the preaching. The Bodhisattva said to Moxa, "Today is a special day of the great mass of land and water, which will go on from this 7th day to the 7th day, as is proper. You and I are going to mingle with the crowds for 3 reasons: to see the service, to see the golden cicada enjoying the blessing of wearing our treasure, and to hear what branch of the scriptures he preaches on. The pair of them went to the temple. They were fated to meet their old acquaintance, just as the wisdom returned to its own preaching place. When they went inside the monastery, they saw that this great and heavenly dynasty surpassed any other in the world, while the Jetavana monastery and the Sravana monastery were no match for this temple. Sacred music sounded clear above the shouting of Buddha names. When the Bodhisattva approached the preaching dais, she saw in Xuanzang the likeness of the wise golden cicada. As the poem goes, pure in every image, free of every speck of dirt, the great Xuanzang sat on his lofty dais. The lonely souls who have been delivered come in secret, while the well-born arrive to hear the law. Great in his wisdom in choosing suitable methods, all his life he has opened the doors of the scriptures. As they watch him preach the infinite law, the ears of young and old alike are filled with joy. As Guan Yin went to the temple preaching hall, she met an old acquaintance who was no common mortal. He spoke about every current matter, and mentioned the achievements of many a mortal era. The clouds of the Dharma settle over every mountain. The net of the teaching spreads right across the sky. If one counts the number of pious thoughts among humans, they are as plentiful as raindrops on red blossom. On his dais, the master of the law read through the sutra to give life and deliver the dead, discussed the heavenly charm to protect the country, and preached on the exhortation to cultivate merit. The Bodhisattva went up to the dais, hit it, and shouted at the top of her voice, "Why are you only talking about the doctrine of the little vehicle, monk? Can you preach about the great vehicle?" On hearing these questions, a delighted Xuanzang leapt down from his preaching dais, bowed to the Bodhisattva, and said, "Venerable teacher, your disciple has sinned grievously in failing to recognize you. We monks who stand before you only preach the law of the little vehicle, and we know nothing of the doctrine of the great vehicle. That doctrine of the little vehicle of yours will never bring the dead to rebirth. It's only good enough for a vulgar sort of enlightenment. Now, I have the 3 stores of the Buddha's law of the great vehicle that will raise the dead up to heaven, deliver sufferers from their torments, and free souls from the eternal coming and going." As the Bodhisattva was talking, the master of incense, an official who patrolled the temple, made an urgent report to the Tang Emperor that just when the master of the law was in the middle of preaching the wonderful law, a pair of scabby itinerant monks had dragged him down and were engaging him in wild argument. The emperor ordered them to be arrested and brought before him, and a crowd of men hustled the 2 of them into the rear hall of the monastery. When they saw Taizong, they neither raised their heads in greeting nor bowed, but looked him in the eye and said, "What does your majesty want to ask us about?" Recognizing them, the emperor asked, "Are you not the monk who gave us the cassock?" "That's right," replied the Bodhisattva. "If you came here to listen to the preaching, you should be satisfied with getting something to eat," said Taizong. "Why did you start ranting at the master of the law, disturbing the scripture hall, and interfering with our service to the Buddha?" "That master of yours was only teaching the doctrine of the little vehicle, which will never send the dead up to heaven," replied the Bodhisattva. "I have the 3 stores of the Buddha's law of the great vehicle, which can save the dead, deliver from suffering, and ensure that the body will live forever without coming to harm." Showing no signs of anger, Taizong earnestly asked where the Buddha's law of the great vehicle was. "It is in the Thunder Monastery, in the land of India in the west, where our Buddha lives," the Bodhisattva replied, "and it can untie the knots of all injustice and save the innocent from disaster." "Can you remember it?" the emperor asked, and the Bodhisattva answered, "Yes." Taizong then gave orders that this master of the law was to be taken to the dais and invited to preach. The Bodhisattva and Moxa flew up to the dais, then soared into the sky on magic clouds. She appeared in her own form as the deliverer from suffering, holding a twig of willow in a vase, and Moxa stood beside her as Huion, holding a stick and bristling with energy. The Tang Emperor was so happy that he bowed to heaven, while his civil and military officials all fell to their knees and burned incense. Everyone in the temple, monks, nuns, clerics, laypeople, scholars, workmen, and merchants, all bowed down and prayed, "Good Bodhisattva, good Bodhisattva." There is a description of her appearance. The sacred radiance shines around her. The holy light protects her Dharma body. In the glory of the highest heaven appears a female immortal. The Bodhisattva wore on her head marvelous pearl tassels, with golden clasps, set with turquoise and gleaming golden. She wore on her body a plain blue robe with flying phoenixes, pale-colored, patterned with running water, on which curled golden dragons. Before her breast hung a moon-bright, wind-dancing, pearl-encrusted, jade-set circlet full of fragrance. Around her waist was a skirt of embroidery and brocade from the jade pool, made from the silk of ice silkworms, with golden seams that rode on colored clouds. Before her went a white and yellow red-beaked parrot to fly across the Eastern Ocean, and all over the world in gratitude and duty. The vase she held gave grace and salvation, and in the vase was a sprig of weeping willow to sweep away the fog, scattering water on the heavens, cleansing all evil. Rings of jade looped over brocade buttons, and her golden lotus feet were concealed. She was able to visit the 3 heavens, for she was Guanyin, the rescuer from suffering. Taizong was so entranced that he forgot all about his empire. The ministers and generals were so captivated that they forgot all about court etiquette, and the masses all intoned, "Glory be to the Bodhisattva Guanyin." Taizong ordered that a skilled painter was to make a true likeness of the Bodhisattva, and no sooner had the words left his mouth Then the brilliant and enlightened portrayer of gods and immortals, Wu Daozi, was chosen. He was the man who later did the pictures of distinguished ministers in the cloud-piercing pavilion. Wielding his miraculous brush, he painted a true likeness on the spot. The Bodhisattva's magic cloud slowly faded into the distance, and a moment later the golden light could be seen no more. All that was visible was a note drifting down from the sky, on which could be read the following brief address in verse. Greetings to the Lord of the Great Tang. In the West are miraculous scriptures. Although the road is 60,000 miles long, the great vehicle will offer its help. When these scriptures are brought back to your country, they will save devils and deliver the masses. If anyone is willing to go for them, his reward will be a golden body. When he had read these lines, Taizong issued an order to the assembly of monks. Suspend this service until we have sent someone to fetch the scriptures of the great vehicle, and then you shall once more strive sincerely to achieve good retribution. The monks all obeyed his instructions. The emperor then asked those present in the monastery, "Who is willing to accept our commission to go to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha and fetch the scriptures?" Before he had finished his question, the master of the law came forward, bowed low in greeting, and said, "Although I am lacking in ability, I would like to offer my humble efforts to fetch the true scriptures for your majesty, and thus ensure the eternal security of your empire." The Tang emperor, who was overjoyed to hear this, went forward to raise him to his feet. "Master," he said, "if you are prepared to exert your loyalty and wisdom to the full, not fearing the length of the journey or the rivers and mountains you will have to cross, I shall make you my own sworn brother." Xuanzang kowtowed to him to thank him. As the Tang emperor was indeed a man of wisdom and virtue, he went to a place before the Buddha in the monastery, where he bowed to Xuanzang 4 times, calling him younger brother and holy monk. Xuanzang thanked him effusively. "Your Majesty," he said, "I have no virtue or talent that fits me for the sacred honor of being treated as your kinsman. On this journey I shall give my all and go straight to the Western Heaven. If I fail to reach there or obtain the true scriptures, then I shall not return to this country even in death, and shall fall for eternity into hell." He burned incense in front of the Buddha to mark his vow. The happy emperor ordered his chariot to take him back to the palace. Later, on an auspicious day, would be chosen on which Xuanzang would be given a passport and set out. With that, he returned, and everyone dispersed. Xuanzang went back to the Hongfu monastery, where the many monks and his few personal disciples had already heard that he was going to fetch the scriptures. They came to ask if it was true that he had vowed to go to the Western Heaven. On being told by Xuanzang that it was indeed true, his pupils said, "Teacher, we have heard that the journey to the Western Heaven is a long one, and that there are many tigers, leopards, fiends, and demons on the way. We are afraid that you may lose your life and never come back." I have sworn a great vow that I shall fall into hell for eternity if I do not get the true scriptures, replied Zhuangzhang. Besides, as I have been so favored by his majesty, I shall have to show my loyalty to the utmost if I am to repay the country for his honor. But it will be a journey into the unknown, and there is no saying what my fate will be. My pupils, he went on to say, 2 or 3 years after I set out, or it may be as much as 6 or 7, that pine tree inside the monastery gate will turn to the east, which will mean that I am coming back. If it does not, you can be sure that I will not return. All his disciples committed his words most carefully to memory. At court the next morning, Taizong assembled his civil and military officials, and wrote out the document Xuanzang would need to fetch the scriptures, stamping it with the imperial seal that gave the right to travel freely. When an imperial astrologer reported that this day was under an auspicious star for setting out on a long journey, the Tang emperor was delighted. A eunuch official came in to report, "The imperial younger brother, the master of the law, awaits a summon outside the palace doors." Calling him into the throne hall, Taizong said, "Brother, today is a lucky one for starting on a journey. And here is a pass that will let you through the checkpoints. I am also giving you a golden bowl with which you may beg for food on your journey, in addition to choosing 2 experienced travelers to accompany you, and presenting you with a horse to carry you on your long journey. You may now set out." Xuanzang, who was very happy to hear this, thanked the emperor and took the presents. He was now more eager than ever to be off. Taizong and a host of officials went by carriage to accompany him to the checkpoint. When they got there, they found that the monks of the Hongfu monastery and Xuanzang's own disciples were waiting outside with his summer and winter clothing. As soon as he saw this, the Tang emperor ordered that it be packed and horses be provided, and then told an official to pour out some wine. Raising his cup, he asked, "Brother, what is your courtesy name?" "As I am not of the world, I do not have one," replied Xuanzang. "The Bodhisattva said yesterday that there are 3 stores, Sunzang, of scriptures in the western heaven. You, brother, should take a courtesy name from this. What about Sunzang?" Thanking the emperor for his kindness, he accepted the cup of wine with the words, "Your Majesty, liquor is the first of the things from which a monk must abstain, and so I have never drunk it." "Today's journey is exceptional," Taizong replied, "and besides, this is a non-alcoholic wine, so you should drink this cup and let us feel that we have seen you off properly." Unable to refuse any longer, Sanzang took the wine, and was on the point of drinking it, when he saw Taizong bend down, take a pinch of dust in his fingers, and flick it into his cup. Seeing Sanzang's incomprehension, Taizong laughed and said, "Dear brother, when will you return from this journey to the western heaven?" "I shall be back in this country within 3 years," Sanzang replied. "The days and years will be long, the mountains will be high, and the road will lead you far away," said Taizong. So you should drink this wine to show that you have more love for a pinch of dust from home than for thousands of ounces of foreign gold." Only then did Sun Zang understand the significance of the pinch of dust, and, thanking the emperor once more, he drained the cup, took his leave of him, and went out through the checkpoint. The emperor went back to the palace. If you don't know what happened on the journey, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 13. He falls into the tiger's den and is saved by the planet Venus. On Double Forked Peak, Boken entertains the priest. The great Tang Emperor issued an edict, sending Sanzang to learn the dhyana teachings. With firmness and patience, he seeks the dragon's lair, determined to carry on till he climbs the Vulture Peak. On his long journey, he will visit many a country. Thousands of cloud-capped mountains lie before him. Now he leaves the emperor and sets out for the west, cleaving to the faith and aware of the great void. It has already been told how Sanzang was seen off at the checkpoint outside Chang'an by the Tang Emperor and a host of officials on the 12th day of the 9th month in the 13th year of Shen Guan. For 2 days his horse's hooves were never still, and he soon reached the Fa Min monastery, where the abbot came out to meet him at the head of 500 and more monks drawn up in 2 lines. Taking Sanzang inside, he greeted him, offered him tea, and then gave him a monastic meal. By the time the meal was over, night had fallen. As it approached the Milky Way, the moon was free from any dust. The wild goose called to the distant traveler, while washing boards could be heard by neighbors. Roosting birds perch in the withered trees. The dhyana monks chant Sanskrit music. On their seats with hassocks of rushes, they sit until the middle of the night. In the lamplight, the monks were discussing the true teachings of the Buddhist faith and the reasons for going to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures. Some said that there would be wide rivers and high mountains to cross. Some that there would be many a tiger and leopard along the way. Some that the lofty ranges and cliffs would be hard to cross. And some that there would be evil demons and foul fiends difficult to subdue. Sanzang kept his lips sealed. He said nothing, only pointing to his heart and nodding occasionally. The monks, unable to understand what he meant, put their hands together and asked, "Why do you point to your heart and nod your head, master?" "When the heart and mind live," Sanzang replied, "every kind of evil lives, but when they are extinguished, evil is extinguished too. I made a great vow to the Buddha in the Huasheng monastery that if I failed to achieve this mission, it would not be for lack of trying. I am determined to reach the western heaven, where I may see the Buddha and ask for the scriptures, so that the wheel of the law may revolve and our sage emperor enjoy eternal security." On hearing his words, the monks all expressed their admiration, saying as if with one voice, "What a loyal and brave hierarch." With praises still on their lips, they invited the master to go to bed and wished him a peaceful night's sleep. Before long, the bamboo clappers were sounding for the setting moon, while the cocks greeted the dawn with their crowing. The monks all got up and prepared tea and breakfast. Sanzang put on his cassock and went to worship the Buddha in the main hall. Your disciple Qin Sungzang, he said, is going to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures, but my fleshly eye is too dim to see the true image of the living Buddha. I now vow that whenever I come across a temple on my journey, I shall burn incense. Whenever I see a Buddha's image, I shall worship it. And whenever I pass a stupa, I shall sweep it. My only wish is that Buddha, in his mercy, will soon appear to me in his golden body, and give me the true scriptures to take back and propagate in the land of the East. When he had prayed, he went back to the abbot's room for breakfast. After breakfast, his two attendants saddled the horse and set off at a good pace. At the gate of the monastery, Sanzang took his leave of the monks, who were so unwilling to be parted from him that they accompanied him for some 3 miles before turning back with tears in their eyes, while Sanzang carried on westwards. It was autumn weather. Leafless trees in the village, and fallen the reed flowers. The red leaves had dropped from maple and willow. The way was foggy and damp, and few were the friends that he met. Beautiful the yellow chrysanthemums, delicate the mountain spurs. Sad to see the lotus withered, now the water was cold. White duckweed and red smartweed were turned to snow by the frost. Solitary ducks coming down from the clouds, dropping from the sky, where pale and wispy clouds were scudding. The swallows had departed, the migrant geese were here, and their honking shattered the night. When the master and his attendants had been traveling for several days, they reached the city of Guangzhou, where all the local officials were waiting to greet them and take them into the city. After a night's rest, they set out again the next morning. They ate when they were hungry and drank when they were thirsty, traveling by day and stopping at night. 2 or 3 days later, they reached the garrison city of Hizhou, which was on the frontier of the great Tang Empire. The garrison commander and the local Buddhist monks and priests had all heard that the master of the law, the imperial younger brother, was going to the west on his majesty's orders to see the Buddha, so they were all very respectful. The director of monks took him into the city, provided him with all he needed, and invited him to spend the night in the Fuyuan monastery. All the monks of the monastery came to pay their respects to him, and when he had finished the meal they prepared for him, he told his attendants to give the horse a good feed, as they would be setting out before dawn. As soon as the cocks started to crow, he called for his attendants, thus disturbing the monks, who brought him tea and food. When he had eaten, he crossed the frontier. In his impatience, Sanzang got up too soon. As it was late autumn, the cocks had crowed very early, and it was still only about 2 in the morning. The 3 of them, 4 including the horse, covered about a dozen miles through the frost, finding their way by light of the moon, until they saw a large mountain in front of them. They had to push the undergrowth aside as they looked for their way, and the going was indescribably rough and difficult. Just when they were wondering whether they were lost, all three of them and the horse stumbled and fell into a pit. Sun Zong was thrown into a panic, and his attendants were trembling with fear, when, to add their terror, they heard roars coming from further inside, and loud shouts of, "Get 'em! Get 'em!" With a ferocious blast of wind, a crowd of 50 or 60 fiends fell upon them and dragged them out. When the shivering and shaking master of the law took a stealthy look, he saw a thoroughly evil demon king sitting above them. Truly, he was mighty of stature, ferocious of face. His eyes flashed like lightning, his thunderous voice shook the four quarters. Protruding, saw-edged teeth bared fangs like chisels. His body was clad in brocade, and his back was covered with its patterns. A beard of steel concealing his face, hooked claws sharp as frost. The white-browed king of the southern mountain, feared by the yellow lord of the eastern sea. The sight of him frightened Sun Zong out of his wits, and made his two attendants feel their bones turn to jelly and their muscles go numb. When the Demon King roared out an order to tie them up, the fiends bound them with rope. He was just on the point of devouring them, when a great noise was heard outside, and the arrival of Mountain Lord Bear and Hermit Ox was announced. Sun Zong looked up and saw that one of them was a dark fellow. Can you imagine what he looked like? A hero of great courage, light and strong in body, powerful in crossing rivers, showing his awesome might as he runs through the woods. Always blessed with lucky dreams, he now revealed his unique valor. He could uproot and snap a green tree, and when he left cold, he could change the weather. Clearly, he shows his miraculous powers, for which he is known as the Mountain Lord. Behind him, Sun Zong saw a fat man. Do you know what he looked like? A hat with two towering horns, his shoulders squarely set. He liked to wear dull-colored clothes, and his pace was always sluggish. His male ancestors were called Bull. His mother was known as Cow. As he could work for farmers, his name was Hermit Ox. When these two came swaggering in, the Demon King rushed out to greet them. "General Yin," said Mountain Lord Bear, "I must congratulate you. You're always so successful." "General Yin," said Hermit Ox, "my felicitations on being ever victorious." "How have things been with you two gentlemen recently?" asked the Demon King. "Much as usual," replied Mountain Lord. "I get by," answered the hermit. These preliminaries over, the three of them sat down to laugh and joke together. Sun Zong's two attendants, meanwhile, were howling pitifully in their bonds. "How did those three get here?" asked the dark fellow. "They delivered themselves to the front door," the Demon King replied. "Will you be serving them to your friends?" asked the hermit with a smile. "I should be honored to," answered the Demon King. "We won't need them all," remarked the Mountain Lord. "We could eat two and keep the third." With a "naw" of obedience, the Demon King told his servants to cut open the two attendants, scoop their hearts out, and chopped their bodies into mince. He presented the heads, hearts, and livers to his two guests, eating the limbs himself and dividing the rest of the flesh and bones among the fiends. All that could be heard was a crunching and a munching that sounded just like tigers devouring lambs, and in a few moments it had all been eaten up. Sunzong was almost dead with fright, yet this was only his first tribulation, coming so soon after leaving Chang'an. In his despair, he noticed that the east was beginning to grow light, and when dawn broke, the two monsters left, saying, "We have been handsomely entertained today, and we shall repay your hospitality in full another day." With that, they both rushed out. A moment later, the red sun rose high in the sky, but Sanzang was too befuddled to know where he was. Just when all seemed lost, an old man appeared, walking towards him with the help of a stick. He came up to Sanzang, broke all his bonds with the wave of his hand, and revived him by blowing into his face. Sanzang fell to his knees and bowed low to him, saying, "Thank you, venerable ancient, for saving my humble life." The old man returned his bow and said, "Get up. Have you lost anything?" "My attendants have been eaten by monsters, and I don't know where my baggage or my horse is," replied Sanzang. The old man pointed with his stick and asked, "Isn't that a horse with 2 baggage rolls over there?" When Sanzang turned round, he saw that his things had not been lost after all, which somewhat relieved his anxiety. "Venerable sir," he asked, "what is this place, and how did you get here?" "This is the double-forked mountain, where tigers and leopards make their dens. How did you fall in here?" "I crossed the frontier at the garrison city of Hizhao at cockcrow, not realizing that I had got up too early," replied Sanzang. "Just as we were making our way through frost and dew, we suddenly fell into this pit. A dreadfully ferocious demon king appeared and had me and my attendants tied up. Then a dark fellow called Mountain Lord Bear and a fat one called Hermit Ox came in, and they addressed the Demon King as General Yin. The 3 of them ate up my 2 attendants, and their party only ended at dawn. I cannot imagine why I should have been fated with the good fortune of you coming to rescue me, venerable sir." "The hermit is a wild bull spirit, the mountain lord is a bear spirit, and General Yin is a tiger spirit," the old man replied. "The fiends who serve him are mountain spirits, tree devils, monsters, and wolves. The reason they did not eat you was because your fundamental nature is enlightened. Come with me, and I'll show you the way." Overcome with gratitude, Sanzang put the packs on his horse and led it by the bridle as he followed the old man out of the pit and on to the main road. Tying the horse to a bush beside the road, he turned round to bow low to the old man and thank him. But the old man changed into a puff of wind and rose into the sky on the back of a red-crested white crane. All that could be seen was a piece of paper drifting down in the wind, with 4 lines of verse written on it. "I am the planet Venus of the western heaven, who came to save your life. In the journey ahead, you will have divine disciples. Do not, in your troubles, feel angry with the Scriptures. When he had read this, Sanzang worshipped heaven and said, Many thanks, planet, for delivering me from this danger. This done, he continued on his difficult journey, feeling very lonely as he led his horse along. On this mountain there were cold rains and winds howling in the trees, streams splashing noisily down gullies, fragrant wild flowers, screens of rocks and boulders. Deer and ape made raucous howls. Roebuck and muntjac ran in herds. Many were the songs of birds, but there was no trace of man. The abbot was trembling and uneasy. His horse could barely lift its hooves. Sanzang did not spare himself as he pressed ahead amid the mountain peaks. He had been going for many hours without seeing any sign of a human house. He was hungry and finding the going heavy. Just at this critical moment, he saw in front of him a pair of ferocious tigers roaring, while two long snakes were coiled up behind him. To his left were venomous reptiles, and to his right were terrible monsters. Being by himself and unable to think of a way out, Sanzang prepared to abandon his mind and body and let heaven do as it would. Besides, the horse's back was now so tired and its legs so bent that it fell to its knees on the ground and collapsed. Sanzang could not move it, either by blows or by dragging it at its bridle. The poor master of the law, who had nowhere to shelter, was feeling thoroughly wretched, convinced that nothing could save him from death. But when his troubles were at their worst, someone came to his rescue. Just when all seemed lost, he saw the venomous reptiles and the evil monsters flee, while the tigers and the snakes hid themselves. Sanzang looked up and saw a man coming across the hillside with a steel trident in his hand, and bow and arrows at his waist. Just look and see what a fine chap he was. On his head, a leopard skin hat with Artemisia patterns. On his body, a coat of woolen cloth. Round his waist was tied a lion belt. On his feet, a pair of deerskin boots. His eyes were as round as an evil spirit's. His curly beard was like the evil god of the moons. From his waist hung a bow with poisoned arrows, and in his hand was a steel-tipped trident. The thunder of his voice would make a wild beast tremble, and his ferocity terrified the pheasants. Seeing him approach, Sanzang knelt down beside the path, put his hands together, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Spare me, bandit king, spare me!" The man went over to him, put down his trident, and raised him to his feet. "Don't be frightened, venerable monk," he said. "I'm not a bad man. I'm a hunter who lives in these mountains. My name is Liu Bokin, and I am known as the Warden of the Mountain. I came along here because I wanted a couple of animals for the pot. I never expected to meet you here. I must have offended you." "I am a monk sent by the Emperor of the Great Tang to visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven and ask for the Scriptures," Sanzang replied. I had just got here when I found myself completely surrounded by wolves, tigers, snakes, and other creatures, which meant that I could not go further. Then suddenly you appeared, High Warden, and saved my life. Thank you very much indeed. Those of us who live here, replied Liu Bokin, can only support ourselves by killing tigers and wolves, and catching snakes and other reptiles, which is why all those animals fled in terror from me. As you are from the Tang Empire, we are compatriots. This is still the territory of the Great Tang, and I am a Tang citizen. Both of us depend on the Emperor's lands and rivers for our food and drink, and we are fellow countrymen, so there is nothing to fear. You must come with me to my hut, and your horse can rest. I'll take you on your way tomorrow. Sanzang, who was delighted to hear this, thanked him and went along behind him, leading the horse. When they had crossed the mountainside, they heard a sound like the howling of a wind. "Sit down here and don't move, venerable monk," said Bokin. "That noise like a wind means that a mountain cat is coming. Just wait a moment while I catch it. Then I can take it home to feed you with." This news terrified Sanzang that he dared not move. The High Warden was striding forward, brandishing his trident to meet the animal, when a striped tiger appeared in front of him. At the sight of Liu Bokin, the animal turned to flee, but the High Warden let out a thunderclap of a shout. "Where do you think you're going, wretch?" When the tiger realized that Liu Bokin was in hot pursuit, it turned and charged him, baring its claws. The High Warden raised his trident to meet his opponent. At the sight of all this, Sanzang collapsed on the grass, paralyzed with fear. Never had he seen anything so terrifying in all his born days. The tiger and the High Warden fought a magnificent battle under the mountain. Bursting with anger, mad with rage. Bursting with anger, the warden bristled, immensely strong. Mad with rage, the striped tiger snorted out red dust as it showed its might. One bared its teeth and brandished its claws. The other twisted and turned. The trident thrust against the heavens and blotted out the sun. The patterned tail stirred up mist and clouds. One made wild stabs at the chest. The other struck at the head. To avoid the blows was to win a new life. A hit was an appointment with the King of Hell. All that could be heard was the tiger bellowing and the High Warden shouting. When the tiger bellowed, mountains and rivers split open, to the terror of birds and beasts. At the High Warden's shouts, the sky was parted and the stars revealed. The tiger's golden eyes were bulging with fury. The hunter's valiant heart was full of wrath. How admirable was High Warden Liu of the mountain. How splendid the lord of the beasts of the land. As man and tiger fought for victory, whoever weakened would lose his life. After the pair of them had been fighting for about 2 hours, the tiger's claws began to slacken as it grew tired, and just then the High Warden smote him full in the chest with his trident. Its points pierced the animal's liver and heart, a pitiful sight. Within an instant the ground was covered with its blood, as the hunter dragged it along the path by its ears. What a man! Without panting, and with his expression unchanged, he said to Sanzang, "What a piece of luck! This mountain cat will be enough to feed you for a whole day." Sanzang was full of praise for him. "High Warden, you really are a mountain god." "It was nothing," said Liu Boqin, "so please don't exaggerate. This is all the result of your blessings. Come on, let's skin it and boil up some of its meat as soon as we can, so as to get you fed." Holding his trident in one hand and dragging the tiger with the other, he led the way, while Sanzang followed, leading his horse. As they wound their way across the mountain, a cottage suddenly came into view. In front of its gate there were ancient trees reaching up to the sky, wild creepers covering the path. Cool were the wind and dust in the valleys. Strange vapors coiled around the cliffs. The scent of wild flowers was all along the path. Deep, deep the green of the bamboos. A thatched gatehouse, a fenced yard, both pretty as a picture. A stone bridge, whitewashed mud walls, charming austerity. The loneliness of autumn, airy isolation. Yellow leaves lay fallen beside the path. White clouds drifted above the peaks. Mountain birds sang in the woods, while a puppy barked outside the gate. When he reached the gate, the High Warden, Liu Boqin, threw the tiger and shouted, "Where are you, lads?" 3 or 4 servants of strange and repulsive appearance came out, and with much pulling and tugging, they carried the tiger in. Boqin told them to skin it at once and prepare it to offer to their guest, then turned round to welcome Sanzang in. When they had formally greeted each other, Sanzang bowed to Boqin to thank him for taking pity on him and saving his life. "Why bother to thank me? We're fellow countrymen." When Sanzang had been offered a seat and served with tea, an old woman came out to greet him, followed by a young one. Liu Boqin explained that they were his mother and his wife. "Madam, please take the highest seat while I bow to you," said Sanzang. "You are a guest from afar, venerable monk, so let us each preserve our dignity, and neither bow to the other," the old woman replied. "Mother," said Liu Boqin, "he has been sent by His Majesty the Tang Emperor to go to the Western Heaven to see the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. I met him on the mountain, and I thought that as we were fellow countrymen, I should invite him home to rest before I take him on his way tomorrow." The old woman was delighted. "Good, good," she said. "But it would be even better to ask him to stay longer. Tomorrow is the anniversary of your father's passing away, and I would like to trouble the venerable monk to say some prayers and read a sutra for him. You could take him on his way the day after." Although this Boqin was a tiger killer, and the high warden of the mountain. He was a dutiful son, and when he heard the suggestion, he made ready paper and incense, and asked Sanzang to stay. While they talked, they had not noticed the evening drawing in. The servants set out a table and stools, then brought in several dishes of tender tiger meat, which they placed steaming hot on the table. Liu Boqin asked Sanzang to help himself while he served the rice. Putting his hands together in front of his chest, Sanzang replied, "This is wonderful, but I must tell you, frankly, that I have been a monk ever since I left my mother's womb, so I am quite unable to eat meat." Boqin thought for a while before replying. "Venerable monk, our family has not eaten vegetarian food for generations. When we cut bamboo shoots, pick fungus, gather wild vegetables for drying, or make bean curd, we always cook them in the fat of roebuck, deer, tiger, or leopard. So even they aren't really vegetarian. And our 2 cooking pots are steeped in fat. So what are we to do? I'm afraid it was wrong of me to ask you here." "There's no need to worry," Sanzong replied. "Please go ahead and eat. I'd go without food for 4 or 5 days, or even starve, rather than break the monastic rule about vegetarian food." "But we can't have you starving to death," protested Liu Boqin. "Thanks to your great kindness, High Warden, I was saved from the packs of tigers and wolves. Even if I were to starve to death, it would be better than providing a meal for tigers." Liu Boqin's mother, who had been listening to their conversation, said, "Don't talk nonsense, son. I've got some vegetarian things that we can offer to him." "Where did you get them from?" Liu Boqin asked, to which his mother replied, "Never you mind how, but I've got them." She told her daughter-in-law to take down the little cooking pot, burn the fat out of it, scrub it, and wash it several times over, then put it back on the stove. Then they half filled it with boiling water that they threw away. Next, she poured boiling water on mountain elm leaves to make tea, boiled up some millet, and cooked some dried vegetables. This was then all put into 2 bowls and set on the table. Then the old woman said to Sanzang, "Please eat, venerable monk. This is completely pure tea and food that I and my daughter-in-law have prepared." Sanzang thanked them and sat down in the seat of honor. Another place was laid for Liu Boqin, where were set out bowls and dishes full of the meat of tiger, roebuck, snake, fox, and hare, as well as dried venison, all cooked without salt or sauce, which he was going to eat while Sanzang had his vegetarian meal. He had just sat down and was on the point of picking up his chopsticks when he noticed Sanzang put his hands together to recite some scripture, which so alarmed him that instead of picking up his chopsticks, he stood beside him. When Sanzang had recited a few lines, he urged Boqin to eat. "Are you a short sutra monk, then?" Boqin asked. "That wasn't a sutra. It was a grace before eating." "You get up to all sorts of tricks. Fancy reciting sutras at mealtimes," was Boqin's comment. When the meal was over and the dishes had been cleared away, Liu Boqin invited Sanzang out into the gathering darkness for a stroll at the back. They went along an alley and came to a thatched hut. On pushing the doors open and going in, Sanzang saw bows and crossbows hanging on the walls, and quivers filled with arrows. From the beams were strung 2 gory and stinking tiger skins, and at the foot of the wall were stood many spears, swords, tridents, and clubs. In the middle were 2 seats. Liu Boqin urged Sanzang to sit down, but Sanzang could not bear to stay there long among the horrifying filth, so he went outside. Going further to the back, they came to a large garden full of clumps of yellow chrysanthemums and red maple trees. Then, with a whinnying noise, about a dozen plump deer and a large herd of roebuck ran out. They were docile and unfrightened on seeing humans. "Were those roebuck and deer raised by you?" asked Sanzang. "Yes," replied Boqin. "When you Shang'an people have some money, you buy valuables, and when you have land, you accumulate grain. But we hunters can only keep a few wild animals for a rainy day." Dusk had fallen unnoticed as the 2 of them talked, and now they went back to the house to sleep. Early the next morning, the whole family, young and old, got up and prepared vegetarian food for the monk, and then they asked him to start reciting sutras. Sanzang washed his hands, went to the family shrine of the High Warden, burned incense there, and worshipped, then beat his wooden fish, as he recited first a prayer to purify his mouth, then a holy spell to purify his body and mind, and finally the sutra to deliver the dead. When he had finished, Boqin asked him to write out a letter of introduction for the dead man, and also recite the Diamond Sutra and the Guanyin Sutra. Sanzang recited them in a loud, clear voice, and then ate lunch, after which he read out the several chapters of the Lotus Sutra, the Amitabha Sutra, as well as 1 chapter of the Peacock Sutra, and told the story of the cleansing of the bhikshu. By now it was dark, and when they had burned all kinds of incense, paper money, and paper horses for all the gods, and the letter of introduction for the dead man, the service was over, and everyone went to bed and slept soundly. The soul of Boqin's father, now delivered from being a drowned ghost, came to the house that night and appeared in a dream to everyone in the family. "I suffered long in the underworld, unable to find deliverance," he said. "But now that the saintly monk has wiped out my sins by reading some scriptures, King Yama has had me sent back to the rich land of China to be reborn in an important family. You must reward him generously and no half measures. Now I'm going." Indeed, great is the significance of the majestic law that saves the dead from suffering and the Morris. When they all awoke from their dreams, the sun had already risen in the east. Boqin's wife said, "Warden, your father came to me in a dream last night. He said that he had suffered long in the underworld and couldn't find deliverance. Now that the saintly monk has wiped out his sins by reading some scriptures, King Yama has had him sent back to the rich land of China to be reborn in an important family. He told us to thank him generously and no half measures. When he said this, he went out through the door and drifted away. He didn't answer when I called, and I couldn't make him stay. Then I woke up and realized that it was a dream. I had a dream just like yours, replied Liu Bokin. Let's go and tell Mother about it. As they were on the point of doing this, they heard his mother shout, "Come here, Bokin, my son. There's something I want to tell you." The two of them went into her to find the old woman sitting on the bed. "My child, I had a happy dream last night. Your father came home and said that thanks to his salvation by the venerable monk, his sins have been wiped out, and he is gone to be reborn in an important family in the rich land of China." Husband and wife laughed for joy, and her son said, "I and my wife both had this dream, and we were just coming to tell you when you called to us. So now it turns out that you had it too." They told everyone in the house to get up to thank Sunzong and get his horse loaded and ready. They all bowed to him, and he said, "Many thanks, venerable monk, for recommending my father for delivery from his sufferings and for rebirth. We can never repay this debt of gratitude." "What powers have I that you should thank me?" replied Sunzong. Bokin told him about what the three of them had been told in their dreams, and Sunzong was happy too. Then they gave him his breakfast and an ounce of silver as an expression of their thanks, but he would not take a single penny of it, although the whole family begged and beseeched him to do so. "If, in your mercy, you could escort me for the next stage of my journey, I would be deeply touched," he said. All that Bokin, his mother, and his wife could do then was to prepare some scones of coarse wheaten flour as his provisions, and make sure that Bokin escorted him a long way. Sunzong gladly accepted the food. On his mother's orders, the High Warden told 2 or 3 servants to bring hunting gear as they set off together along the road. They saw no end of wild mountain scenery. When they had been traveling for some time, they saw a mountain in front of them, a high and precipitous one that towered right up to the azure sky. Before long, they had reached its base. The High Warden climbed it as if he were walking on level ground. And when they were halfway over it, he turned round, stood beside the path, and said, "Venerable monk, I must ask you to take yourself on from here. I have to go back." On hearing this, Sansong tumbled out of his saddle to say, "Please, please take me another stage, High Warden." "You don't seem to know that this is called Double Boundary Mountain," said the High Warden. "The eastern part belongs to our Great Tang, but the western parts is Tatar territory. The tigers and wolves on that side are not subject to my control, which is why I can't cross the boundary. You must go on by yourself." The monk was so alarmed to hear this that he waved his arms around and grabbed hold of the hunter's clothes and sleeves, weeping and refusing to let him go. When at last Sanzong was bowing repeatedly to the hunter to take his leave, a shout like thunder came from under the mountain. "My master's come! My master's come!" Sanzong stood frozen with fear at the sound of it, and Bokeem had to hold him up. If you don't know who it was who shouted, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 14. The Mind Ape returns to truth. The 6 bandits disappear without trace. Buddha is the mind is Buddha. Mind and Buddha have always needed things. When you know that there are no things and no mind, then you are a Buddha with a true mind and a Dharma body. A Dharma-bodied Buddha has no form. A single divine light contains the 10,000 images. The bodiless body is the true body. The imageless image is the real image. It is not material, not empty, and not non-empty. It does not come or go, nor does it return. It is not different, nor the same. It neither is nor isn't. It can't be thrown away or caught, nor seen or heard. The inner and outer divine light are everywhere the same. A Buddha kingdom can be found in a grain of sand. A grain of sand can hold 1,000 words. In a single body and mind, all dharmas are the same. For wisdom, the secret of no mind is essential. To be unsullied and unobstructed is to be pure of karma. When you do no good and do no evil, you become a Kasyapa Buddha. The terror-stricken Liu Bokeem and Sanzang then heard another shout of, "My master's come!" "That must be the old monkey who lives in a stone cell under this mountain shouting," said the servants. "Yes, yes," said the High Warden. "What old monkey?" asked Sanzang, and the High Warden replied, "This mountain used to be called 5 Elements Mountain, and its name was only changed to Double Boundary Mountain when our great Tang Emperor fought his western campaign to pacify the country. I once heard an old man say that in the days when Wang Mang usurped the Han throne, heaven sent down this mountain and crushed a monkey under it. This monkey doesn't mind heat or cold, and neither eats nor drinks. He's guarded by a local tutelary god who gives him iron pellets when he's hungry, and molten copper when he's thirsty. Although he's been there since ancient times, he hasn't died of cold or hunger. It must have been him shouting, 'There's nothing for you to be afraid of, venerable sir. Let's go down and have a look.' Sanzang had to follow him, leading his horse down the mountain. A mile or two later, they saw that there really was a monkey poking out his head out of a stone cell and making desperate gestures with his outstretched hands as he shouted, 'Master, why didn't you come here before? Thank goodness you're here, thank goodness. If you get me out of here, I guarantee that you'll reach the western heaven.' Do you know what the venerable monk saw when he went forward for a closer look? A pointed mouth and sunken cheeks, fiery eyes with golden pupils. His head was thick with moss, and climbing figs grew from his ears. By his temples grew little hair, but a lot of grass. Under his chin there was a sedge instead of a beard. Dirt between his eyebrows and mud on his nose made him an utter mess. On his coarse fingers and thick palms was filth in plenty. He was so happy that he rolled his eyes and made pleasant noises. Although his tongue was nimble, he couldn't move his body. He was the great sage of 500 years ago, who today could not escape the net of heaven. High Warden Liu showed great courage in going up to him, pulling away the grass that was growing beside his temples, and the sedge under his chin, and asking, "What have you got to say?" "I've got nothing to say," the monkey replied. "You just tell that monk to come over here while I ask him a question." "What question do you want to ask me?" said Sanzong. "Are you the fellow sent to the western heaven by the Emperor of the East to fetch the scriptures?" asked the monkey. "Yes, I am," Sanzong replied. "Why do you ask?" "I am the great sage equaling heaven who wrecked the heavenly palace 500 years ago. The Lord Buddha put me under this mountain for my criminal insubordination. Some time ago, the Bodhisattva Guanyin went to the east on the Buddha's orders to find someone who could fetch the scriptures. When I asked her to save me, she told me that I was to give up evil-doing, return to the Buddha's law, and do all I could to protect the traveler when he went to the Western Paradise to worship Buddha and fetch the scriptures. She said that there's something in it for me when that's done. Ever since then, I've been waiting day and night with eager anticipation for you to come and save me, Master. I swear to protect you on your way to fetch the scriptures, and to be your disciple." Sanzong, delighted to hear this, said, "Although you now have these splendid intentions, and wish to become a monk thanks to the teaching of the Bodhisattva, I've no axe or chisel. So how am I to get you out?" "There's no need for axes or chisels. As long as you're willing to save me, I can get myself out," the monkey replied. "I'm willing to save you," Sanzong said. "But how are you to get out?" "On top of the mountain, there's a detention order by the Tathagata Buddha, written in letters of gold. If you climb the mountain and tear it off, I'll be straight out." Accepting his suggestion, Sanzong turned round to ask Liu Boqin if he would go up the mountain with him. "I don't know whether he's telling the truth or not," said Boqin, at which the monkey shouted at the top of his voice, "It's true! I wouldn't dare lie about that." So Liu Boqin told his servants to lead the horse, while he helped Sanzong up the mountain. By hanging on to creepers, they managed to reach the summit, where they saw a myriad beams of golden light, and 1,000 wisps of propitious vapor coming from a large square rock, on which was pasted a paper seal bearing the golden words, "Om Mani Padme Hum." Sanzong went up and knelt down before the rock, then read the golden words and bowed his head to the ground a number of times. He looked to the west and prayed, "I am the believer Chen Xuanzang, sent on imperial orders to fetch the scriptures. If I am fated to have a disciple, may I be able to tear off the golden words and release the divine monkey to come with me to the Vulture Peak. If I am not fated to have a disciple, and this monkey is an evil monster who has deceived me and will do me no good, then may I be unable to remove it." When he had prayed and bowed again, he went up and gently tore the paper seal off. A scented wind blew in his face and carried the paper up into the sky as a voice called, "I am the great sage's guard. Now that his sufferings are over, I am going back to see the Tathagata and hand in this seal." The startled Sun Zong, Liu Boqin, and the rest of them all bowed to heaven, then went down the mountain to the stone cell, where they said to the monkey, "The restriction order has been torn off, so you can come out." The delighted monkey said, "Master, please stand well clear, so that I don't give you a fright when I come out." On hearing this, Liu Boqin took Sun Zong and the rest of them to the east, and when they had covered some 2 or 3 miles, they heard the monkey shout, "Further! Further!" So Sun Zong went much further until he was off the mountain. Then there was a great noise as the mountain split open. As they were all shaking with terror, the monkey appeared kneeling stark naked in front of Sun Zong's horse, and saying, "Master, I'm out." He bowed 4 times to Sun Zong, then jumped up, addressed Liu Boqin with a respectful noise, and said, "Thank you, elder brother, for escorting my master, and thank you, too, for weeding the grass off my face." He then picked up the luggage and put it on the horse's back. At the sight of him, the horse felt so weak and trembling that it could not stay on its feet. Because the monkey had once been the protector of horses and looked after the dragon steeds of heaven, the mortal horses were terrified at the very sight of him. Seeing that his intentions were indeed good and that he really was now a Buddhist, Sun Zong asked him what was his surname. "My surname's Sun," replied the Monkey King. "I'll give you a Buddhist name that I can call you by," said Sun Zong. "There's no need to trouble yourself," said the Monkey King. "I've already got one. Sun Wukong, Monkey Awakened to Emptiness." "That's just right for our sect," exclaimed the monk. "As you look so much like a young novice, I'll give you another name, and call you Brother Monkey. Is that all right?" "Yes, yes, yes," said Sun Wukong, and from then on he was also called Brother Monkey, or Sun the Novice. When he saw that Brother Monkey was determined to go, the High Warden turned to Sun Zong, chanted a noise of respect, and said, "It's splendid that you have got so good a disciple, venerable sir. He'll certainly make the journey. I must now take my leave." Sun Zong bowed to him in thanks, saying, "I have brought you a long way, and am deeply indebted to you. When you return home, please convey my respects to your venerable mother and your wife. I caused them a lot of trouble, and hope that I shall be able to come and thank them on my return." Boqin returned his bow, and with that they parted. Brother Monkey asked Sun Zong to mount the horse while he ambled ahead, stark naked, carrying the luggage on his back. Before long, they were over the double boundary mountain. Suddenly, a ferocious tiger rushed at them, roaring and lashing about with its tail. Sun Zong on his horse was terrified. Brother Monkey, who was standing beside the path, put down the luggage and said happily, "Don't be scared, master. It's just bringing me my clothes." He pulled a needle out of his ear and shook it in the wind, turning it into an iron cudgel as thick as a bowl. "I haven't used this little treasure in over 500 years, he said, holding it in his hand. "Today I'm bringing it out to get myself some clothes to wear." Just watch as he rushes at the tiger, shouting, "Where do you think you're going, wretch?" The tiger crouched in the dust, not daring to move, as the cudgel smashed into its head. Thousands of drops of red brain and many a pearly piece of tooth flew everywhere, so terrifying Sun Zong that he fell out of the saddle, biting on his finger and crying, Heavens! The High Warden had to fight for ages before killing the striped tiger the other day, but this Sun Wukong has smashed a tiger to pull with a single blow. He really is a tough's tough. Sit down for a moment, master, while I strip the clothes off him to wear on my journey, said Brother Monkey as he dragged the tiger over. But he hasn't got any clothes, Sun Zong protested. Don't bother yourself about it. I know how to cope. The splendid Monkey King pulled a hair from his body, breathed some magic breath on it, and said, "Change!" on which it turned into a pointed knife, shaped like a cow's ear. Cutting into the skin on the tiger's belly, he took it all off in a single stroke, chopped off the head and claws, then held up the square hide to get an idea of its size. "It's on the big side," he said, "so I could make 2 kilts out of it." And with these words he took his knife and cut it in 2. One piece he put away, and the other he wrapped round his waist to cover the lower half of his body, and tied firmly with a creeper he pulled down from beside the path. "Let's go on, master, let's go on," he said. "The sewing can wait till we reach a house where we can borrow a needle and thread." He pinched his iron cudgel to make it as small as a needle again, put it back in his ear, took the luggage on his back, and asked Sun Zong to mount the horse. As the two of them went along, the venerable monk asked from the horse's back, "Wukong, why has the iron cudgel you used to kill the tiger disappeared?" "What you don't know, master," replied Brother Monkey with a laugh, "is that I got it from the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, and that it's called the magic iron to hold the bed of the Milky Way in place, or, as you will, gold-banded cudgel. When I raised my great rebellion against the Heavenly Palace in the old days, it served me well. It can change into anything and be whatever size I want it to be. Just now I turned it into an embroidery needle and put it away in my ear. I only take it out when I need it." Concealing his delight at hearing this, Sun Zong went on to ask, "Why didn't that tiger move when it saw you? Why on earth did it let you hit it?" "I can tell you in all truthfulness, master, that not just tigers, but even dragons have to be on their best behavior when they meet me. I know a few tricks for putting them in their place, and have the power to make rivers run backwards and stir up the seas. I can tell what things are really like from appearances alone, and sort out the truth behind what is said. When I want to make myself big, I measure myself against the universe, and when I shrink, I can be held on a downy hair. There's no limit to the transformations I can perform, and nobody can tell when I'm going to vanish or when I'm going to reappear. There was nothing wonderful about skinning that tiger. Wait till I show you a thing or two." This took a great load off Sun Zong's mind, and he whipped his horse on. As master and disciple went along their way together, the sun was sinking in the west, and they saw, in the fiery glow of the setting sun, the clouds returned to ends of the sky and the sea. The birds on 1,000 mountains chirrup and call, flying in flocks to the woods for the night. The wild beasts go 2 by 2. All species return to their dens. A crescent moon breaks through the dusk as countless points of starlight shimmer. "You must hurry up, master, as it's late," said Monkey. "There must be a house in that clump of trees over there, so let's get there as soon as possible to settle down for the night." Sun Zong whipped on his horse and galloped to the house, where he dismounted. Brother Monkey put down the luggage, went up to the gate, and shouted, "Open up! Open up!" An old man came out, leaning on a bamboo stick, and the gate creaked as he opened it. At the sight of Monkey's ugly face and the tiger skin wrapped around him, which made him look like the god of thunder, the old man was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly and his body went numb. "A devil! A devil!" he muttered deliriously. Sanzang went up to support him, saying, "Don't be afraid, aged benefactor. He's no devil. He's my disciple." When the old man looked up and saw Sanzang's pure face, he felt steady on his feet at once, and he asked what monastery Sanzang was from, and why he brought that evil-looking creature to his house. "I come from the Tang court," said Sanzang, "and I'm going to the western heaven to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. As we were passing this way at nightfall, we came to your mansion, good benefactor, to ask for a night's lodging. We shall be off before dawn tomorrow. I very much hope that you will be able to help us." "You may be a Tang man," the old fellow replied, "but that ugly prude certainly isn't." "You've got no eyes in your head, you silly old man," shrieked Brother Monkey. "He's my master, and I'm his disciple. I'm no Tang man or Spike man. I'm the great sage equaling heaven. Some of the people who live in this house must know me, and I've seen you before." "Where have you seen me?" the old man asked. "Didn't you gather firewood in front of my face and pick wild vegetables from my cheeks when you were a child?" said Sun Wukong. "Rubbish," retorted the old man. "Where did you live and where did I live when I was supposed to gather firewood and wild vegetables in front of your face?" "It's you who's talking rubbish, my child," replied Sun Wukong. "You don't know who I am, but I'm the great sage from the stone cell under the double boundary mountain. Take another look and see if you can recognize me now." The old man at last realized who he was and said, "I suppose you do look a bit like him. But however did you get out?" Sun Wukong told him the whole story of how the Bodhisattva had converted him, and told him to wait till the Tang priest came to take off the seal and release him. The old man went down on his knees and bowed his head, inviting the Tang priest inside, and calling his wife and children to come and meet him. They were all very happy when they heard what had happened. When they had drunk tea, he asked Sun Wukong, "How old are you, great sage?" "How old are you, then?" said Sun Wukong. "In my senile way, I have reached 130. "Then you could be my remote descendant," said Brother Monkey. "I can't remember when I was born, but I spent over 500 years under that mountain." "True, true," remarked the old man. "I remember my grandfather saying that this mountain fell from heaven to crush a magical monkey, and you weren't able to get out before now. When I saw you in my childhood, grass grew on your head and there was mud on your face, so I wasn't afraid of you. But now that the mud and grass have gone, you look thinner, and the tiger skin round your waist makes you as near a devil as makes no difference." This conversation made everyone roar with laughter, and as he was a kind old man, he had a vegetarian meal set out. When the meal was over, Sanzang asked his surname. "Chen," the old man replied. On hearing this, Sanzang raised his hands in greeting and said, "Venerable benefactor, You are of the same clan as myself." "Master," protested Brother Monkey, "you're called Tang, aren't you? So how can you belong to the same clan as him?" "My secular surname is Chin, and I am from Zuxian Village, Hongnong Prefecture, Haizhou, in the Tang Empire. My Buddhist name is Qin Xuanzang, but as our great Tang Emperor Taizong called me his younger brother and gave me the surname Tang, I am known as the Tang Priest." The old fellow was delighted to hear that they shared a surname. "Chan, old fellow," said Monkey, "I'm afraid this will be putting your family out, but I haven't washed for over 500 years. So, could you go and boil up some water for me and my master to have a bath before we set out again? Thank you." The old man gave instructions for water to be boiled and a tub brought, and he lit the lamp. When master and disciple had bathed, they sat down by the lamp, and Brother Monkey asked once more, "Old Chin, there's another thing I'd like to ask you. Could you lend me a needle and thread?" "Yes, of course," the old man replied, sending his wife to fetch them, and then handing them to Monkey. Monkey's sharp eyes had observed his master take off a short white cotton tunic, which he did not put on again, so Monkey grabbed it and put it on himself. Then he took off his tiger skin, joined it up with a pleat, wrapped it round his waist again, tied it with a creeper, went up to his master, and asked, "How would you say these clothes compared with what I was wearing before?" "Splendid, splendid," replied Sanzang. "It makes you look quite like a real monk. If you don't mind cast-offs," he added, "you can go on wearing that tunic." Sun Wukong chanted a "na-ah-ah" of obedience and thanked him, then went off to find some hay for the horse. When all the jobs were finished, master and disciple went to bed. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong woke up and asked his master to set out. Sanzang dressed and told Monkey to pack the bedding and the rest of the luggage. They were just on the point of leaving when the old man appeared. He had prepared hot water for washing, as well as breakfast. After breakfast, they set out, Sanzang riding the horse and Brother Monkey leading. They ate when they were hungry and drank when they were thirsty, traveling by day and resting by night. Thus they went on until they realized it was early winter. When the frost destroys the red leaves, the woods are sparse. On the ridge, only pine and cypress flourish. The unopened plum buds exhale a dark perfume, warming the short days, a touch of spring. When the chrysanthemum and lotus is finished, the wild tea blossoms. By the cold bridge and the ancient trees, the birds quarrel for branches. In the twisting gully, the waters of the spring run low. Pale snow clouds drift across the sky. The north wind blows strong, tugging at your sleeves. Who can bear the cold towards evening? When master and disciple had been traveling for a long time, they heard a whistle from beside the path, and 6 men rushed out with spears, swords, cutlasses, and strongbows. "Where do you think you're going, monk?" they roared. "If you give us your horse and luggage, we'll spare your life." Sanzang fell from his horse, scared out of his wits and unable to utter a word. Brother Monkey helped him to his feet and said, "Don't worry, master. It's nothing serious. They're come to bring us some clothes and our traveling expenses." Are you deaf, Wukong? The other asked. They told us to give them our horse and luggage. So how can you ask them for clothes and money? You look after the clothes, the luggage and the horse while I go and have a bash at them. We'll see what happens. A good hand is no match for two fists, said Sun Zong, and a pair of fists is no match for four hands. They are 6 big men against little you, all by yourself. You can't possibly have the nerve to fight them. The brave monkey did not stop to argue. Instead, he stepped forward, folded his arms across his chest, bowed to the 6 bandits, and said, "Why are you gentlemen obstructing our way?" "We are the mighty robber kings, benevolent lords of the mountain. We have been very famous for a long time, although you don't seem to have heard of us. If you abandon your things at once, we'll let you go on your way. But if there's even a hint of a no from you, we'll turn your flesh into mincemeat and your bones into powder." I, too, am a hereditary robber king, and have ruled a mountain for many years, but I've never heard of you, gentlemen. Since you don't know our names, I'll tell them to you. Eye-seeing happiness, ear-hearing anger, nose-smelling love, tongue-tasting thought, mind-born desire, and body-based sorrow. Sun Wukong laughed at them. "You're just a bunch of small-time crooks. You can't see that I'm your lord and master, although I'm a monk. And you have the effrontery to get in our way? Bring out all the jewels you've stolen, and the seven of us can share them out equally. I'll let you off with that." This made the bandits happy, angry, loving, thoughtful, desirous, and sorrowful, respectively. And they all charged him, yelling, "You've got a nerve, monk. You've got nothing to put in the kitty, but you want to share our stuff?" Waving their spears and swords, they rushed him, hacking wildly at his face. 70 or 80 blows crashed down on him, but he simply stood in the middle of them, ignoring everything. "What a monk," the bandits said. "He's a real tough nut." "I think we've seen enough of that," said Brother Monkey with a smile. "Your hands must be tired after all that bashing. Now it's my turn to bring out my needle for a bit of fun." "This monk must have been an acupuncturist," said the bandits. "There's nothing wrong with us. Why is he talking about needles?" Taking the embroidery needle from his ear, Brother Monkey shook it in the wind, at which it became an iron cudgel as thick as a rice bowl. With this in his hand, he said, "Stick around while I try my cudgel out." The terrified bandits tried to flee in all directions, but Monkey raced after them, caught them all up, and killed every one of them. Then he stripped the clothes off them, took their money, and went back with his face wreathed in smiles. "Let's go, master. I've wiped those bandits out," he said. "Even though they were highwaymen, you're really asking for trouble," Sun Zong replied. "Even if they had been arrested and handed over to the authorities, they wouldn't have been sentenced to death. You may know a few tricks, but it would be better if you'd simply driven them away. Why did you have to kill them all? Even taking a man's life by accident is enough to stop someone from becoming a monk. A person who enters the religious life spares the ants when he sweeps the floor, covers the lamps to save the moth. What business did you have to slaughter the lot of them, without caring which of them were the guilty and which were innocent? You haven't a shred of compassion or goodness in you. This time it happened in the wilds, where nobody will be able to trace the crime. Say someone offended you in a city, and you turned murderous there. Say you killed and wounded people when you went berserk with that club of yours. I myself would be involved, even though I'm quite innocent. But if I hadn't killed them, they'd have killed you, master, protested Sun Wukong. I am a man of religion, and I would rather die than commit murder, said Sun Zong. If I'd died, there'd only have been me dead, but you killed 6 of them, which was an absolute outrage. If the case were taken to court, you couldn't talk your way out of this, even if the judge were your own father. To tell you the truth, master, I don't know how many people I killed when I was the monster who ruled the mountain of flowers and fruit, said Sun Wukong. But if I'd acted your way, I'd never have become the great sage equaling heaven. It was precisely because you acted with such tyrannical cruelty among mortals and committed the most desperate crimes against heaven that you got into trouble 500 years ago, retorted Sun Zong. But now you have entered the faith. You'll never reach the western heaven and never become a monk if you don't give up your taste for murder. You're too evil. Too evil. Monkey, who had never let himself be put upon, flared up at Sun Zong's endless nagging. If you say that I'll never become a monk and won't ever reach the western heaven, then stop going on at me like that. I'm going back. Before Sun Zong could reply, Monkey leapt up in a fury, shouting, I'm off! Sun Zong looked up quickly, but he was already out of sight. All that could be heard was a whistling sound coming from the east. Left on his own, the priest nodded and sighed to himself, with great sadness and indignation. The incorrigible wretch, he reflected. Fancy disappearing and going back home like that, just because I gave him a bit of telling off. So that's that. I must be fated to have no disciples or followers. I couldn't find him now even if I wanted to, and he wouldn't answer if I called him. I must be on my way. So he had to strive with all his might to reach the west, looking after himself with nobody to help. Sun Zong had no choice but to gather up the luggage and tie it on the horse. He did not ride now, instead holding his monastic staff in one hand and leading the horse by the reins with the other, he made his lonely way to the west. Before he had been traveling for long, he saw an old woman on the mountain path in front of him. She was holding an embroidered robe, and a patterned hat was resting upon it. As she came towards him, he hurriedly pulled the horse to the side of the path to make room for her to pass. "Where are you from, venerable monk?" the old woman asked. "Traveling all alone and by yourself?" "I have been sent by the great king of the East to go to the West, to visit the Buddha and ask him for the true scriptures," he replied. "The Buddha of the West lives in the Great Thunder Monastery in the land of India, 36,000 miles away from here. You'll never get there, just you and your horse, without a companion or disciple." "I did have a disciple, but his nature was so evil that he would not accept a little reproof I administered him, and disappeared into the blue," said Sun Zong. "I have here an embroidered tunic and a hat inset with golden patterns that used to be my son's," the woman said. "But he died after being a monk for only 3 days. I've just been to his monastery to mourn him and say farewell to his master, and I was taking this tunic and hat home to remember the boy by. But as you have a disciple, venerable monk, I'll give them to you." Thank you very much for your great generosity, but as my disciple has already gone, I couldn't accept them. Where has he gone? All I heard was a whistling sound as he went back to the east. My home isn't far to the east from here, she said, so I expect he's gone there. I've also got a spell called True Words to Calm the Mind, or the Band Tightening Spell. You must learn it in secret and be sure to keep it to yourself. Never leak it to anyone. I'll go and catch up with him and send him back to you, and you can give him that tunic and hat to wear. If he's disobedient again, all you have to do is recite the spell quietly. That will stop him committing any more murders or running away again. Sansang bowed low to thank her, at which she changed into a beam of golden light and returned to the east. He realized in his heart that it must have been the Bodhisattva Guanyin who had given him the spell, so he took a pinch of earth as if he were burning incense and bowed in worship to the east, most reverently. Then he put the tunic and hat in his pack, sat down beside the path, and recited the true words to calm the mind, over and over again, until he knew them thoroughly and had committed them to his memory. Let us turn to Sun Wukong, who, after leaving his master, went straight back to the Eastern Ocean on his somersault cloud. Putting his cloud away, he parted the waters and went straight to the undersea palace of crystal. His approach had alarmed the Dragon King, who came out to welcome him and took him into the palace, where they sat down. When they had exchanged courtesies, the Dragon King said, I'm sorry that I failed to come and congratulate you on the end of your sufferings, great sage. I take it that you are returning to your old cave to put your immortal mountain back in order? That's what I wanted to do, Monkey replied. But I've become a monk instead. A monk? How? The Dragon King asked. The Bodhisattva of the Southern Sea converted me. She taught me to work for a good reward later by going to the west with the Tang priest from the east, visiting the Buddha, and becoming a monk. And my name has been changed to Brother Monkey. Congratulations, congratulations, said the Dragon King. You've turned over a new leaf and decided to be good. But in that case, why have you come back to the east instead of going west? Monkey laughed. Because that Tang priest doesn't understand human nature. He started nagging away at me about a few small-time highwaymen that I killed, and said that everything about me was wrong. You know how I can't stand people going on at me, so I left him to come home to my mountain. I looked in on you first to ask for a cup of tea. Delighted to oblige, said the Dragon King, and his dragon sons and grandsons came in with some fragrant tea, which they presented to Monkey. When he had drunk his tea, Monkey looked round and saw a picture called Presenting the Shoe at the Yi Bridge, hanging on the wall behind him. What's that of you of? Asked Monkey. You wouldn't know about it because it happened after your time, the Dragon King replied. It's called Presenting the Shoe 3 times at the Yi Bridge. What's all that about? Monkey asked. The immortal is Lord Yellowstone, and the boy is Zhang Liang, who lived in Han times, the Dragon King replied. Lord Yellowstone was sitting on the bridge when suddenly he dropped one of his shoes under it and told Zhang Liang to fetch it for him. The boy Zhang Liang did so at once, and knelt down to present it to him. Lord Yellowstone did this 3 times, and because Zhang Liang never showed a trace of arrogance or disrespect, Lord Yellowstone was touched by his diligence. One night he gave Zhang Liang some heavenly books and told him to support the Han cause. Later, he won victories hundreds of miles away through his calculations within the walls of his tent. When peace came, he resigned his office and went back to Rome on his mountain with Master Red Pine and achieved the way of immortality through enlightenment. Great sage, if you don't protect the Tang priest with all your might, and if you reject his instruction, then you might as well stop trying to win yourself a good later reward, because it will mean you're only an evil immortal after all. Monkey hummed and hawed, but said nothing. Great sage, said the Dragon King, you must make up your mind. Don't ruin your future for the sake of an easy life now. Enough said. I'll go back and look after him, replied Sun Wukong. The Dragon King was delighted. In that case, I shan't keep you. I ask you in your mercy not to leave your master waiting for long. Being thus pressed to go, Monkey left the sea palace, mounted his cloud, and took leave of the Dragon King. On his way, he met the Bodhisattva Guanyin. What are you doing here, Sun Wukong? She asked. Why did you reject the Tang priest's teaching and stop protecting him? Brother Monkey frantically bowed to her from his cloud and replied, As you had predicted, Bodhisattva, a monk came from the Tang Empire, who took off the seal, rescued me, and made me his disciple. I ran away from him because he thought I was wicked and incorrigible, but now I'm going back to protect him. Hurry up, then, and don't have any more wicked thoughts. With that, they each went their separate ways. A moment later, Monkey saw the Tang priest sitting gloomily beside the path. He went up to him and said, Why aren't you traveling, master? What are you still here for? Sanzang looked up. Where have you been? He asked. I couldn't move without you, so I had to sit here and wait till you came back. I went to visit the old Dragon King of the Eastern Sea to ask him for some tea, Monkey replied. Disciple, a religious man shouldn't tell lies. How can you say that you went to drink tea at the Dragon King's place when you haven't been gone 2 hours? I can tell you quite truthfully, replied Monkey with a smile, that with my somersault cloud I can cover 36,000 miles in a single bound. That's how I got there and back. When I spoke to you a little severely, you resented it and went off in a huff, said Sanzang. It was all right for a clever person like you. You begged yourself some tea. But I couldn't go, and had to stay here hungry. You ought to be sorry for me. If you're hungry, master, I'll go and bake you some food, suggested Monkey. No need, his master replied. There are still some dry provisions in my bundle that the High Warden's mother gave me. Take that bowl and fetch some water. When we've eaten some of it, we can be on our way. Opening the bundle, Brother Monkey found some scones made of coarse flour, which he took out and gave to his master. He also noticed the dazzling brocade tunic and the hat with inlaid golden patterns. Did you bring this tunic and hat with you from the east? He asked. Sanzang had to make up something on the spot. I used to wear them when I was young. With that hat on, you can recite scriptures without ever having been taught them. And if you wear that tunic, you can perform the rituals without any practice. Dear master, please let me wear them, Monkey pleaded. I don't know whether they'll fit you, but if you can get them on, you can wear them. Monkey took off the old white tunic, put the brocade one on instead, and found that it was a perfect fit. Then he put the hat on his head. As soon as he had the hat on, Sunzong stopped eating and silently recited the band-tightening spell. My head aches, my head aches, cried Brother Monkey, but his master went on and recited the spell several times more. Monkey, now rolling in agony, tore the hat to shreds, and Sunzong stopped reciting the spell for fear he would break the golden band. The moment the spell stopped, the pain finished. Reaching up to feel his head, Monkey found something like a golden wire clamped so tightly around it that he could not wrench or snap it off. It had already taken root there. He took the needle out of his ear, forced it inside the band, and pulled wildly at it. Sunzong, again frightened that he would snap it, started to recite the spell once more. The pain was so bad this time that Monkey stood on his head, turned somersaults, and went red in the face and ears. His eyes were popping and his body went numb. Seeing the state he was in, Sunzong had to stop, and the pain stopped again too. Master, said Monkey, what a curse you put on me to give me a headache like that. I didn't put a curse on you. I recited the band-tightening spell, Sunzong replied. Say it again and see what happens, said Monkey, and when Sunzong did as he asked, Monkey's head ached again. Stop, stop, he shouted. The moment you started reciting it, my head ached. Why did you do it? Will you accept my instruction now? Sunzong asked. Yes, Monkey replied. Will you misbehave again in the future? I certainly won't, said Monkey. Although he had made this verbal promise, he was still nurturing evil thoughts, and he shook his needle in the wind till it was as thick as a rice bowl. He turned on the Tang priest, and was on the point of finishing him off, when the terrified Sunzong recited the spell 2 or 3 more times. The monkey dropped his cudgel and fell to the ground, unable to raise his arm. Master, he shouted, I've seen the light. Stop saying the spell. Please stop. How could you have the perfidy to try and kill me? Asked Sunzong. I'd never have dared, said Brother Monkey, adding, Who taught you that spell, master? An old lady I met just now, replied Sunzong. Monkey exploded with rage. Tell me no more, he said. I'm sure and certain the old woman was that Guan Yin. How could she do this to me? Just you wait. I'm going to the Southern Sea to kill her. As she taught me this spell, Sunzong replied, she's bound to know it herself. If you go after her, and she recites it, that will be the end of you. Seeing the force of his argument, Monkey changed his mind, and gave up the idea of going. He knelt down and pleaded pitifully. Master, she's used this to force me to go with you to the west. I shan't go to make trouble for her, and you must recite scriptures instead of saying that spell all the time. I promise to protect you, and I shall always be true to this vow. In that case, you'd better help me back on the horse, Sunzong replied. Monkey, who had been plunged into despair, summoned up his spirits, tightened the belt round his brocade tunic, got the horse ready, gathered up the luggage, and hurried off towards the west. If you want to know what other stories there are about the journey, then listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 15. On the coiled snake mountain, the gods give secret help. In the eagle's sorrow gorge, the thought horse is reined in. Monkey looked after the Tang priest as they headed west. They had been traveling for several days in the 12th month of the year, with its freezing north winds and biting cold. Their path wound along overhanging precipices and steep cliffs, and they crossed range after range of dangerous mountains. One day, Sanzang heard the sound of water as he rode along, and he turned around to shout, "Monkey, where's that sound of water coming from?" "As I remember, this place is called Eagle Sorrow Gorge in the Coiled Snake Mountain. It must be the water in the gorge." Before he had finished speaking, the horse reached the edge of the gorge. Sanzang reined in and looked. He saw a thin, cold stream piercing the clouds. Deep, clear waves shining red in the sun. The sound shakes the night rain and is heard in the quiet valley. Its colors throws up a morning haze that obscures the sky. 1,000 fathoms of flying waves spit jade. The torrent's roar howls in the fresh wind. The current leads to the misty waves of the sea. The egret and the cormorant never meet by a fisherman. As master and disciple watched, they heard a noise in the gorge as a dragon emerged from the waves, leapt up the cliff, and grabbed at Sanzang. In his alarm, Monkey dropped the luggage, lifted Sanzang off his horse, turned, and fled. The dragon, unable to catch him up, swallowed the white horse, saddle and all, at a single gulp, then disappeared once more beneath the surface of the water. Monkey made his master sit down on a high peak and went back to fetch the horse and the luggage. When he found that the horse had gone and only the luggage was left, he carried the luggage up to his master and put it down before him. "Master," he said, "that damned dragon has disappeared without a trace. It gave our horse such a fright that it ran away." "However are we going to find the horse, disciple?" Don't worry. Wait here while I go and look for it." He leapt into the sky, whistling. Putting up his hand to shade his fiery eyes with their golden pupils, he looked all around below him, but saw no sign of the horse. He put his cloud away and reported, "Master, that horse of ours must have been eaten by the dragon. I can't see it anywhere." "Disciple," Sanzang protested, "how could that wretched creature have a mouth big enough to swallow a horse that size, saddle and all? I think the horse must have slipped its bridle in a panic and run into that valley. Go and have a more careful look." "You don't know about my powers," Monkey replied. "These eyes of mine can see what's happening 300 miles away, and within that range I can even spot a dragonfly spreading its wings. There's no way I could miss a big horse like that." "But we'll never get across those thousands of mountains and rivers." As he spoke, his tears fell like rain. The sight of him crying was too much for Brother Monkey, who flared up and shouted, "Stop being such an imbecile, master! Sit there and wait while I find that wretch and make him give us back our horse." "You mustn't go," said Sanzang, grabbing hold of him. I'm frightened that he'll come creeping out again and kill me this time. Then I'll be dead as well as the horse, and that would be terrible." This made Monkey angrier than ever, and he roared with a shout like thunder. "You're hopeless, absolutely hopeless. You want a horse to ride, but you won't let me go. This way you'll be sitting there looking at the luggage for the rest of your life." As he was yelling ferociously in a flaming temper, a voice was heard in the sky that said, "Don't be angry, great sage. Stop crying, younger brother of the Tang Emperor. We are gods sent by the Bodhisattva Guan Yin to give hidden protection to the pilgrim who is fetching the scriptures." At these words, Sanzang immediately bowed, but Monkey said, "Tell me your names, you lot." "We are the 6 Dings, the 6 Jias, the revealers of the truth of the 5 regions, the 4 duty gods, and the 18 protectors of the faith. We shall take it in turns to be in attendance every day." "Who starts today?" "The Dings and Jias, the 4 duty gods, and the protectors of the faith will take turns. Of the revealers of the 5 regions, the gold-headed revealer will always be with you by day and by night." "Very well, then," said Monkey. "All those of you who are not on duty may withdraw. The 6 Ding heavenly generals, the duty god of the day, and the revealers of the truth will stay here to protect my master, while I shall go to find that evil dragon in the gorge and make him give our horse back." The gods all did as they were told, and Sanzang, now greatly relieved, sat on the cliff and gave Monkey detailed instructions. "There's no need for you to worry," said the splendid Monkey King, as he tightened the belt round his brocade tunic, folded up his tiger skin kilt, grasped his cudgel, went to the edge of the gorge, and stood amid clouds and mist above the water. "Give us back our horse, Mudloach! Give us back our horse!" he shouted. Now when the dragon had eaten Sanzang's horse, it lay low in the stream, hiding its miraculous powers, and nourishing its vital nature. When it heard someone shouting and cursing it, and demanding the horse back, it was unable to hold back its temper. Leaping up through the waves, it asked, "How dare you make so free with your insults?" The moment he saw it, Monkey roared, "Don't go! Give us back our horse!" and swung his cudgel at the dragon's head. Baring its fangs and waving its claws, the dragon went for him. It was a noble battle that the pair of them fought beside the ravine. The dragon stretched its sharp claws. The monkey raised his gold-banded cudgel. The beard of one hung in threads of white jade. The other's eyes flashed like golden lamps. The pearls in the dragon's beard gave off a colored mist, and the iron club in the other's hands danced like a whirlwind. One was a wicked son who had wronged his parents. The father, the evil spirit, who had worsted heavenly generals. Both had been through trouble and suffering, and now they were to use their abilities to win merit. Coming and going, fighting and resting, wheeling and turning, they battled on for a very long time, until the dragon's strength was exhausted and his muscles numb. Unable to resist any longer, it turned around, dived into the water, and lay low at the bottom of the stream. It pretended to be death as the Monkey King cursed and railed at it, and did not emerge again. Monkey could do nothing, so he had to report to Sanzang. Master, I swore at that ogre till it came out, and after fighting me for ages, it fled in terror. It's now in the water and won't come out again. Are you sure that it really ate our horse? Sanzang asked. What a thing to say, said Monkey. If it hadn't eaten the horse, it wouldn't have dared to say a word or fight against me. When you killed that tiger the other day, you said you had ways of making dragons and tigers submit to you. So, how comes it that you couldn't beat this one today? Monkey had never been able to stand provocation, so when Sanzang mocked him this time, he showed something of his divine might. Say no more! Say no more! I'll have another go at it, and then we'll see who comes out on top. The Monkey King leapt to the edge of the ravine, and used a magical way of throwing rivers and seas into turmoil to make the clear waters at the bottom of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge as turbulent as the waves of the Yellow River in spate. The evil dragon's peace was disturbed as he lurked in the depths of the waters, and he thought, how true it is that blessings never come in pairs, and troubles never come singly. Although I've been accepting my fate here for less than a year since I escaped the death penalty for breaking the laws of heaven, I would have to run into this murderous devil. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt, and unable to bear the humiliation a moment longer, he jumped out of the stream cursing, Where are you from, you bloody devil, coming here to push me around? Never you mind where I'm from, Monkey replied. I'll only spare your life if you give back that horse. That horse of yours is in my stomach, and I can't sick it up again, can I? I'm not giving it back, so what about it? If you won't give it back, then take this. I'm only killing you to make you pay for the horse's life. The two of them began another bitter struggle under the mountain, and before many rounds were up, the little dragon could hold out no longer. With a shake of his body, he turned himself into a water snake and slithered into the undergrowth. The Monkey King chased it with his cudgel in his hands, but when he pushed the grass aside to find the snake, the three gods inside his body exploded, and smoke poured from his 7 orifices. He uttered the magic word Om, thus calling out the local tutelary god, and the god of the mountain, who both knelt before him and reported their arrival. Put out your ankles, Monkey said, while I give you 5 strokes each of my cudgel to work off my temper. The 2 gods kowtowed and pleaded pitifully. We beg the great sage to allow us petty gods to report. What have you got to say? Monkey asked. We didn't know when you emerged after your long sufferings, great sage, they said, which is why we didn't come to meet you. We beg to be forgiven. In that case, Monkey said, I won't beat you, but I'll ask you this instead. Where does that devil dragon in the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge come from? And why did he grab my master's white horse and eat it? Great sage, you never had a master, said the 2 gods. And you were a supreme immortal with an undisturbed essence who would not submit to heaven or earth. So how does this master's horse come in? You two don't know that either, Monkey replied. Because of that business of offending against heaven, I had to suffer for 500 years. Now I've been converted by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, and she sent a priest who's come from the Tang Empire to rescue me. She told me to become his disciple and go to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. As we were passing this way, we lost my master's white horse. Ah, so that's what's happening, the god said. There never used to be any evil creatures in the stream, which ran wide and deep with water so pure that crows and magpies never dared to fly across it. This was because they would mistake their own reflections in it for other birds of their kind, and often go plummeting into the water. That's why it's called Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Last year, when the Bodhisattva Guanyin was on her way to find a man to fetch the scriptures, she rescued a jade dragon and sent it to wait here for the pilgrim, without getting up to any trouble. But when it's hungry, it comes up on the bank to catch a few birds or a roe deer to eat. We can't imagine how it could be so ignorant as to clash with the great sage. The first time he and I crossed swords, we whirled around for a few rounds, Brother Monkey replied. The second time I swore at him, but he wouldn't come out, so I stirred up his stream with a spell to throw rivers and seas into turmoil, after which he came out and wanted to have another go at me. He didn't realize how heavy my cudgel was, and he couldn't parry it, so he changed himself into a water snake and slithered into the undergrowth. I chased and searched for him, but he's vanished without a trace. Great sage, you may not be aware that there are thousands of interconnected tunnels in this ravine, which is why the waters here run so deep. There is also a tunnel entrance round here that he could have slipped into. There's no need for you to be angry, great sage, or to search for it. If you want to catch the creature, all you have to do is to ask Guanyin to come here, and it will naturally submit. On receiving this suggestion, Monkey told the local deity and the mountain god to come with him to see Sanzang and tell him all about what had happened previously. If you go to ask the Bodhisattva to come here, when will you ever be back? He asked, adding, I'm terribly cold and hungry. Before the words were out of his mouth, they heard the voice of the gold-headed revealer shouting from the sky. Great sage, there's no need for you to move. I'll go and ask the Bodhisattva to come here. Monkey, who was delighted, replied, This is putting you to great trouble, but please be as quick as you can. The revealer then shot off on his cloud to the southern sea. Monkey told the mountain god and the local deity to protect his master, and sent the duty god of the day to find some vegetarian food, while he himself patrolled the edge of the ravine. The moment the gold-headed revealer mounted his cloud, he reached the southern sea. Putting away his propitious glow, he went straight to the purple bamboo grove on the island of Podoraka, where he asked the golden armor Divas and Moxa to get him an audience with the Bodhisattva. What have you come for? The Bodhisattva asked. The Tang priest, the revealer replied, has lost his horse in the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, and the great sage Sun Wukong is desperate because they can neither go forward nor back. When the great sage asked the local deity, he was told that the evil dragon you sent to the ravine, Bodhisattva, had swallowed it. So he has sent me to ask you to subdue this dragon and make it give back the horse. That wretched creature was the son of Aurun, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, whom his father reported for disobedience when he burned the palace jewels. The heavenly court condemned him to death for it, but I went myself to see the Jade Emperor and asked him to send the dragon down to serve the Tang priest as a beast of burden. Whatever made it actually eat the Tang priest's horse? I'd better go and look into it. The Bodhisattva descended from her lotus throne, left her magic cave, and crossed the southern sea, traveling on perpetuous light with the Revealer. There is a poem about it that goes, "Honey is in the Buddha's words that fill 3 stores of scripture. The Bodhisattva's goodness is longer than the Great Wall. The wonderful words of the Mahayana fill heaven and earth. The truth of the prajna rescues ghosts and souls." It even made the golden cicada shed his cocoon once more, and ordered Xuanzang to continue cultivating his conduct. Because the road was difficult at the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, the dragon's son returned to the truth and changed into a horse. The Bodhisattva and the Revealer reached the coiled Snake Mountain before long, and stopping their cloud in midair, they looked down and saw Brother Monkey cursing and shouting at the edge of the ravine. When the Bodhisattva told him to call Monkey over, the Revealer brought his cloud to land at the edge of the ravine. Instead of going to see Sanzang first, he said to Monkey, "The Bodhisattva's here." Monkey leapt straight into the air on his cloud and shouted at her at the top of his voice, "Teacher of the 7 Buddhas, merciful head of our religion, why did you think up this way of hurting me?" "I'll get you, you outrageous baboon, you red-bottomed ape," she replied. "I was at my wit's end 2 or 3 times over how to fetch that pilgrim, and I told him to save your life. But far from coming to thank me for saving you, you now have the effrontery to bawl at me." "You've been very good to me, I must say," retorted Monkey. "If you'd let me out to roam around, enjoying myself as I pleased, that would have been fine. I was all right when you met me above the sea the other day, spoke a few unkind words, and told me to do all I could to help the Tang priest. But why did you give him that hat he tricked me into wearing to torture me with? Why did you make this band grow into my head? Why did you teach him that band tightening spell? Why did you make that old monk recite it over and over again so that my head ached and ached? You must be wanting to do me in." The Bodhisattva smiled. "You monkey, you don't obey the commands of the faith, and you won't accept the true reward. So if you weren't under control like this, you might rebel against heaven again, or get up to any kind of evil. If you got yourself into trouble as you did before, who would look after you? Without this monstrous head, you'd never be willing to enter our Yogatin faith." "Very well then," Monkey replied. "Let's call this object my monstrous head. But why did you send that criminal and evil dragon to become a monster here and eat my master's horse? Letting evil creatures out to run amok like that is a bad deed." "I personally asked the Jade Emperor to put the dragon here as a mount for the pilgrim," said the Bodhisattva. Do you think an ordinary horse would be able to cross the thousands of mountains and rivers to reach the Buddha land on the Vulture Peak? Only a dragon horse will be able to do it. But he's so afraid of me that he's skulking down there and won't come out. So what's to be done? Monkey asked. The Bodhisattva told the revealer to go to the edge of the ravine and shout, "Come out, Prince Jade Dragon, son of the Dragon King Run, to see the Bodhisattva of the Southern Sea." After which the offspring would emerge. The revealer went to the edge of the gorge and shouted this twice. Immediately, the young dragon leapt up through the waves, took human form, stepped on a cloud, and greeted the Bodhisattva in midair. "In my gratitude to you, Bodhisattva, for saving my life, I've been waiting here for a long time, but I have no news yet of the pilgrim who is going to fetch the scriptures." The Bodhisattva pointed to Brother Monkey and said, "Isn't he the pilgrim's great disciple?" "He's my enemy," the young dragon replied when he looked at him. "I ate his horse yesterday because I was starving, so he used some powers of his to fight me till I returned exhausted and terrified. Then swore at me so that I had to shut myself in, too frightened to come out. He never said a word about anyone fetching scriptures." "You never asked my name, so how could I have told you?" Monkey retorted. "I asked you, 'Where are you from, you bloody devil?' and you replied, 'Never mind where I'm from, and give me back that horse.' You never so much as breathed the word tang." "You monkey, you are so proud of your own strength that you never had a good word for anyone else," said the Bodhisattva. "There will be others who join you later on your journey, and when they ask you any questions, the first thing you must mention is fetching the scriptures. If you do that, you'll have their help without any trouble at all." Monkey was happy to accept instruction from her. The Bodhisattva then went forward, broke off some of the pearls from the dragon's head, soaked the end of her willow twig in the sweet dew in her bottle, sprinkled it on the dragon's body, and breathed on it with magic breath, shouted, and the dragon turned into the exact likeness of the original horse. "You must concentrate on wiping out your past sins," she told him, "and when you have succeeded, you will rise above ordinary dragons and be given back your golden body as a reward." The young dragon took the bit between his teeth and her words to heart. The Bodhisattva told Sun Wukong to take him to see Sanzang as she was returning to the Southern Sea. Monkey clung to her, refusing to let her go. "I'm not going," he said. "I'm not going. If the journey to the west is as tough as this, I can't possibly keep this mortal priest safe, and if there are many such more trials and tribulations, I'll have enough trouble keeping alive myself. How can I ever reach any reward? I'm not going. I'm not going." "In the old days, before you had learned to be a human being," the Bodhisattva replied, "you were prepared to work for your awakening with all your power. But now that you have been delivered from a heaven-sent calamity, you have grown lazy. What's the matter with you? In our faith, to achieve nirvana, you must believe in good rewards. If you meet with injury or suffering in future, you have only to call on heaven and earth for them to respond. And if you get into a really hopeless situation, I shall come to rescue you myself. Come over here, as I have another power to give you." The Bodhisattva plucked 3 leaves from her willow twig, put them on the back of Brother Monkey's head, and shouted, "Change!" on which they turned into 3 life-saving hares. "When the time comes and nobody else will help you," she said, "they will turn into whatever is needed to save you from disaster." After hearing all these fine words, Monkey finally took his leave of the all-merciful Bodhisattva, who went back to Podoraka amidst scented breezes and colored mists. Monkey brought his cloud down to land and led the dragon horse by the mane to see Sanzang. "Master," he said, "we've got our horse." Sanzang cheered up the moment he saw it. "Why is it sturdier than it was before?" he asked. "Where did you find it?" "Master, you must have been dreaming. The golden-headed revealer asked the Bodhisattva to come here, and she turned the dragon in the gorge into our white horse. The coloring is the same, but it hasn't got a saddle or a bridle, which is why I had to drag it here." Sanzang was astounded. "Where's the Bodhisattva? I must go and worship her," he said. "She's back in the southern sea by now, so don't bother," Monkey replied. Sanzang took a pinch of earth as if he were burning incense, knelt down, and bowed to the south. When he had finished, he got up and helped Monkey put their things together for the journey. Monkey dismissed the mountain god and the local deity, gave orders to the revealer and the duty gods, and invited his master to mount the horse. "I couldn't possibly ride it. It's got no saddle or bridle," his master replied. "But we can sort this out when we've found a boat to ferry us across the stream." "Master, you seem to have no common sense at all. Where will a boat be found in these wild mountains? This horse has lived here for a long time and is bound to know the currents, so you can ride him and use him as your boat." Sanzang had no choice but to do as Monkey suggested, and ride the horse bareback to the edge of the stream, while Monkey carried the luggage. An aged fisherman appeared upstream, punting a raft along with the current. As soon as he saw him, Monkey waved his hand and shouted, "Come here, fisherman, come here! We're from the east, and we're going to fetch the scriptures. My master is having some trouble crossing the river, so come and ferry him over." The fisherman punted towards them with all speed, while Monkey asked Sanzang to dismount and helped him on board the raft. Then he led the horse on and loaded the luggage, after which the fisherman pushed off and started punting with the speed of an arrow. Before they realized it, they had crossed the Eagle Sorrow Gorge and were on the western bank. When Sanzang told Brother Monkey to open the bundle and find a few great Tang coins and notes to give the fisherman, the old man pushed his raft off from the shore with the words, "I don't want your money. I don't want your money," and drifted off into midstream. Sanzang was most upset, but could do nothing except put his hands together and thank him. "There's no need to thank him, master," Monkey said. "Can't you see who he is? He's the water god of this stream, and I should be giving him a beating for not coming to welcome me. He should consider himself lucky to get off the beating. How could he possibly expect Monkey to?" His master, who was only half convinced, mounted the saddleless horse once more and followed Monkey to join the main path. And then they hurried on towards the west. Indeed, the great truth landed on the opposite bank. The sincere heart and complete nature climbed Vulture Peak. As disciple and master went forward together, the sun slipped down in the west, and evening drew in. Pale and ragged clouds, the moon dim over the mountains. As the cold frost fills the heavens, and the wind's howl cuts through the body. With the lone bird gone, the gray island seems vast. Where the sunset glows, the distant mountains are low. In the sparse forests, 1,000 trees moan. On the deserted peak, a lonely ape screams. The path is long and bears no footprints as the boat sails thousands of miles into the night. As Sun Zong was gazing into the distance from the back of his horse, he noticed a farmhouse beside the path. "Monkey," he said, "let's spend the night in the house ahead of us and go on in the morning." Monkey looked up and replied, "Master, it's not a farmhouse." "Why not?" "A farmhouse wouldn't have all those decorative fishes and animals on the roof. It must be a temple or a nunnery." As they were talking, they reached the gate, and when Sun Zong dismounted, he saw the words "Temple of the Ward Altar" written large above the gate, and went inside. Here, an old man with a rosary of pearls hanging round his neck came out to meet them with his hands held together, and the words, "Please sit down, master." Sun Zong quickly returned his courtesies and entered the main building to pay his respects to the divine image. The old man told a servant to bring tea, and when that had been drunk, Sun Zong asked the old man why the temple was dedicated to the Ward Altar. "This place is in the territory of the western land of Kami," the old man replied, "and behind the temple lives the devout farm family which built it. Ward means the ward of a village, and the altar is the altar of the local tutelary deity. At the time of the spring plowing, the summer weeding, the autumn harvest, and the storing away in winter, they all bring meat, flowers, and fruit to sacrifice to the altar. They do this to ensure good fortune throughout the 4 seasons, a rich crop of the 5 grains, and good health for the 6 kinds of livestock." On hearing this, Sun Zong nodded and said in approval, "How true it is that go 3 miles from home and you're in another land. We have nothing as good as this in our country." The old man then asked him where his home was. "I come from the land of the great Tang in the east," Sun Zong replied, "and I have imperial orders to go to the western heaven to worship the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. As our journey brought us this way, and it is almost night, we have come to this holy temple to ask for a night's lodging. We shall set off at dawn." The old man, who was very pleased to hear this, apologized profusely for having failed in his hospitality, and told the servant to prepare a meal. When Sun Zong had eaten, he thanked the old man. Monkey's sharp eyes had noticed a clothesline under the eaves of the building. He went over, tore it down, and hobbled the horse with it. "Where did you steal that horse from?" the old man asked with a smile. "You don't know what you're talking about," Monkey replied. "We're holy monks going to visit the Buddha, so how could we possibly steal a horse?" If you didn't steal it, the old man continued, the smile still on his lips, then why do you have to break my clothesline? Because it's got no saddle, bridle, or reins. Sunzong apologized for Monkey and said to him, "You're too impatient, you naughty monkey. You could have asked the old gentleman for a piece of rope to tether the horse with. There was no need to snap his clothesline. Please don't be suspicious, sir," Sunzong went on, addressing the old man. "This horse isn't stolen, I can assure you. When we when we reached the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge yesterday, I was riding a white horse, complete with saddle and bridle. We did not know that there was an evil dragon in the stream who had become a spirit, and this dragon swallowed my horse, saddle, bridle, and all, in a single gulp. Luckily, this disciple of mine has certain powers, and he brought the Bodhisattva Guan Yin to the side of the gorge, where she caught the dragon and changed it into a white horse, exactly like the original one, to carry me to the western heaven to visit the Buddha. It's been less than a day from when we crossed that stream to when we reached your holy shrine, sir, and we haven't yet saddle or bridle for it." "Please don't be angry, father. I was only joking," the old man replied. "I never thought your respected disciple would take it seriously. When I was young, I had a bit of money, and I was fond of riding a good horse. But many years of troubles and bereavement have taken the fire out of me, and I've come to this miserable end as a sacristan looking after the incense. Luckily, the benefactor who owns the farm behind here provides me with the necessities of life. As it happens, I still have a saddle and bridle. I was so fond of them in the old days that I've never been able to bring myself to sell them, poor as I am. Now that I have heard, venerable master, how the Bodhisattva saved the divine dragon and changed it into a horse to carry you, I feel that I must help too. So I shall bring that saddle and bridle out tomorrow for you to ride on. I beg you to be gracious enough to accept them." Sunzong thanked him effusively. The servant boy had by now produced the evening meal, and when it was over, they spread out their bedding, lamp in hand, and all went to sleep. When Monkey got up the next morning, he said, "Master, that old sacristan promised us the saddle and bridle last night. You must insist and not let him off." Before the words were out of his mouth, the old man appeared with the saddle and bridle in his hands, as well as saddle cloth, saddle pad, reins, muzzle, and all other trappings for a horse. Nothing was missing. As he put it all down in front of the veranda, he said, "Master, I humbly offer this saddle and bridle." When Sanzang saw them, he accepted them with delight. Then he told Monkey to put them on the horse to see if they fitted him. Monkey went over and picked them up to look at them one by one. They were all fine pieces. There are some verses to prove it that go, "The well-carved saddle shines with silver stars. The jeweled stirrups gleam with golden light. Several layers of saddle pads are made from wool. The lead rope is plaited from purple silk. The reins are inlaid with flashing flowers. The blinkers have dancing animals outlined in gold. The bit is made of tempered steel, and woolen tassels hang from either end." Monkey, who was secretly very pleased, put the saddle and bridle on the horse, and found that they fitted as if they had been made to measure. Sanzang knelt and bowed to the old man in thanks, at which the old man rushed forward and said, "No, no, how could I allow you to thank me?" The old man did not try to keep them a moment longer, and bade Sanzang mount the horse. When he was out of the gate, Sanzang climbed into the saddle, while Monkey carried the luggage. The old man then produced a whip from his sleeve and offered it to Sanzang as he stood beside the road. Its handle was of rattan bound with leather, and its thong of tiger sinew bound at the end with silk. "Holy monk," he said, "I would also like to give you this as you leave." As Sanzang took it sitting on horseback, he thanked the old man for his generosity. As Sanzang was on the point of clasping his hands together to take his leave of him, the old man disappeared, and on turning round to look at the temple, the monk could see nothing but a stretch of empty land. He heard a voice saying in the sky, "Holy monk, we have been very abrupt with you. We are the mountain god and the local deity of Podoraka Island, and we were sent by the Bodhisattva Guanyin to give you the saddle and bridle. You two are now to make for the west as fast as you can, and not to slacken your pace for a moment." Sanzang tumbled out of the saddle in a panic, and worshipped the heavens, saying, "My eyes of flesh and my mortal body prevented me from recognizing you, noble gods. Forgive me, I beg you. Please convey my gratitude to the Bodhisattva for her mercy." Look at him, kowtowing to the sky more often than you could count. The great sage Sun Wukong, the handsome Monkey King, was standing by the path overcome with laughter and beside himself with amusement. He went over and tugged at the Tang priest. "Master," he said, "get up. They're already much too far away to hear your prayers or see your kowtows. So why ever are you doing that?" "Disciple," Sanzang replied, "what do you mean by standing beside the path, sneering at me, and not even making a single bow while I've done all these kowtows?" "You don't know anything," Monkey retorted. "A deceitful pair like that deserve a thrashing. I let them off out of respect for the Bodhisattva. That's quite enough. They couldn't expect me to bow to them too, could they? I've been a tough guy since I was a kid, and I don't bow to anyone. Even when I meet the Jade Emperor or the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, I just chant a "nah," and that's all." "You inhuman beast," said Sanzang. "Stop talking such nonsense. Get moving and don't hold us up a moment longer." With that, Sanzang rose to his feet, and they set off to the west. The next 2 months' journey was peaceful, and they only met luos, huis, wolves, monsters, tigers, and leopards. The time passed quickly, and it was now early spring. They saw mountains and forests clad in emerald brocade, as plants and trees put out shoots of green. And when all the plum blossom had fallen, the willows started coming into leaf. Master and disciple traveled along, enjoying the beauties of spring, and they saw that the sun was setting in the west. Sanzan reined in his horse to look into the distance, and in the fold of a mountain he dimly discerned towers and halls. "Wukong," he said, "can you see if there's anywhere we can go there?" Monkey looked and said, "It must be a temple or a monastery. Let's get there quickly and spend the night there." Sanzong willingly agreed, and giving his dragon horse a free rein, he galloped towards it. If you don't know what sort of palace it was that they were going to, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 16. The monks of the Guanyin Monastery plot to take the treasure. The monster of the Black Wind Mountain steals the cassock. The master whipped on his horse and hurried straight to the temple gate with his disciple to have a look. They saw that it was indeed a monastery. Hall upon hall, cloister after cloister. Beyond the triple gates, countless colored clouds are massed. Before the Hall of Five Blessings coil 1,000 wisps of red mist. 2 rows of pine and bamboo, a forest of locust and cypress trees. The 2 rows of pine and bamboo are ageless in their elegant purity. The forest of locust and cypress trees has color and beauty. See how high the drum and bell towers are, how tall the pagoda. In peaceful meditation, the monks make firm their natures, as birds sing in the trees outside. Peace beyond mortal dust is the only true peace. Emptiness with the way is the real emptiness. As the poem goes, a supreme Jetavana hidden in a green valley. A monastery set in scenery unbeaten in the world. Such pure lands are rare on earth. On most of the famous mountains dwell monks. Sanzong dismounted, Monkey laid down his burden, and they were just on the point of going in when a crowd of monks came out. This is how they were dressed. On their heads they wore hats pinned on the left. On their bodies were clothes of purity. Copper rings hung from their ears, and silken belts were tied around their waists. Slowly they walked on sandals of straw, as they held wooden clappers in their hands. With their mouths they were always chanting their devotion to the wisdom. When Sanzong saw them, he stood respectfully beside the gate and greeted them. A monk hastily returned his greeting and apologized for not noticing them before. "Where are you from?" he asked. "Please come to the abbot's rooms and have some tea." "I have been sent from the east on an imperial mission to worship the Buddha in the Thunder Monastery and ask for the scriptures," Sanzong replied. "And as it is almost night, we would like to ask for a night's lodging now that we are here." "Come inside and sit down. Come inside and sit down," the monk said. When Sanzong told Monkey to lead the horse over, the monk was frightened at the sudden sight of him, and asked, "What's that thing leading the horse?" "Keep your voice down," Sanzong urged. "Keep your voice down. He has a quick temper, and if he hears you referring to him as that thing, he'll be furious. He's my disciple." The monk shuddered and bit his finger as he remarked, "Fancy taking a monstrously ugly creature like that for a disciple." "He may not look it," Sanzong replied, "but ugly as he is, he has his uses." The monk had no choice but to go through the monastery gate with Sanzong and Monkey, and inside they saw the words, "Chan Monastery of Guanyin," written in large letters on the main hall. Sanzong was delighted. I have often been the grateful beneficiary of the Bodhisattva's divine mercy, he exclaimed, but I have not yet been able to kowtow to her in thanks. To worship her in this monastery will be just as good as seeing her in person. On hearing this, the monk, ordering a lay brother to open the doors, invited Sanzang to go in and worship. Monkey tethered the horse, put down the luggage, and went up into the hall with Sanzang, who prostrated himself and put his head on the floor before the golden statue. When the monk went to beat the drum, Monkey started striking the bell. Sanzang lay before the image, praying with all his heart, and when he had finished, the monk stopped beating the drum. Monkey, however, was so engrossed in striking the bell, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, that he went on for a very long time. He's finished his devotions, a lay brother said, so what are you still beating the bell for? Monkey threw down the bell hammer and said with a grin, You're ignorant, aren't you? Whoever is a monk for a day strikes the bell for a day. That's me. By then, all the monks in the monastery, senior and junior, as well as the abbot and his assistant, had been so startled by the wild noises from the bell that they all came crowding out to ask what savage was making such a din with the bell and the drum. Monkey jumped out and cursed them. Your grandfather, Sun Wukong, was having some fun. All the monks collapsed with shock at the sight of him, and said as they knelt on the ground, Lord Thunder God, Lord Thunder God. The Thunder God is my great-grandson, Monkey replied. Get up, you've nothing to fear. I'm a lord from the land of the great Tang Empire in the east. All the monks bowed to him, and could not feel easy until Sanzang appeared. Please come and drink tea in my rooms, said the abbot of the monastery. The horse was unloaded and led off, while they went round the main hall to a room at the back, where they sat down according to their seniority. The abbot gave them tea and arranged for food to be brought, and after the meal it was still early. As Sanzang was expressing his thanks, 2 servant boys appeared behind them, supporting an aged monk. This is what he looked like. A Vairocana mitre on his head, topped with a gleaming cat's eye jewel. On his body, a gown of brocade, edged with gold-mounted kingfisher feathers. A pair of monkish shoes studded with the 8 treasures. A walking stick inlaid with clouds and stars. A face covered with wrinkles, like the old goddess of Mount Lee. A pair of purblind eyes, like the dragon king of the eastern sea. His mouth can't keep out the wind as his teeth have gone. His back is bent because his muscles are stiff. The patriarch has come, the monks all said. Sanzang bowed low to him in greeting and said, Your disciple pays his respects, venerable abbot. The aged monk returned his greeting, and they both sat down. The youngsters have just told me that gentlemen have come from the Tang Empire in the east, he said. So I have come out to see you. Please forgive us for blundering into your monastery so rudely, Sanzang replied. Don't put it like that, the aged monk said, going on to ask, How long a journey is it from the eastern lands to here? It was over 1,600 miles from Chang'an to the double boundary mountain, where I took on this disciple, Sanzong replied. We traveled on together through the land of Kami, and as that took 2 months, we must have covered getting on for another 2,000 miles before reaching here. Over 3,000 miles, said the aged monk. I have spent a life of piety, and have never been outside the monastery gates. So you could really say that I have been looking at heaven from the bottom of a well, and call mine a wasted life. How great is your age, venerable abbot? Sanzong asked. In my stupid way, I have lived to be 270, the old monk replied. Then you're my 10,000th grandson, put in Monkey. Talk properly, said Sanzong, glaring at him. Don't be so disrespectful and rude. How old are you, sir? The aged monk asked. I don't venture to mention it, Monkey replied. The aged monk then thought that he must have been raving, so he put the matter out of his mind, said no more about it, and ordered tea to be brought for them. A young page brought in 3 cloisonne teacups on a jade tray the color of mutton fat, and another carried in a white alloy teapot from which he poured out 3 cups of fragrant tea. It had a better color than pomegranate blossom, and its aroma was finer than cassia. When Sanzong saw this, he was full of praise. What splendid things, he said. What splendid things. Wonderful tea in wonderful vessels. They're not worth looking at, the old monk replied. After all, sir, you come from a superior and heavenly court, and have seen many rare things in your wide travels. So how can you give such exaggerated praise to things like that? What treasures did you bring with you from your superior country that I could have a look at? I'm afraid our eastern land has no great treasures, and even if it did, I would have been unable to bring them on so long a journey. Master, put in Monkey, who was sitting beside him, isn't that cassock I saw in our bundle the other day a treasure? Why don't I take it out for him to see? When the monks heard him mention the cassock, they smiled sinister smiles. What are you smiling at? Monkey asked. We thought it was very funny when you said that a cassock was a treasure, the abbot of the monastery replied. A priest of my rank has 2 or 3 dozen, and our patriarch, who has been a monk here for 250 or 60 years, has 700 or 800. He ordered them to be brought out and displayed. The old monk, who was also in on the game, told the lay brothers to open the storerooms, while friars carried 12 chests out into the courtyard and unlocked them. Then they set up clothes frames, put rope all around, shook the cassocks open one by one, and hung them up for Sanzong to see. Indeed, the whole building was full of brocade, and the 4 walls covered with silk. Monkey examined them one by one, and saw that some were made of brocade and some were embroidered with gold. Enough, 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 he said. Put them away, put them away. I'll bring ours out for you to take a look at. Sanzong drew Monkey aside and whispered to him. disciple. Never try to compete with other people's wealth. You and I are alone in this foreign land, and I'm afraid that there may be trouble." "What trouble can come from letting him look at the cassock?" Monkey asked. "You don't understand," Sanzong replied. "The ancients used to say, 'Don't let greedy and treacherous men see rare or amusing things.' If he lays his eyes on it, his mind will be disturbed, and if his mind is disturbed, he's bound to start scheming. If you were cautious, you would only let him see it if he'd insisted. But as it is, this is no trifling matter, and may well be the end of us." Don't worry," said Brother Monkey. "I'll look after everything." Watch as, without another word of argument, he rushes off and opens the bundle, which is already giving off a radiant glow. It still had 2 layers of oiled paper round it, and when he removed it to take out the cassock and shake it open, the hall was bathed in red light, and clouds of colored vapors filled the courtyard. When the monks saw it, their hearts were filled with delight, and their mouths with praise. It really was a fine cassock, hung with pearls of unrivaled quality, studded with Buddhist treasures infinitely rare. Above and below a dragon pearl beard sparkles, on grass cloth edged with brocade. If it is worn, all demons are extinguished. When donned, it sends all monsters down to hell. It was made by the hands of heavenly immortals, and none but a true monk should dare put it on. When the aged monk saw how rare a treasure it was, his heart was indeed disturbed. He went up to Sanzong and knelt before him. "My fate is indeed a wretched one," he lamented, tears pouring down his cheeks. Sanzong helped him to his feet again and asked, "Why do you say that, venerable patriarch?" "You have unfolded this treasure of yours, sir," the aged monk replied, "when it is already evening, so that my eyes are too dim to see it clearly. That is why I say my fate is wretched." "Send for a candle and take another look," Sanzong suggested. "My lord, your precious cassock is already shining brightly, so I don't think I would see more distinctly, even if a candle were lit," replied the aged monk. "How would you like to look at it, then?" asked Sanzong. "If, sir, you were in your mercy to set aside your fears and let me take it to my room to examine it closely during the night, I will return it to you in the morning to take to the West. What do you say to that?" This request startled Sanzong, who grumbled at Brother Monkey. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." "He's nothing to be frightened of," Monkey replied with a grin. "I'll pack it up and tell him to take it away to look at. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible." As there was nothing he could do to stop him, Sanzong handed the cassock to the old monk with the words, "I'll let you take it, but you must give it back to me tomorrow morning, in the condition it's in now. I won't have you getting it all dirty." The old monk gleefully took a page to take the cassock to his room, and instructed the other monks to sweep out the front meditation hall, move 2 rattan beds in, spread out the bedding on them, and invite the two gentlemen to spend the night there. He also arranged for them to be given breakfast and seen off the next morning. Then everyone went off to bed. Sanzang and his disciple shut the doors of the meditation hall and went to sleep. After the old monk had tricked them into giving him the cassock, he held it under the lamp in the back room as he wept and wailed over it. This so alarmed the monks that none of them dared go to sleep before he did. The young page, not knowing what to do, went to tell the other monks. "Granddad's still crying, although it's getting on for 11. Two junior monks, who were among the old man's favorites, went over to ask him why he was crying. "I'm crying because my accursed fate won't allow me to see the Tang priest's treasure," he said, to which they replied, "Granddad, in your old age you have succeeded. His cassock is laid before you, and all you have to do is open your eyes and look. There's no need for tears." "But I can't look at it for long," the aged monk answered. "I'm 270 this year, and I've collected all those hundreds of cassocks for nothing. However am I to get hold of that one of his? However am I to become like the Tang priest?" "Master, you've got it all wrong," the junior monk said. "The Tang priest is a pilgrim far from home. You should be satisfied with your great seniority and wealth. Why ever would you want to be a pilgrim like him?" "Although I live at home and enjoy my declining years, I've got no cassock like his to wear," the aged monk replied. "If I could wear it for a day, I would close my eyes in peace. I'd be as happy as if I were a monk in my next life." "What nonsense," the junior monk said. "If you want to wear his cassock, there'll be no problem about that. We'll keep him for another day tomorrow, and you can wear it for another day. Or we can keep him for 10 days, and you can wear it for 10 days. So why get so upset about it?" "Even if we kept him for a year," the old monk replied, "I'd only be able to wear it for a year, which wouldn't bring me any glory. I'll still have to give it to him when he went. I can't keep him here forever." As they were talking, a young monk called Broad Wisdom spoke out. "Granddad," he said, "if you wanted for a long time, that's easy to arrange too." "What brilliant idea have you got, child?" the aged monk asked, cheering up. "That Tang priest and his disciple were so exhausted after their journey that they are both asleep by now," Broad Wisdom replied. "If we arm some strong monks with swords and spears to break into the meditation hall and kill them, they can be buried in the back garden, and nobody but us will be any the wiser. This way we get their white horse and their luggage as well as the cassock, which will become an heirloom of the monastery. We would be doing this for posterity." The old monk was very pleased with this suggestion, and he wiped the tears from his eyes as he said, "Very good, very good. A marvelous plan." Another young monk called Broad Plans, a fellow student of Broad Wisdom's, came forward and said, "This plan's no good. If we are to kill them, we'll have to keep a sharp eye on them. That old pale-faced one looks easy enough, but the hairy-faced one could be tricky. And if by any chance we fail to kill him, we'll be in deep trouble. I have a way that doesn't involve using weapons, but I don't know what you'll think of it. What do you suggest, my child? The aged monk asked. In my humble opinion, he replied, we should assemble the head monks of all the cells, senior and junior, and get everyone to put a bundle of firewood outside the meditation hall. When it's set alight, those two will have no escape, and they'll be burnt to death together with their horse. Even if the people who live around this mountain see the blaze, they'll think that those two burnt down the meditation hall by carelessly starting a fire. This way, they'll both be burnt to death, and nobody will know how it happened. Then the cassock will become our monastery's treasure forever. All the monks were pleased with this suggestion, exclaiming, Great, great, great! An even better plan. The head of every cell was told to bring firewood, a scheme that was to bring death to the venerable and aged monk, and reduce the Guanyin monastery to ashes. Now, there were 70 or 80 cells in the monastery, and over 200 junior and senior monks. They shifted firewood all night, piling it up round the meditation hall so that there was no easy way out, and prepared to set it alight. Although Sanzang and he had gone to bed, the magical monkey's spirit remained alert, and his eyes half open even when he was asleep. His suspicions were aroused by the sound of people moving around outside, and the rustling of firewood in the breeze. Why can I hear footsteps in the still of the night? He wondered. Perhaps bandits are planning to murder us. He leaped out of bed, and was on the point of opening the door to take a look when he remembered that this might disturb his master. So instead, he used his miraculous powers to turn himself into a bee with the shake of his body. Sweet his mouth and venomous his tail, slender his waist and light his body. He flew like an arrow, threading through willows and flowers, seeking their nectar like a shooting star, a tiny body that could bear great weights. Carried on the breeze by his frail and buzzing wings, thus did he emerge from under the rafters, going out to take a look. He saw that the monks had piled firewood and straw all around the meditation hall, and were setting it alight. Smiling to himself, he thought, So my master was right. This is their idea. They want to kill us and keep our cassock. I wish I could lay into them with my cudgel. If only I wasn't forbidden to use it, I could kill the lot of them. But the master would be only angry with me for murdering them. Too bad. I'll just have to take my chances as they come and finish them off. The splendid monkey leapt in through the southern gate of heaven with a single somersault, startling the heavenly warriors Peng, Liu, Go, and Bi into bowing, and Ma, Zhao, Wen, and Guan into bending low, as they all said, Oh no! Oh no! The fellow who turned heaven upside down is here again. There's no need to stand on courtesy or be alarmed, gentlemen, said Monkey with a wave of his hand. I've come to find the broad-visioned heavenly king. Before the words were out of his mouth, the heavenly king was there, and greeting Monkey with, Haven't seen you for ages. I heard the other day that the Bodhisattva Guanyin came to see the Jade Emperor to borrow the 4 duty gods, the 6 Dings and Jias, and the revealers of truth to look after the Tang priest on his pilgrimage to the Western Heaven to fetch the scriptures. They were also saying that you were his disciple. So, how is it that you have the spare time to come here? Let's cut the cackle, said Monkey. The Tang priest has run into some villains who have started a fire to burn him to death. It's very urgent, which is why I've come to ask you for the loan of your anti-fire cover to save him with. Fetch it at once. I'll bring it straight back. You've got it all wrong, the Heavenly King replied. If villains are trying to burn him, you should rescue him with water. What do you need my anti-fire cover for? You don't understand, Monkey continued. If I try to save him with water, he may still be hurt, even if he isn't burnt up. I can only keep him free from injury if you lend me that cover. And with that, it doesn't matter how much burning they do. Buck up, buck up! It may be too late already. Don't mess up what I've got to do down there. You monkey, said the Heavenly King with a laugh. You're as wicked as ever, thinking only of yourself and never of others. Hurry up, Monkey pleaded. You'll ruin everything if you go on nattering. The Heavenly King, no longer able to refuse, handed the cover over to Monkey. Taking the cover, Monkey pressed down on his cloud and went straight to the roof of the meditation hall, where he spread the cover over the Tang priest, the dragon horse, and the luggage. Then he went to sit on top of the aged monk's room to protect the cassock. As he watched them starting the fire, he kept on reciting a spell and blew some magic breath towards the southwest, at which a wind arose and fanned the flames up into a wild and roaring blaze. What a fire! Spreading black smoke, leaping red flames. The spreading black smoke blotted out all the stars in the sky. The leaping red flames made the earth glow red for hundreds of miles. When it started, it was a gleaming golden snake. Later on, it was a spirited horse. The three spirits of the south showed their might. The fire god, Quilu, wielded his magic power. The bone-dry kindling burned ferociously, as when the Emperor Suiren drilled wood to start a fire. Flames leapt up from the boiling oil before the doors, brighter than when Lord Lao Tzu opened his furnace. As the cruel fire spreads, what can stop this willful murder? Instead of dealing with the disaster, they abetted it. As the wind fanned the fire, the flames flew many miles high. As the fire grew in the might of the wind, sparks burst through the 9 heavens, cracking and banging like firecrackers at the end of the year, popping and bursting like cannon fire in battle. None of the Buddha statues could escape the blaze, and the guardian gods in the eastern court had nowhere to hide. It was fiercer than the fire attack at Red Cliff, or the burning of the Yipang Palace. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In a few moments, the raging wind had blown the fire up into an inferno, and the whole Guanyin monastery was red. Look at the monks as they move away boxes and baskets, grabbing tables and carrying cooking pots on their heads. The whole monastery was full of the sound of shouting and weeping. Brother Monkey protected the abbot's rooms at the back, and the anti-fire cover covered the meditation hall in front. Everywhere else, the fire raged, its red flames reflected in the sky, and its dazzling brightness shining through the wall. When the fire broke out, all the animals and devils of the mountain were disturbed. 7 miles due south of the Guanyin Monastery was the Black Wind Mountain, on which there was a Black Wind Cave. In this cave, a monster awoke and sat up. Seeing light streaming in through his window, he thought it must be dawn, but when he got up to take a better look, he saw a blazing fire to the north. "Blimey!" the monster exclaimed with astonishment. "Those careless monks must have set the Guanyin Monastery on fire. I'd better go and help them." The good monster leapt off on a cloud and went down below the smoke and flames that reached up to the sky. The front halls were all empty, and the fire was burning bright in the cloisters on either side. He rushed forward with long strides. It was just calling for water when he noticed that the rooms at the back were not burning, as there was someone on the roof keeping the wind away. The moment he realized this and rushed in to look, he saw a magic glow and propitious vapors coming from a black felt bundle on the table. On opening it, he found it contained a brocade cassock that was a rare treasure of the Buddhist religion. His mind disturbed by the sight of this valuable object, he forgot about putting out the fire or calling for water and grabbed the cassock, which he made off with in the general confusion. Then he went straight back to his cave by cloud. The fire blazed on till dawn before burning itself out. The undraped monks howled and wailed as they searched through the ashes for iron and bronze, and picked over the cinders to find gold and silver. Some of them thatched shelters in what remained of the frames of the buildings, and others were rigging up pots to cook food at the bases of the exposed walls. We will not describe the weeping, the shouting, and the confused hubbub. Brother Monkey grabbed the anti-fire cover, took it back to the southern gate of heaven with a single somersault, and returned it to the broad-visioned Heavenly King with thanks. "Great sage," said the Heavenly King as he accepted it. "You are as good as your word. I was so worried that if you didn't give me back my treasure, I'd never be able to find you and get it off you. Thank goodness you've returned it." "Am I the sort of bloke who'd cheat someone to his face?" asked Monkey. "After all, if you return a thing properly when you borrow it, it'll be easier to borrow it next time." "As we haven't met for so long, why don't you come into the palace for a while?" said the Heavenly King. "I'm no longer the man to sit on the bench till it rots, talking about the universe," Monkey replied. "I'm too busy now that I have to look after the Tang monk. Please excuse me." Leaving with all speed, he went down on his cloud and saw that the sun was rising as he went straight to the meditation hall, where he shook himself, turned into a bee, and flew in. On reverting to his true form, he saw that his master was still sound asleep. "Master, get up, it's dawn," he called. Sanzong woke up, rolled over, and said, "Yes, so it is." When he had dressed, he opened the doors, went outside, and saw the walls reddened and in ruins, and the halls and towers gone. "Goodness!" he exclaimed in great astonishment. "Why have all the buildings disappeared? Why is there nothing but reddened walls?" "You're still asleep," Monkey replied. "There was a fire last night." "Why didn't I know about it?" Sanzong asked. "I was protecting the meditation hall, and as I could see you were asleep, master, I didn't disturb you," Monkey replied. "If you were able to protect the meditation hall, why didn't you put out the fire in the other buildings?" Sanzong asked. Monkey laughed. "I'll tell you, master. What you predicted actually happened. They fancied that cassock of yours and planned to burn us to death. If I hadn't noticed, we'd be bones and ashes by now." "Did they start the fire?" asked Sanzong, who was horrified to learn this. "Who else?" replied Monkey. "Are you sure that you didn't cook this up because they were rude to you?" Sanzong asked. "I'm not such a rascal as to do a thing like that," said Monkey. "Honestly and truly, they started it. Of course, when I saw how vicious they were, I didn't help put the blaze out. I helped them with a slight breeze instead." "Heavens! Heavens! When a fire starts, you should bring water, not wind." "You know the old saying, if people didn't harm tigers, tigers wouldn't harm people. If they hadn't started a fire, I wouldn't have caused a wind." "Where's the cassock? Don't say that it's been burned too." "It's all right. It hasn't been burnt. The abbot's cell where it was kept didn't catch fire." "I don't care what you say. If it's come to any harm, I'll recite the spell till it kills you." "Please don't do that," pleaded Monkey desperately. "I promised to bring that cassock back to you. Wait while I fetch it for you, and then we'll be on our way." With Sunzong leading the horse and Monkey carrying the luggage, they went out of the meditation hall and straight to the abbot's lodgings at the back. When the grief-stricken monks of the monastery suddenly saw a master and disciple emerge with horse and luggage from the meditation hall, they were terrified out of their wits and screamed, "The avenging ghosts have come to demand our lives!" "What do you mean, avenging ghosts coming to demand your lives?" Monkey shouted. "Give us back our cassock at once." The monks all fell to their knees and kowtowed, saying, "Masters, wrongs are always avenged, and debts always have to be paid. If you want lives, it's nothing to do with us. It was the old monk and Broad Plans who cooked up the plot to kill you. Please don't punish us." Monkey snorted with anger and roared, "I'll get you, you damned animals! Who asked for anyone's life? Just bring out that cassock and we'll be on our way." Two brave men from among the monks said, "Masters, you were burnt to death in the meditation hall, and now you come back to ask for the cassock? Are you men or ghosts?" "You cattle!" sneered Monkey. "There wasn't any fire. Go and look at the meditation hall, and we'll see what you have to say." The monks rose to their feet, and when they went forward to look, they saw that there was not even the slightest trace of scorching on the door and the window frames. The monks, now struck with fear, realized that Sanzong was a divine priest and Monkey a guardian god. They all kowtowed to the pair of them and said, "Our eyes are blind. We failed to recognize saints sent down from heaven. Your cassock is in the abbot's room at the back." Sanzong went past a number of ruined walls and buildings, sighing endlessly, and saw the abbot's room at the back had indeed not been burnt. The monks all rushed in, shouting, "Granddad, the Tang priest is a saint, and instead of being burnt to death, he's wrecked our home. Bring the cassock out at once and give it back to him." Now the old monk had been unable to find the cassock, which, coming on top of the destruction of the monastery, had him distraught with worry. When the monks asked him for it, he was unable to reply. Seeing no way out of his quandary, he bent his head down and dashed it against the wall. He smashed his skull open and expired as blood poured all over the floor. There are some verses about it. Alas, that the aged monk, in his folly, lived so long a life for nothing. He wanted the cassock as an heirloom for the monastery, forgetting that what is Buddha's is not as mortal things. As he took the changeable for the eternal, his sorry end was quite inevitable. What use were broad wisdom and broad plans? To harm others for gain always fails. The other monks began to howl in desperation. "Our patriarch has dashed his brains out, and we can't find the cassock, so whatever shall we do?" "I think you've hidden it somewhere," Monkey said. "Come out, all of you, and bring me all the registers. I'm going to check that you're all here." The senior and junior abbots brought the 2 registers in which all the monks, novices, pages, and servants were registered. There were a total of 230 names in them. Asking his master to sit in the place of honor, Monkey called out and marked off each of the names, making the monks open up their clothes for his inspection. When he had checked each one carefully, there was no sign of the cassock. Then he searched carefully through all the boxes and baskets that had been saved from the flames, but again he could find no trace of it. Sanzong, now absolutely furious with Brother Monkey, started to recite the spell as he sat up high. Monkey fell to the ground in great agony, clutching his head and pleading, "Stop! Stop! I swear to return the cassock to you." The monks, trembling at the sight, begged him to stop, and only then did he shut his mouth and desist. Monkey leapt to his feet, took his iron cudgel from behind his ear, and was going to hit the monks when Sanzong shouted, "You ape! Aren't you afraid of another headache? Are you going to misbehave again? Don't move your hand or hurt anyone. I want you to question them again instead." The monks all kowtowed to him, and entreated him most pitifully to spare their lives. "We've honestly not seen it. It's all that dead old bastard's fault. After he saw your cassock yesterday evening, he cried till late into the night, not even wanting to look at it, as he worked out a plan by which it could belong to the monastery forever. He wanted to burn you to death, masters, but when the fire started, a gale wind blew up, and we were all busy trying to put the blaze out and move away what stuff we could. We don't know where the cassock went." Monkey went into the abbot's quarters at the back in a great rage, and carried out the corpse of the old monk who had killed himself. When he stripped the body, he found no treasures on it, so he dug up the floor of his room to a depth of 3 feet, again without finding a sign of the cassock. Monkey thought for a moment, and then asked, Are there any monsters turned spirits around here? If you hadn't asked, sir, I'd never have imagined you wanted to know, the abbot replied. There is a mountain due south of here, called the Black Wind Mountain, and in the Black Wind Cave, on it, there lives a great black king. The old dead bastard of ours was always discussing the way with him. There aren't any other evil spirits apart from him. How far is the mountain from here? Monkey asked. Only about 7 miles, the abbot replied. It's the mountain you can see over there. Monkey smiled and said to Sun Zung, Don't worry, master. There's no need to ask any more questions. No doubt about it. It must have been stolen by that black monster. But his place is 7 miles from here. So how can you be sure it was him? Sun Zung asked. You didn't see the fire last night, Brother Monkey retorted. The flames were leaping up hundreds of miles high, and the glow penetrated the triple heavens. You could have seen it 70 miles away, let alone 7. I'm convinced that he saw the glare and took the chance to slip over here quietly. When he saw that our cassock was a treasure, he must have stolen it in the confusion. Just wait while I go and find him. If you go, who's going to protect me? Asked Sun Zung. Don't worry, gods are watching over you in secret, and in the visible sphere, I'll make these monks serve you. And with that, he called the community together and said, I want some of you to go and bury that old ghost, and some of you to serve my master and look after our white horse. The monks all assented obediently, and Monkey continued. I won't have you agreeing glibly now, but not waiting on them when I'm gone. Those of you who look after my master must do so with pleasant expressions on your faces, and those who feed the horse must make sure he gets the right amount of hay and water. If there's the slightest mistake, I'll hit you like this. He pulled out his cudgel and smashed a fire-baked brick wall to smithereens. The shock from this shook down 7 or 8 more walls. At the sight of this, the monk's bones turned to jelly, and they knelt down and kowtowed to him, with tears pouring down their cheeks. Don't worry, master. You can go. We'll look after him. We promise not to show any disrespect. The splendid monkey then went straight to the Black Wind Mountain with a leap of his somersault cloud to look for the castle. The golden cicada left the capital in search of the truth, leaning on his staff as he went to the distant west. Along his route were tigers, leopards, and wolves. Few were the artisans, merchants, or scholars he met. In a foreign land, he encountered a stupid and covetous monk, and depended entirely on the mighty great sage equaling heaven. When fire and wind destroyed the monastery, a black bear came one night to steal the silken cassock. If you don't know whether the cassock was found on this journey or how things turned out, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 17. Brother Monkey makes trouble on the Black Wind Mountain. Guan Yin subdues the bear spirit. As Monkey leapt up with the somersault, the senior and junior monks, the novices, the page boys, and the servants of the monastery all bowed low to the sky, and said, Master, you must be a cloud-riding immortal come down from heaven. No wonder that fire can't burn you. Damn that stupid old skinflint of ours. He destroyed himself with his own scheming. "Please rise, gentlemen," replied Sanzang. "There's no need to hate him. If my disciple finds the cassock, our troubles will all come to an end. But if he doesn't find it, he has rather a nasty temper, and I'm afraid that none of you will escape with your lives." When they heard this warning, the monks' hearts were in their mouths, and they implored heaven to let him find the cassock and spare their lives. Once in mid-air, the great sage Sun Wukong reached at the Black Wind Mountain with one twist of his waist. Stopping his cloud while he took a careful look around, he saw that it was indeed a fine mountain. It was a spring day. The myriad valleys, streams compete. 1,000 precipices vie in beauty. Where the birds call, no man is. When the blossoms fall, the trees are still fragrant. After the rain, the sky and the lowering cliff are moist. As the pines bend in the wind, they spread an emerald screen. The mountain herbs grow. The wild flowers blossom. Hanging over beetling crags, the wild fig thrives, and fine trees flourish. On craggy range and flat-topped hill, you meet no hermits and can find no woodcutters. Beside the stream, a pair of cranes drink, and wild apes gambol on the rocks. Peaks like mussel shells, gleaming black, lofty and green as they shined through the mist. As Monkey was looking at the mountain scenery, he heard voices from in front of the grassy slope. He slipped off to conceal himself under the rock face and take a discreet look. He saw 3 fiends sitting on the ground. At the head was a dark fellow, to his left was a Taoist, and to his right a white-robed scholar. And they were all talking about lofty and broad matters, about refining cinnabar and mercury with tripods and cauldrons, and about the white snow, mercury, the yellow sprout, lead, and other esoteric teachings. In the middle of this, the dark fellow said, "As it's my birthday tomorrow, I hope you 2 gentlemen will do me the honor of coming along." "We celebrate your birthday every year, your majesty," the white-robed scholar replied. "So of course we shall come this year." "I came by a treasure last night," the dark fellow went on. "A brocade cassock for a Buddha, and it's a wonderful thing. I'm going to give a big banquet for it the day after tomorrow, and I'm inviting all you mountain officials to come and congratulate me, which is why I'm calling it a Buddha's robe banquet." "Wonderful, wonderful," the Taoist exclaimed with a smile. "Tomorrow I'll come to congratulate you on your birthday, and the day after I'll come again for the banquet." As soon as Monkey heard him mention the Buddha's robe, he was sure it was their treasure, and, unable to hold back his anger, he leapt out from the cliff, brandishing his gold-banded cudgel with both hands and shouting, "I'll get you, you gang of devils! You stole our cassock, and now you think you're going to have a Buddha's robe banquet? Give it back to me at once!" "Don't move," he barked, swinging the cudgel and bringing it down towards the monster's head. The dark fellow turned into a wind to flee in terror, and the Taoist rode off on a cloud. So Monkey was only able to slay the white-robed scholar with a blow from the club. When he dragged the body over to look at it, he saw that it was a white-patterned snake spirit. In his anger, he picked the corpse up and tore it to pieces, then went into the recesses of the mountain in search of the dark fellow. Rounding a sharp pinnacle and traversing a dizzy precipice, he saw a cave palace in the cliff. Thick, misty clouds, dense with cypress and pine. The thick and misty clouds filled the gates with color. The dense stands of cypress and pine surround the door with green. For a bridge, there is a dried-out log, and wild fig coils around the mountain peaks. Birds carry red petals to the cloud-filled valley. Deer tread on scented bushes as they climb the stone tower. Before the gates, the seasons bring out flowers, as the wind wafts their fragrance. Around the willows on the dike, the golden orioles wheel. Butterflies flit among the peach trees on the bank. This ordinary scene can yet compete with lesser views in fairyland. When he reached the gates, Monkey saw that they were very strongly fastened, and above them there was a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Black Wind Cave of the Black Wind Mountain," in large letters. He brandished his cudgel and shouted, "Open up!" At which the junior devil, who was on the gates, opened them and asked, "Who are you? And how dare you come and attack our immortal's cave?" "You damned cur!" Monkey railed at him. "How dare you call a place like this an immortal's cave? What right have you to use the word immortal? Go in and tell that dark fellow of yours that if he gives back my cassock at once, I'll spare your lives." The junior devil rushed in and reported, "The Buddha's robe banquet is off, your majesty. There's hairy-faced thunder god outside the gates who's demanding the cassock." The dark fellow, who had barely had time to shut the gates, and had not even sat down properly since Brother Monkey chased him away from the grassy slope, thought on hearing this news, "This wretch has come from I don't know where, and now he has the effrontery to come yelling at my gates." He called for his armor, tightened his belt, and strode out of the gates with a black tasseled spear in his hands. Monkey appeared outside the gates holding his iron cudgel and glaring wide-eyed at that ferocious-looking monster. His bowl-shaped iron helmet shone like fire. His black bronze armor gleamed. A black silk gown with billowing sleeves. A dark green silken sash with fringes. In his hands, a spear with black tassels. On his feet, a pair of dark leather boots. Lightning flashed from his golden pupils. He was indeed the Black Wind King of the mountains. "This wretch looks as though he's been a brick burner or a coal digger," Monkey thought as he smiled to himself. "He's so black he must be the local soot painter." "What gives you the nerve to act so big round here, monk? And what the hell are you?" shouted the monster at the top of his voice. Monkey rushed him with his cudgel and roared, "Cut the cackle, and give me back my cassock at once, kid." "What monastery do you come from? Where did you lose the cassock? Why come and ask for it here?" "My cassock was in the rear abbot's lodgings at the Guanyin Monastery, due north of here. When the monastery caught fire, you made the most of the confusion to do a bit of looting and brought it back here, you wretch. And now you're planning to hold a Buddha's robe banquet. Don't try to brazen it out.
Give it back at once and I'll spare your life. But if even a hint of a no gets past your teeth, I'll push the Black Wind Mountain over, trample your cave flat, and flatten every one of you fiends into noodles." The monster laughed evilly and replied, "You've got a nerve. You were the one who started the fire last night. You were sitting on the roof of the abbot's lodgings and calling up a wind to make it worse. What's it to you if I did take a cassock? Where are you from? Who are you? You must have a lot of tricks up your sleeve if you have the nerve to talk so big." "You can't recognize your own grandfather," Brother Monkey replied. "I, your grandfather, am the disciple of His Highness the Patriarch Sun Zong, the younger brother of the Emperor of the Great Tang. My name is Brother Sun Wukong. If you want to know about my tricks, just give me the word. I'll slaughter you here and now and send your souls flying." "I've never heard of these tricks of yours, so you'd better tell me about them." "Stand still and listen to me, my child," Monkey replied, and went on to say, "Great have been my magic powers since childhood. Changing with the wind, I show my might. Nourishing my nature and cultivating the truth, I have lived out the days and months, saving my life by jumping beyond the cycle of rebirth. Once I searched sincerely for the way, climbing the Spirit Terrace mountain to pick medicinal herbs. On that mountain lives an ancient immortal, 108,000 years old. I took him as my master, hoping that he would show me a road to immortality. He said that the elixir is in one's own body. It is a waste of effort to seek it outside. I learned a great spell of immortality. I could scarcely have survived without it. Turning my gaze inwards, I sat and calmed my mind, while the sun and moon in my body intermingled. Ignoring the affairs of the world, I made my desires few. When senses, body, and mind were purified, my body was firm. Reversing the years and returning to youth is then easily done. The road to immortality and sagehood was not long. In 3 years I acquired a magic body that did not suffer like a common one. I wandered around the 10 continents and 3 islands, the corners of the sea and the edge of the sky. I was due to live over 300 years, but could not yet fly up to the 9 heavens. I got a real treasure for subduing sea dragons, an iron cudgel banded with gold. On the mountain of flowers and fruit, I was a supreme commander. In the water curtain cave, I assembled the fiendish hosts. The great Jade Emperor sent me a decree conferring high rank and the title equaling heaven. More than once I wrecked the Hall of Miraculous Mist and stole the Queen Mother's peaches several times. 100,000 heavenly soldiers in serried ranks came with spears and swords to put me down. I sent the heavenly kings back up there in defeat, made Naja flee in pain at the head of his men. The true Lord Erlang, skilled at his transformations, Lao Tzu, Guan Yin, and the Jade Emperor watched me being subdued from the southern gate of heaven. As he was given some help by Lord Lao Tzu, Erlang captured me and took to heaven. I was tied to the demon-subduing pillar, and divine soldiers were ordered to cut off my head. Though hacked with swords and pounded with hammers, I remained unharmed. So then I was struck with thunder and burned with fire. As I really do have magic powers, I was not in the slightest bit afraid. They took me to Lao Tzu's furnace to be refined. The 6 dings roasted me slowly with divine fire. When the time was up and the furnace opened, out I jumped and rushed round heaven, my cudgel in my hand. No one could stop me making trouble everywhere, and I caused chaos in the 33 heavens. Then our Tathagata Buddha used his Dharma power and dropped the Five Elements mountain on my back. There I was crushed for full 500 years until Sanzang came from the land of Tang. Now I have reformed and am going west to climb the Thunder Peak and see the Buddha. Inquire throughout the four seas, heaven and earth. You'll find that I'm the greatest monster ever. On hearing this, the fiend laughed and said, "So you're the protector of the horses who wrecked heaven, are you?" Monkey, who got angrier at being addressed by this title than at anything else, was furious. "You vicious monster! You steal the cassock and refuse to give it back, and on top of that you insult your lord and master. Just hold it, and see how you like my club." The dark fellow dodged the blow, then riposted with his spear. The pair of them fought a fine battle. An as you will cudgel, a black tasseled spear, and two men showing their toughness at the mouth of a cave. One stabs at heart and face, the other tries for arm and head. This one strikes cunning side swipes with a club. That one brandishes his spear in 3 swift movements. The white tiger climbs the mountain to sink in his claws. The yellow dragon, lying on the road, turns round fast. Snorting out colored mists, disgorging rays of light, the two immortal fiends are hard to choose between. One is the sage equaling heaven, who has cultivated the truth. The other is the great black king become a spirit. On this battlefield in the mountains, the pair of them fight for the cassock. The fiend fought some 10 inconclusive rounds with Monkey, and as the sun was now rising steadily towards the zenith, the dark fellow raised his halberd to block the iron cudgel and said, "Brother Monkey, let's lay down our arms. I'll come back and fight you again after I've eaten." "You accursed beast," Monkey replied. "How can you call yourself a real man? If you were, you wouldn't be needing to eat after only half a day. I never even tasted water once in those 500 years I spent under the mountain, but I wasn't hungry. Stop making excuses and don't go. I'll let you have your meal if you give me back my cassock." The fiend waved his halberd in a feint, withdrew into the cave, and shut the doors fast behind him. Summoning his junior goblins, he ordered that a banquet be spread and wrote invitations asking all the devil kings of the mountain to come to the celebratory feast. Monkey charged the gates, but was unable to force them open, so he had to go back to the Guanyin monastery, where the monks had buried the old patriarch, and were now all in attendance on the Tang priest in the abbot's quarters. Breakfast was over, and lunch was being brought in. Just as they were bringing soup and more hot water, Monkey descended from the sky. The monks all bowed low and took him into the abbot's room to see Sanzang. "Ah, you're back, Wukong," he said. "What about the cassock?" "I've found the answer. We misjudged these monks. It was in fact stolen by a fiend from the Black Wind Mountain. I went to have a look for him, and found him sitting in front of a grassy slope, talking to a white-gowned scholar and an old Taoist. He's a self-confessed monster, and he said with his own mouth that he was inviting all the evil spirits to come and celebrate his birthday tomorrow, and that as he had come by a brocade Buddha's robe last night, he wanted to celebrate that too, so he was going to give a great feast that he called an assembly for the celebration and admiration of the Buddha's robe. I rushed him and took a swipe at him with my club, but the dark fellow turned into a puff of wind and fled. The Taoist disappeared too, and I was only able to kill the white-clad scholar, who was a white snake's turned spirit. I went to the mouth of his cave as fast as I could and told him to come out and fight me. He admitted that he had carried it off. We fought for half a day without either of us winning, and then the monster went back to his cave for lunch and shut the stone gates behind him. He was too scared to come out again, so I came back to give you this news, Master. Now we know where the cassock is, so there's no need to worry that he won't give it back. On hearing this, the monks put their hands together, or kowtowed, as they invoked Amitabha Buddha, and exclaimed, "He's found where it is. We're saved." "Don't be so happy about it," Monkey warned. "I haven't got it yet, and my master hasn't left your monastery yet. You'll have to wait till I've recovered the cassock and my master has been seen off properly from here before you can consider yourself safe. And if there's the slightest mistake, remember that I'm a very quick-tempered boss. Have you given my master the best food and tea? Have you given my horse the best fodder?" "Yes, yes, yes," the monks hastened to assure him. "We haven't been remiss in any way while looking after his reverence." "While you were away all morning, I've drunk tea 3 times and eaten twice, and they have not been at all offhand with me," Sanzang explained. "You'd better go back and do everything possible to recover that cassock." "Don't be in such a hurry," Monkey replied. "I know where it is, and I guarantee that I'll capture this wretch and return the cassock to you. There's no need to worry." As he was talking, the senior abbot came in, set out the vegetarian meal, and invited Lord Monkey to eat. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Monkey mounted his magic cloud once more and went off on his hunt. On his way, he saw a junior goblin going along the main path with a rosewood box under his left arm. Guessing that there must be some kind of letter in the box, Monkey raised his cudgel and brought it down on his head. The blow did not just kill the goblin, it left him looking like a hamburger. Throwing his remains aside, Brother Monkey wrenched open the box and saw that it contained an invitation. "Your pupil bear presents his humble greetings to your excellency, the supreme and venerable one of the Golden Pool. I am deeply grateful for the magnificent kindness that I have so frequently received from you. When I saw the fire last night, I failed to put it out, but I am sure that your divine intelligence will have suffered no harm from it. As your pupil has been lucky enough to obtain a Buddha's robe, I am giving a banquet to which I hope you will come to appreciate the robe. I would be profoundly grateful if you would honor me with your presence at the appointed time, written 2 days beforehand." On reading this, Monkey roared with laughter and said, "That crooked old monk! He thoroughly deserved to be killed. He'd been ganging up with evil spirits, had he? It's odd that he should have lived to be 270. I suppose that evil spirit must have taught him a few tricks about controlling his vital essence, which was why he lived so long. I can remember what he looked like, so I think I'll make myself look like him and go into that cave. This way I can see where he's put that cassock, and if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get back and save a lot of trouble." The splendid great sage recited a spell, faced the wind, and made himself look just like the old monk. He hid his cudgel, walked straight to the entrance of the cave, and shouted, "Open up!" The junior goblin opened up, and as soon as he saw him, he rushed back to report, "Your Majesty, the Elder of the Golden Pool is here." The monster was astounded. "I've only just sent a youngster with an invitation for him, and the message can't have reached him yet. How could he possibly have got here so fast? The youngster can't even have met him. Obviously, Brother Monkey has sent him here to ask for the cassock. Steward, hide that cassock somewhere where he won't see it." As he came to the front gates, Monkey saw that the courtyard was green with bamboo and cypress, while peach and plum trees vied in beauty amid blossoming shrubs and fragrant orchids. It was a cave paradise. He also saw a couplet inscribed on the gates that read, "In peaceful retirement deep in the hills, one is free of vulgar worries, dwelling quietly in a magic cave, happy in divine simplicity." "This wretch has escaped from the dirt and the dust of the world," thought Monkey, "and is a fiend who understands life." Going through the gates, he went further inside and passed through a triple gate. Here were carved and painted beams, light windows, and colored doors. He saw that the dark fellow was wearing a dark green silken tunic, over which was slung a black patterned silk cloak. On his head was a soft black hat, and on his feet a pair of dusky deerskin boots. When he saw Monkey approaching, he straightened his clothes and came down the steps to greet him with the words, "I've been looking forward to seeing you for days, Golden Pool. Please take a seat." Monkey returned his courtesies, and when they had finished greeting each other, they sat down and drank tea. Then the evil spirit bowed and said, "I sent you a note just now asking you to come over the day after tomorrow. Why is it that you've come to see me today, old friend?" "I was on my way here to visit you when I happened to see your message that you were giving a Buddha's robe banquet, so I hurried over to ask you to let me have a look." "You've misunderstood, old friend," replied the evil monster with a smile. "It's the Tang priest's cassock, and as he's been staying at your place, you must have seen it there. Why come here to see it?" "When I borrowed it," Monkey said, "it was too late at night for me to be able to look at it. Since then, to my great surprise, it has been taken by your Majesty. On top of that, the monastery has been burnt down, and I have lost everything I own. That disciple of the Tang priests is quite a bold fellow, but he could not find it anywhere. I have come here to look at it, as your Majesty has had the great good fortune to recover it." As they were talking, a junior goblin came in from patrolling the mountain to announce, "Your Majesty, a terrible thing's happened. Brother Monkey has killed the lieutenant who was taking the invitation by the main path, and taken the chance of making himself look like the elder of the Golden Pool to come here and trick the Buddha's robe out of you." "I wondered why the elder came today," the monster thought, "and why he came so soon, and now I see that it's really him." He leapt to his feet, grabbed his halberd, and thrust at Monkey. Monkey pulled the cudgel from his ear in a flash, reverted to his true form, parried the halberd's blade, jumped out from the main room into the courtyard, and fought his way back out through the front gates. This terrified all the fiends in the cave, scared the wits out of young and old alike. The fine combat on the mountain that ensued was even better than the previous one. The courageous Monkey King was now a monk. The cunning dark fellow had hidden the Buddha's robe. At matching words, they were both masters. In making the most of chances, there was nothing between them. The cassock could not be seen, whatever one wished. A hidden treasure is a true wonder. When the junior demon on mountain patrol announced a disaster, the old fiend in his fury showed his might. Monkey transformed himself and fought his way out of the cave, as halberd and cudgel strove to decide the issue. The club blocked the lengthy halberd with resounding clangs. The halberd gleamed as it parried the iron club. Sun Wukong's transformations were rare on Earth. Few could rival the foul fiend's magic. One wanted to take the robe to bring himself long life. One had to have the cassock to return with honor. This bitter struggle was not to be broken up. Even a living Buddha could not have resolved it. From the mouth of the cave, the pair of them fought to the top of the mountain, and from the top of the mountain they battled their way beyond the clouds. They breathed out wind and mist, set sand and stones flying, and struggled till the red sun set in the west, but the contest was still undecided. Then the monster said, "Stop for the moment, Monkey. It's too late to go on fighting tonight. Go away, go away. Come back tomorrow and we'll see which of us is to live and which to die." "Don't go, my child," Monkey shouted back. "If you want to fight, fight properly. Don't use the time of day as an excuse to get out of it." With that he struck wildly at the dark fellow, who changed himself into a puff of wind, went back to his cave, and fastened the stone gates tightly shut. Monkey could think of no alternative to going back to the Guanyin monastery. Bringing his cloud down, he called to his master, who had been waiting for him anxiously until he appeared suddenly before his eyes. Sanzang was very glad until seeing that there was no cassock in Monkey's hands. His happiness turned to fear. "Why haven't you got the cassock this time, either?" he asked. Brother Monkey produced the invitation from his sleeve, and as he handed it to Sanzang, he said, "Master, that fiend was friends with that dead crook. He sent a junior goblin with this invitation, asking him to go to a Buddha's robe banquet. I killed the goblin, made myself look like the old monk, went into the cave, and tricked a cup of tea out of them. I asked him to let me see the cassock, but he wouldn't bring it out. Then, as we were sitting there, a mountain patrolman of some sort gave the game away, so he started to fight me. We fought till just now, and neither of us was on top. When he saw that it was late, shot back to his cave and shut the stone doors behind him. This meant I had to come back for the moment." "How do your tricks compare with his?" Sanzang asked. "I'm not much better than him," Monkey replied, "and I can only keep my end up." Sanzang read the invitation and handed it to the prelate. "Can it be that your patriarch was an evil spirit?" he said. The prelate fell to his knees as fast as he could and said, "My lord, he was human. But because that great black king was cultivating the ways of humanity, he often came to our temple to discuss the scriptures with our patriarch, and taught him some of the arts of nourishing the divine and controlling the vital essence. That was why they were on friendly terms. None of these monks have anything satanic about them, Monkey said. They all have their heads in the air and their feet on the ground, and are taller and fatter than I am. They're not evil spirits. Do you see where it says, "Your pupil bear," on the invitation? He must be a black bear who's become a spirit. To this, Sun Zong said, "There's an old saying that bears and baboons are alike. If they are all animals, how can they become spirits?" Monkey laughed and replied, "I'm an animal too, but I became the great sage equaling heaven. I'm just the same as him. All the creatures on heaven and earth that have 9 openings to their bodies can cultivate their conduct and become immortals." "Just now you said his abilities were the same as yours. So how are you going to beat him and get the cassock back?" Sun Zong went on to ask. Don't worry, Monkey replied. "I can manage." As they were talking, the monks brought their evening meal and invited them to eat. Then Sun Zong asked for a lamp and went to bed in front of the meditation hall as before. The monks all slept under thatched shelters rigged up against the walls, leaving the abbot's quarters at the back for the senior and junior prelate. It was a peaceful night. The Milky Way was clear, the jade firmament free of dust. The sky was full of coruscating stars. A single wave wiped out the traces. Stilled were all sounds, and the birds were silent on 1,000 hills. The fisherman's light beside the bank was out. The Buddha lamp in the pagoda dimmed. Last night the abbot's bell and drum had sounded. This evening the air was filled with weeping. This night he spent asleep in the monastery. Sun Zong, however, could not sleep for thinking about the cassock. He turned over, and seeing that the sky was growing light outside the window, got straight out of bed and said, "Monkey, it's light. Go and get the cassock." Brother Monkey bounded out of bed, and in an instant a host of monks was in attendance, offering hot water. "Look after my master properly. I'm off." Sun Zong got out of bed and seized hold of him. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I've been thinking," said Monkey, "that this whole business is the Bodhisattva Guanyin's fault. Although this is her monastery and she receives the worship of all these monks, she allows that evil spirit to live in the neighborhood. I'm going to the southern sea to find her and ask her to come here herself to make that evil spirit give us back the cassock." "When will you come back?" Sun Zong asked. "After you've finished breakfast at the earliest, and by midday at latest, I'll have done the job. Those monks had better look after you well. I'm off now." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than had he disappeared without a trace, and reached the southern sea. Stopping his cloud to take a look, he saw a vast expanse of ocean, waters stretching till they joined the sky. Propitious light filled the firmament. Auspicious vapors shone over rivers and mountains. 1,000 snow-capped breakers roared at the azure vault. A myriad misty waves reared at the sky. Water flew in all directions. Torrents poured everywhere. As the water flew in all directions, it echoed like thunder. As the torrents poured everywhere, they crashed and roared. Let us leave the sea and consider what lay in it. A precious mountain in many a misty color, red, yellow, purple, black, green, and blue. Then did he see the beautiful land of Guanyin, Potoraka Island in the southern sea. What a wonderful place to go! Towering peaks cutting through the sky, with 1,000 kinds of exotic flowers below them, and every type of magical herb. The wind shook priceless trees. The sun shone on golden lotus. Guanyin's palace was roofed with glazed tiles. The gates of the tide cave were set with tortoise shell. In the shade of green willows, parrots talked, while peacocks called amid purple bamboo. On the marbled stone, the protecting gods were majestically severe. Before the agate strand stands the mighty Moxa. Not pausing to take in the whole of this exotic scene, Monkey brought his cloud straight down to land under the bamboo grove. A number of devas were already there to meet him, and they said, "The Bodhisattva told us some time ago that you had been converted, great sage, and praised you very warmly. But if you are now protecting the Tang priest, how have you found the time to come here?" "Because something has happened while I've been escorting him on his journey. Please go and tell the Bodhisattva that I'd like an audience with her." When the devas went into the cave to report this, Guanyin summoned him inside. Monkey did as he was told and bowed to her beneath the lotus throne. "What have you come for?" the Bodhisattva asked. "My master's journey has brought him to a monastery of yours," Monkey replied. "And I find that although you accept incense from its monks, you allow a black bear spirit to live in the neighborhood, and have let him steal my master's cassock. I've tried to take it off him a number of times, but got nowhere, so now I've come to ask you to demand it from him." "What nonsense, you ape," the Bodhisattva retorted. "Even if a bear spirit has stolen your cassock, what business have you to ask me to go and demand it for you? It all happened because you wanted to show it off, you big-headed and evil baboon, in front of petty-minded people. On top of that, in your wickedness, you called up the wind to spread the fire that burnt down my monastery. And now you have the nerve to try your tricks here?" These words from the Bodhisattva made Monkey realize that she knew all about the past and future, so he hastily bowed down in reverence and pleaded, "Bodhisattva, forgive your disciple his sins. Everything you say is true. All the same, my master will recite that spell again because the monster won't give back the cassock, and I couldn't bear the agonizing headache. That's why I came to bother you, Bodhisattva. I beg in your mercy to help me catch that evil spirit, get the cassock back, and carry on towards the west." "That monster's magical powers are certainly no weaker than yours," the Bodhisattva said. "Very well, then. Out of consideration for the Tang priest, I'll go there with you." Monkey thanked her and bowed again, asked her to come out, and rode on the same magic cloud as her. In next to no time, they reached the Black Wind Mountain, where they landed the cloud and headed for the cave on foot. As they were on their way, a Taoist priest appeared on the mountain slope. He was carrying a glass salver, on which were 2 pills of the elixir of immortality. Monkey was immediately suspicious of him, so he struck straight at his head with the iron cudgel, sending blood splattering out from brain and chest. Are you still wild as this, you ape? The shocked Bodhisattva asked. He didn't steal your cassock. You didn't even know him, and he was no enemy of yours. Why kill him? You may not know him, Bodhisattva, Monkey replied, but he was a friend of the Black Bear spirit. Yesterday, they and a white-clad scholar were sitting talking in front of the grassy mountainside. Today is the Black Spirit's birthday, and tomorrow he was coming to the Buddha's robe banquet. That's why I recognized him. I'm sure that he was coming to greet that monster on his birthday. If that's the way it is, very well then, said the Bodhisattva. Monkey then went to lift up the Taoist to take a look at him, and he saw that he had been a gray wolf. There was an inscription under the glass salver that lay beside him. It read, "Made by Master Emptiness Reached." Brother Monkey laughed and said, "What luck, what luck! This helps me and will save you trouble too, Bodhisattva. This monster has confessed of his own free will, and the other monster there can be finished off today." What do you mean? The Bodhisattva asked. I have a saying, he replied, that goes, beat him at his own game. Are you willing to let me do things my way? Tell me about it, the Bodhisattva said. The 2 pills of immortality you see on that salver will be the present we take to visit him with, said Monkey. And the words inscribed underneath, "Made by Master Emptiness Reached," are the bait we'll set for him. If you do as I say, I have a plan for you that does not call for force or fighting. The fiend will collapse before our eyes, and the cassock will appear. If you won't let me have my way, then you go west, I'll go east. We can say goodbye to the Buddha's robe, and Sanzang will be up the creek. You've got a cheek, you ape, replied the Bodhisattva with a smile. No, I really have got a plan, Monkey protested. Tell me about it then, said Guanyin. You know it says on the salver, "Made by Master Emptiness Reached." Well, Master Emptiness Reached must be his name. Bodhisattva, if you're prepared to let me have my way, then change yourself into that Taoist. I shall eat one of those pills and then change myself into a pill, though I'll be a bit on the big side. You were to take the tray with the 2 pills on it, and go wish the fiend many happy returns. Give him the bigger of the pills, and when he's swallowed me, I'll take over inside him. If he doesn't hand the cassock over then, I'll weave a substitute out of his guts. The Bodhisattva could only nod her head in agreement. What about it then? Said the laughing Monkey, and at this the Bodhisattva, in her great mercy, used her unbounded divine power and her infinite capacity for transformation to control her will with her heart and her body with her will. In an instant she turned into Master Emptiness Reached. The wind of immortality blew around his gown. As he hovered, about to rise to emptiness, his dark features were as ancient as a cypress, his elegant expression unmatched in time. Going and yet staying nowhere, similar but unique. In the last resort, all comes down to a single law, from which he is only separated by an evil body. Great, great! Exclaimed Brother Monkey at the sight. Are you a bodhisattva disguised as an evil spirit, or a bodhisattva who really is an evil spirit? Monkey, she replied with a laugh. Evil spirit and bodhisattva are all the same in the last analysis. They both belong to non-being. Suddenly enlightened by this, Monkey curled up and turned himself into a pill of immortality. Rolling across the plate, but not unstable, round and bright without any corners. The double 3 was compounded by Gei Hong. The double 6 was worked out by Xiao Wang. Pebbles of golden flame, pearls that shone in the daylight. On the outside were lead and mercury, but I cannot reveal this formula. The pill he changed himself into was indeed a little larger than the other one. The Bodhisattva noted this, and went with the glass salver to the entrance of the fiend's cave. Here she saw towering crags and lofty precipices, where clouds grow on the peaks, blue cypresses and green pines, where the wind sows in the forest. On towering crags and lofty precipices, the devils come and go, and few men live. The blue cypresses and green pines inspire immortals to cultivate the hidden way. The mountains have gullies, the gullies have springs, whose gurgling waters sing like a guitar, refreshing the ear. Deer on its banks, cranes in the woods, where the reticent immortal's pipe is casually played to delight the heart. Here, an evil spirit can attain enlightenment, and the boundless vow of the Buddha extends its mercy. When the Bodhisattva saw this, she thought, if the beast has chosen this cave, there must be some hope for him. And from then on, she felt compassion for him. When she reached the entrance of the cave, the junior goblins at the gates greeted her with the words, "Welcome, immortal elder emptiness reached." As some of them ran in to announce her, the monster came out of the gates to meet her and say, "Master Emptiness Reached, how good of you to put yourself to this trouble. This is an honor for me. Allow me to present you with this magic pill that, I venture to say, will confer immortality on you," the Bodhisattva replied. When the two of them had finished exchanging greetings, they sat down, and the monster started to talk about the events of the previous day. The Bodhisattva quickly changed the subject by passing the salver to him and saying, "Please accept this token of my regard for you." She observed which was the bigger one and handed it to him with the words, "I wish your majesty eternal life." The monster handed the other pill to her and said, "I hope, Master Emptiness Reached, that you will share it with me." When they had finished declining politely, the fiend picked up the pill and was on the point of swallowing it, when it went rolling into his mouth. Then Monkey resumed his true form and struck up some acrobatic postures, at which the fiend fell to the ground. The Bodhisattva too resumed her true form, and asked the monster for the Buddha's cassock. As Monkey had now emerged through the monster's nostrils, she was worried that the evil spirit might misbehave again, so she threw a band over his head. He rose to his feet, ready to run them through with his spear, but Monkey and the Bodhisattva were already up in midair, where she began to recite the spell. As the monster's head began to ache, he dropped the spear and writhed in agony on the ground. The handsome Monkey King collapsed with laughter in the sky, while the black bear spirit rolled in torment on the earth. "Beast, will you return to the truth now?" asked the Bodhisattva. I swear to, if only you spare my life," the monster repeated over and over again. Monkey wanted to finish him off with no more ado, but the Bodhisattva stopped him at once. Don't kill him. I've got a use for him. What's the point in keeping that beast alive instead of killing him? Monkey asked. I've got nobody to look after the back of my Potoraka Island, she replied, so I shall take him back with me to be an island-guarding deity. You certainly are the all-merciful deliverer who doesn't allow a single soul to perish, said Monkey with a laugh. If I knew a spell like that one of yours, I'd say it 1,000 times over and finish off all the black bears I could find. Although the bear spirit had come round and the spell had stopped, he was still in great pain as he knelt on the ground and begged pitifully. Spare my life, and I promise I'll return to the truth. The Bodhisattva descended in a ray of light, placed her hands on his head, and administered the monastic discipline to him. Then she told him to take up his spear and accompany her. The black bear's evil intentions ceased from that day on, and his unbounded perversity came to an end. Sun Wukong, ordered the Bodhisattva, go back now. Serve the Tang priest well, don't be lazy, and don't start trouble. I'm very grateful to you for coming so far, Bodhisattva, and I must see you home, Monkey said. That will not be necessary, she replied. Monkey took the cassock, kowtowed to her, and departed. The Bodhisattva took Bear back to the sea, and there is a poem to prove it. A magic glow shines round the golden image, the 1,000 rays of glorious light. She saves all men, giving of her pity, surveying the whole universe and revealing the golden lotus. Many shall now preach the scriptures' meanings, nor shall there be any flaw therein. Subduing a dragon and bringing him to truth, she returns to the sea. The religion of emptiness has recovered the brocade cassock. If you don't know how things developed, listen to the explanation in the next chapter.
Chapter 18. The Tang priest is rescued in the Guanyin Temple. The great sage removes a monster from Gao village. Taking his leave of the Bodhisattva, Monkey brought his cloud into land, hung the cassock on a Nanmu tree, pulled out his cudgel, charged into the Black Wind Cave, and found not a single goblin inside. This was because the appearance of the Bodhisattva in her true form had so terrified them that they had fled in all directions. Evil thoughts welled up in Brother Monkey, and after piling dry firewood all around the multi-storied gate, he set it alight, turning the Black Wind Cave into a Red Wind Cave. Then he went back to the north on a beam of magic light. Sanzang, who had been anxiously waiting for him, was beginning to wonder why he had not come back. Had the Bodhisattva not come when asked to, or had Monkey just made up a story to escape? As he was being racked by these desperate thoughts, a shimmering cloud appeared in mid-air, and Monkey came down and knelt before him. "Master, here's the cassock," he announced, to Sanzang's great joy. All the monks of the temple were delighted too, and they exclaimed, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Our lives are safe at last." "Monkey," said Sanzang as he took the cassock from him, "when you set out this morning, you reckoned that it would only take the length of a meal or until midday at longest. Why have you only come back now at sunset?" When Monkey gave him a full account of how he had asked the Bodhisattva to transform herself to subdue the monster, Sanzong set up an incense table and bowed low to the south. "That done," he said, "disciple, now that we have the Buddha's robe, pack our luggage as quickly as you can."
"Not so fast, not so fast," Monkey replied. "It's already evening, too late to hit the road. Let's set out tomorrow morning."
The monks all knelt and said, "Lord Monkey is right. For one thing, it's too late, and for another, we made a vow. Now that all is well and the treasure has been recovered, we would like to carry out that vow and invite your lordships to share in the Thanksgiving meal. Tomorrow morning we'll see you off on your way west."
"Yes, yes,"
urged Monkey. The monks then emptied their bags and produced everything that was left of what they had saved from the fire to make an offering of food. Then they burnt some paper to bring blessings and recited some sutras to ward off disaster. The ceremonies were finished that evening. The next morning the horse was curried and the luggage packed, and then they set out. The monks escorted them a long distance before turning back, after which Monkey led the way. It was now early spring. The grass cushions the horse's hooves. New leaves emerge from the willow's golden threads. Apricot vies for beauty with peach. The wild fig round the path is full of life. On sun-warmed sandbanks sleep mandarin ducks. In the flower-scented gully, the butterflies are quiet. After autumn, winter, and half of spring, who knows when the journey will end as they find the true word? One evening, after they had been traveling along a desolate path for 6 or 7 days, master and disciple saw a distant village. "Monkey," said Sanzong, "do you see the village not far over there? Let's go and ask them to put us up for the night. We can set off again tomorrow morning."
"Wait till I've made sure it's all right before deciding," Monkey replied,
gazing at the village as his master pulled on the silken rein. He saw close planted bamboo fences, many a thatched roof. Outside the gates soar lofty trees. Houses are mirrored in the waters under a bridge. Green grow the willows beside the road. Fragrant bloom the flowers in the gardens. As sun sets in the west, birds sing in the wooded hills. The smoke of evening rises from the stoves. Along the paths roam sheep and cattle. Well-fed chickens and pigs sleep under the caves, while the drunk old man sings his song next door. When he had surveyed the scene, Brother Monkey said, "Go ahead, master. It's definitely a good village. We can spend the night there." Sanzang urged his horse forward, and in a few moments they were at the beginning of the main street. A young man appeared wearing a silken turban, a blue jacket, a pair of trousers tied at the ankles, and a pair of straw sandals. He was carrying an umbrella in his hand and a pack on his back. He was a fine sight as he walked briskly down the street. Monkey grabbed him and asked, "Where are you going? I want to ask you something. Where is this?" The fellow, who was trying to break loose, shouted, "Why ask me? I'm not the only person in this village."
Don't be angry, kind sir, replied Monkey, all smiles. To help others is to help yourself. What harm can it do to tell me what the place is called? We might be able to bring your troubles to an end, you know. Struggle as he might, the fellow could not break loose, which made him leap around with fury. Damn it, damn it, he shouted. I get more bullying from the old man than I can stand, and now I've got to run into you, Baldy. You've got it in for me, too. If you're good for anything, get out of my grip, Monkey said. Do that, and I'll let you go. The young man twisted and turned, but he could not break free. It was as if he were held in a pair of pliers. In his temper, he threw down his umbrella and his bundle, and tore at Monkey with both hands, trying to get hold of him. Monkey was holding the luggage in one hand, and with the other he was keeping the young man under control, and no matter how hard the fellow tried, he could not get a grip on him. Monkey, however, was now holding him more firmly than ever, and was bursting with fury. Monkey, Sun Zung said, here comes someone else you can ask. Why keep such a tight grip on him? Let him go. You don't understand, master, replied Monkey with a smile. It would be no fun to ask anyone else. I have to ask him if there's to be anything to be got out of this. Seeing that Monkey would not let him go, the fellow started to talk. This is Old Gao Village, in the country of Stubet, and it's called that because practically everyone here has the surname Gao. Now let me go. From your get-up, you're going on a long journey, Monkey went on. Tell me where you're going and what you're up to, then I'll let you go. The poor fellow had no option but to tell Monkey the truth. I'm Gao Kai, from the family of Squire Gao. His youngest daughter is 20 and not yet married, but 3 years ago an evil spirit came and took her. He's been staying with us for 3 years, and the old man isn't at all pleased. There's no future in having a girl marry an evil spirit, he says. It's ruining our family, and we don't get a family of in-laws to visit. He's always wanted to get rid of the evil spirit, but he refuses to go. Now he's shut the girl up in the back building for the best part of a year, and he won't let any of the family see her. My old man gave me 2 ounces of silver and sent me to find a priest to capture the monster. I've been on the go for ages now, and asked 3 or 4 of them, but they were all hopeless monks or pimples of Taoists. None of them could control him. The old man's just been swearing at me as an utter idiot, given me 5 more ounces of silver as traveling expenses, and told me to find a good priest who will deal with the monster. Then I was grabbed by you, you evil star, and that's made me later than ever. No wonder I shouted at you. I'm pushed around at home and pushed around when I go out. I never thought you'd be such a good wrestler that I wouldn't be able to break out of your clinch. Let me go now. I've told you everything. You're in luck. We're in business, Monkey replied. This is quite convenient. You needn't go any further or spend any of your money. We're not hopeless monks or pimples of Taoists. We've got some real magic powers, and we know how to deal with evil spirits. This'll do both of us a bit of good. Go back and tell the head of your household that my master is a saintly monk and the younger brother of the Emperor of the East, who has sent him to visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven and seek the scriptures. We are very good at controlling devils and capturing monsters. Don't lie to me, the young man replied. I've had enough of being pushed around. If you're tricking me, you haven't really got any special powers, and you can't capture that fiend. You'll only be getting me into more trouble than ever." "I swear I'm not fooling you," answered Monkey. "Show us the way to your front door." The young man saw that there was nothing for it but to pick up his bundle and umbrella, turn round, and take the two of them to his gate, where he said, "Reverend gentlemen, would you mind sitting here on the veranda for a moment while I go in and tell the master?" Only then did Monkey let go of him, put down the carrying pole, take the horse's reins, and stand beside his master, who sat down by the gate. The young man went in through the gate and straight to the main hall, where he happened to meet Squire Gow. "Well, you savage, who have you come back instead of going to find someone?" Squire Gow demanded. Putting down his bundle and umbrella, the young man replied, "I must report to you, sir, that I had just got to the end of the street when I met a couple of monks. One was on horseback, and the other had a carrying pole on his shoulder. He grabbed me and wouldn't let me go, and asked me where I was going. I refused to tell him several times, but he had me locked in a grip I couldn't get out of, so I had to tell him all about the mission you gave me, sir. He was absolutely delighted when he heard about it, and wanted to catch that monster for us." "Where are they from?" Squire Gow asked. "He says that his master is a saintly monk, the younger brother of the Emperor of the East, who has sent him to visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven and seek the scriptures," the young man replied. "But even if they're monks from far away, they may not really be capable of anything. Where are they now?" "Waiting outside the gate." The old man quickly put on his best clothes and went out with the youngster to greet them, addressing them as venerable elders. Sun Zong turned hurriedly round when he heard this, and found them standing before him. The older man was wearing a black silk turban, an onion-white robe of Sichuan brocade, a pair of calfskin boots the color of unpolished rice, and a belt of black silk. He came forward and said with a smile, "Greetings, venerable elders," as he bowed, holding his hands together. Sun Zong returned his bow, but Monkey stood there immobile. At the sight of Brother Monkey's ugly face, the old man decided not to bow to him. "Why won't you pay your respects to me?" Monkey asked, at which the old man, somewhat frightened, said to the young man, "You'll be the death of me, you little wretch. We've already got one hideous monster at home as a son-in-law we can't get rid of, so why ever did you have to bring this thunder god here to ruin us?" "Gow, old chap, you've been living all these years for nothing. You've still got no sense. It's completely wrong to judge people by their faces. I may be no beauty, but I'm quite clever. I'll grab that evil spirit for you, catch that demon, seize your son-in-law, and give you back your daughter. I'll be doing you a good turn, so there's no need to fuss about my looks." The old man, now shaking with fear, pulled himself together and asked them in. Monkey took the horse's bridle, told the young man to carry the luggage, and went in with Sun Zong. In his usual devil-may-care way, he tethered the horse to one of the pillars of an open-air pavilion, pulled up a gleaming lacquered armchair, and told his master to sit down. Then he brought over a chair for himself and sat beside him. "The younger venerable elder has already made himself at home," Squire Gow remarked. "I'd feel more at home here if you entertained us for 6 months," Brother Monkey replied. When they were all seated, the old man said, The boy told me a moment ago that you were from the East.
That's right, Sanzang replied. The court has sent me to worship the Buddha in the Western Heaven and ask for the scriptures. As we are passing this way on our journey, we would like to spend the night here before continuing on our way tomorrow morning. If you two gentlemen just want to spend the night here, why all the talk about catching monsters?
As we'll be spending the night here, Monkey put in, we thought it would be fun to catch a few monsters while we're about it. May I ask how many there are in your residence?
Good heavens, the old man exclaimed. However many do you want? We've only got this monster of a son-in-law, and he's ruined our lives.
Tell me all about this monster from the beginning, Monkey said. I must know about his magic powers if I'm to capture him for you.
This village has never had any trouble from ghosts, demons, or evil spirits before. It was my misfortune to have no son and 3 daughters, of whom the eldest is called Fragrant Orchid, the second Jade Orchid, and the third Blue Orchid. The other 2 were betrothed to men from the village when they were children, and have been married off. I wanted the third to marry a man who would live here to support me in my old age, look after the household, and do jobs about the place. About 3 years ago, a good-looking young fellow turned up who said that his name was Zhu, and he came from the Mountain of Blessing. He told me that he had no parents or brothers, and wanted to marry and live with his in-laws. As he had no family commitments, I offered him my daughter's hand, old fool that I am, and from the moment he became a member of our family, he worked very hard. He plowed and hoed without using oxen or tools, and he didn't need a scythe or a stick to harvest the crops. As day followed day, there was nothing wrong with him, except that he started to look different.
How?
Monkey asked. At first he was a plump, dark chap, but later on he became a long-nosed, big-eared idiot with thick black hairs running down from the back of his head and a great thick body. His face is just like a pig's. His appetite is enormous, too. He needs several bushels of grain at every main meal, and over 100 griddle cakes for breakfast. Luckily, he is a vegetarian. If he ate meat and wine, he would have ruined us in 6 months. He has to eat so much because he works so hard, Sunzang commented. But that's not the main thing, Squire Gao continued. He can also summon up a wind, make clouds and mist come and go, and send pebbles and sand flying. He's terrified our neighbors, who don't feel safe living here any longer. He shut my daughter away in the back of the building, and nobody's seen her for 6 months. We don't even know if she's still alive. That is how we know he's an evil monster, and why we want a priest to come and get rid of him.
No difficulty there, Monkey replied. Don't worry, old chap. I guarantee that I'll get him tonight, make him write out a document divorcing your daughter, and bring her back to you. What do you say to that?
Because I thought there'd be no harm in offering him my daughter, I've ruined my reputation and estranged all of my relations, Squire Gao replied. If you can catch him, why bother with a divorce document? Wipe him out for me, if you please.
Easy, easy, said Monkey. I'll get him tonight.
The old man was delighted. He had a table and chairs set out and wiped clean, and a vegetarian meal brought in. When the meal was over, and he was about to go to bed, the old man asked, "What weapons and how many men will you need? I'll get everything ready in good time."
I have a weapon, Monkey replied. You two gentlemen only have your monastic staves. How will you be able to kill the fiend with them? The old man asked. Monkey produced the embroidery needle from his ear, held it between his fingers, and shook it in the wind. It turned into the gold-banded cudgel as thick as a rice bowl. Monkey turned to Squire Gow and asked, How does this cudgel compare with the weapons you have in here? Will it do to kill the monster? So you have the weapon, the old man went on. But what about the men? I can do it single-handed, Monkey replied. Though I would like a few respectable old gentlemen to come in and keep my master company while I'm away from him. When I've captured the monster, they can witness his confession before I wipe him out for you. The old man thereupon sent his servants to ask a few old friends over, and before long they had all arrived. When the introductions were over, Monkey said, Master, you sit here and don't worry. I'm off. Just watch Monkey, as with his cudgel in his hand, he takes hold of the old man and says, Take me to the building at the back. I want to see where this evil spirit lives. Squire Gow led him to the door of the back building, and Monkey told him to bring the key at once. Look here, the old man answered. If a key would have done the trick, I wouldn't have had to ask for your services. Why, can't you tell at your age when someone's joking? Monkey asked. I was only teasing. You shouldn't have taken me seriously. He felt the lock and found that molten copper had been poured into it, so he struck it a vicious blow with his cudgel and shattered it. Pushing the doors open, he saw that it was pitch black inside. Call your daughter's name, old gal, to see whether she's in here, he said. The old man summoned up his courage and called her name, and the daughter, recognizing her father's voice, answered feebly, Dad, I'm in here. With a roll of his golden pupils, Monkey peered into the darkness to take a closer look at her. Do you know what she was like? Her cloudy hair was tangled and unkempt. Her face was filthy and unwashed. Her orchid heart was as pure as ever, but her beauty lay in ruins. There was no blood or life in her cherry lips, and her limbs were crooked and bent. A sad frown on her forehead, her eyebrows pale. Weak and frightened, only daring to whisper. When she came out and saw her father, she grabbed hold of him, put her hand round his head, and wept. Don't cry, Monkey said. Don't cry. Where's the monster gone? I don't know. These days he's been setting out at dawn and only coming back in the middle of the night. There's always so much cloud and mist that I can't tell where he goes. He knows my father wants to exercise him, so he's always on the alert. That's why he comes back late and leaves at dawn. Of course he would, Monkey remarked, adding, Old fellow, take the girl to the front building. You two can have a good long talk. I'm going to wait for the monster here. Don't be surprised if he doesn't turn up, but if he does, I'll wipe him out for you. The old man happily took his daughter to the front building. Monkey then used some of his magic powers to turn himself into the likeness of the girl with a shake of his body. Then he sat down in the room to wait for the evil spirit. Before long, there was a marvelous wind that sends stones and dust flying. At first, it was a gentle breeze that gradually became a tremendous gale. When it was a gentle breeze, it filled heaven and earth. When it grew, nothing could withstand it. It stripped off flowers and snapped willows like stalks of hemp, uprooting forests as if it were picking vegetables. It threw rivers and seas into turmoil, to the fury of gods and devils, splitting rocks and mountains as heaven and earth watched in horror. The flower-eating deer lost their way. The fruit-plucking monkeys did not know where they were. 7-storied iron pagodas fell on the Buddha's head. The streamers in the temple fell on the jeweled canopy. Golden beams and pillars of jade were shaken from their roots. Tiles flew from the roof like swallows. As the boatman raised his oar, he made a vow, quickly sacrificing a pig and a goat as he pushed off. The guardian god of the city ward abandoned his shrine. The dragon kings of the 4 seas bowed to heaven. The Yaksha demon's boat were wrecked on the coast, and half the length of the Great Wall was blown down. As this gale wind passed, an evil spirit appeared in midair. He was certainly ugly with his dark face, stubbly hair, long nose, and big ears. He wore a cotton tunic that was somewhere between black and blue, and round his waist was a patterned cotton cloth. So that's what he's like, thought Monkey with a secret smile, and without greeting him or asking him anything, he lay down on the bed, breathing heavily and pretending to be ill. Not knowing who this really was, the monster came straight in, put his arms around him, and was going to kiss him. Monkey laughed to himself again as he thought, "So he really wants to screw me." Then he thrust his hand up the monster's long nose to throw him off balance. The monster fell off the bed. As the monster pulled himself up, he leaned on the edge of the bed and said, "Darling, why are you so angry with me today? Is it because I'm late?" "I'm not angry," Monkey replied. "Not angry at all." "If you're not angry with me, why did you make me fall over?" "You should have been more thoughtful and not tried hugging and kissing me. I'm not feeling very well today. If I'd been my usual self, I'd have been waiting for you at the door. Take your clothes off and come to bed." Not realizing what he was up to, the monster undressed. Monkey jumped out of bed and sat on the pot, as the monster went back to bed and groped around without finding the girl. "Where have you gone, darling?" he asked. "Take your clothes off and come to bed." "Go to sleep," Monkey replied. "I'm taking a shit." The monster did as he was told. Monkey sighed and said, "What terrible luck." "What are you so fed up about?" the monster asked. "What do you mean by terrible luck? I may have eaten some food and drunk some tea since marrying you, but I haven't been idle either. I've swept for your family and dug ditches. I've shifted bricks and tiles. I've built walls for you. I've plowed and weeded your fields. I've sown your wheat and I've transplanted your rice. I've made your family's fortune. These days you dress in brocade and have golden pins in your hair. You have fruit and flowers in all 4 seasons, and vegetables for the pot throughout the year. But despite this, you're still not satisfied, groaning and moaning like that, and complaining about your terrible luck." "I didn't mean that," Monkey replied. "Today I could hear my parents through the wall. They were smashing up bricks and tiles and pretending to curse and beat me.
Why should they want to do that? The monster asked.
They said that since we married and you became their resident son-in-law, all respectability has gone by the board. They were complaining about having such an ugly fellow as you around, and about never meeting any brother-in-law or other relations of yours. Besides, with all that wind and cloud whenever you come in or go out, they wonder who on earth you can be and what you are called. You're ruining their reputation and disgracing the family. That's why they were so angry that they went through the motions of beating and cursing me.
I may be a bit of an eyesore, the monster said. But if you want me to be a good looker, I can fix that without any difficulty. When I first came, I had a word with your father, and he agreed to the marriage of his own free will. Why is he talking like this now? My home is the Cloud Pathway Cave on the Mount of Blessing. My surname, Zhu, is like my face, Piggy, and my correct name is Zhu Gangli, Iron-Haired Pig. You can tell them all that if they ask you again.
He's an honest monster, thought Monkey with delight. If he came out with all this without being tortured, now I know who he is and where he's from. I'm sure I can catch him. He's sent for a priest to come and catch you, Monkey said aloud.
Come to bed, and forget about him, the monster said with a laugh. I can do as many transformations as the plow. I have my 9-pronged rake, too. So what have I to fear from priests, monks, or Taoists? Even if your old man were holy enough to summon the demon-destroying patriarch down from the 9th heaven, he's an old friend of mine, and wouldn't do anything to harm me.
My father said that he'd asked that fellow by the name of Sun, the great sage equaling heaven who made such trouble up in the heavenly palace some 500 years ago, to come and capture you. The monster was somewhat taken aback on hearing this name, and said,
In that case, I'm off. We're through.
You can't just go like that, said Monkey.
You wouldn't know, the monster replied. But that protector of the horses who made such trouble in the heavenly palace is quite a fighter. I might not be able to beat him, and that would spoil my good name.
With these words, he pulled on his clothes, opened the door, and was just going out when Monkey grabbed him, gave his own face a rub, and changed back into his real form. Where do you think you're going, my fine monster? He roared, adding, Take a look and see who I am. The monster turned round and saw Monkey's protruding teeth, pinched face, fiery eyes with golden pupil, bald head, and hairy face. At the sight of this thunder god incarnate, his hands were numbed and his legs paralyzed. Then, with a great tearing sound, he broke free, ripping his clothes, and escaped in the form of a hurricane. Monkey rushed after him, grabbed his iron cudgel, and took a swipe at the wind. The monster then changed into 10,000 sparks and went straight back to his mountain. Monkey mounted his cloud and went after him, shouting, Where do you think you're going? If you go up to heaven, I'll chase you as far as the Dipper and Bull Palace. And if you go into the earth, I'll pursue you as far as the hell of the unjustly slain.
Goodness,
If you don't know how far he chased the monster, or who won in the end, listen to the explanation in the next chapter.
Chapter 19. In the Cloud Pathway Cave, Sun Wukong wins over Zhu Beiji. On Pagoda Mountain, Xuanzang receives the Heart Sutra. The monster shot forward as a stream of sparks, with the great sage behind him on his colored cloud. As he was racing along, Monkey saw a tall mountain appear in front of them. Here, the monster put himself together again by reassembling the sparks, rushed into a cave, and came out with a 9-pronged rake in his hand to do battle.
"Wretch!" shouted Monkey. "Where are you from? How do you know my name, you evil demon? What powers have you got? Tell me honestly, and I'll spare your life."
"You don't know what I can do," the monster replied. "Come a little nearer and stand still while I tell you. I was born stupid, an idler, and a slacker. I never nourished my nature or cultivated the truth, but spent my time in primal ignorance. Then I happened to meet a true immortal, who sat down with me and chatted about the weather. Advised me to reform and not to sink among mortals, for taking life was a heinous sin. One day, when my life came to an end, it would be too late to regret the punishments in store. His words moved me to seek reform, and my heart longed for miraculous spells. I was lucky enough to have him as my teacher. He showed me the gates of heaven and earth. He taught me the 9 changes and the great return of Cinnabar, as we worked by day and night with never a break. It reached up to the mud ball palace in my head, and down to the bubbling spring in my feet. The circulating magic liquid reached the flowery pool under my tongue, and the cinnabar field in my abdomen was given extra warmth. The babe, Lead, and the girl, Mercury, were married, and combining together they divided into sun and moon. The dragon and the tiger were harmonized. The sacred tortoise drank the golden crow's blood. The 3 flowers gathered at the top and returned to the root. The 5 essences faced the origin and flowed in all directions. When their work was done, I could fly, and the immortals of heaven came in pairs to greet me. Colored clouds grew beneath my feet as I faced heavenly palace gates with a body light and strong. The Jade Emperor gave a banquet for all the immortals, and all lined up according to their grades. I was made a field marshal in charge of the Milky Way, commanding all the sailors on that river in the sky. When the Queen Mother gave a peach banquet, she invited many guests to the Jade Pool. As drunkenness clouded my mind that day, I lurched and staggered around. As I charged in drunken pride into the cool, broad palace, I was greeted by an exquisite, immortal maiden. At the sight of her beauty, my soul was captivated, and I could not repress my mortal passions of old. Losing all sense of rank and dignity, I seized the beauty and asked her to sleep with me. 3, 4 times she refused, dodging and trying to hide in her distress. Great was the courage of my lust, and I roared like thunder, all but shaking down the gates of heaven. The miraculous inspecting officer reported to the Jade Emperor, and from that day I was doomed. The cool, broad palace was closely surrounded. I could neither advance nor retreat. Escape was impossible. Then I was arrested by the gods. But as I was still drunk, I was not scared. I was marched to the Hall of Miraculous Mist to see the Jade Emperor, and, after questioning, sentenced to death. Luckily, the great white planet stepped forward, bowed low, and interceded. My sentence was commuted to 2,000 strokes of the heavy rod, which tore my flesh and all but smashed my bones. I was released alive and expelled from heaven, so I tried to make a living on the Mount of Blessing. For my sins, I was reborn from the wrong womb, and now I am known as Iron-Haired Pig.
So you are an earthly reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng, said Brother Monkey when he heard this. No wonder you knew my name.
The monster snorted angrily. Your insane rebellion caused trouble for very many of us, protector of the horses. Have you come here to throw your weight around again? I'll teach you some manners. Take this. Monkey was in no mood to spare him after this, and he struck the monster's head with his cudgel. The pair of them fought a magnificent midnight battle on that mountainside. Monkey's golden pupils flashed with lightning. The monster's glaring eyes sparked silver. One disgorged colored mist. The other breathed out red clouds. The red clouds lit up the night. The colored mists illuminated the darkness. A gold-banded cudgel, a nine-toothed rake, and two splendid heroes. One, a great sage down among the immortals. The other, a marshal banished from heaven. One had been stripped of his honors and become a monster. The other had been saved when he took service with a priest. When the rake attacked, it was like a dragon stretching its claws. The cudgel blocked it as nimbly as a phoenix flying through flowers. Pig said, "In wrecking my marriage, your crime is as great as parricide." Monkey replied, "You deserve to be arrested for raping that young girl." Amid these exchanges and wild shouts, the cudgel and rake crossed and clashed. They fought each other till the day began to dawn, and the monster's arms were tired right out. They fought from the second watch of the night until the sky began to grow light in the east. The monster, no longer able to resist his enemy, broke away and fled, turning himself into a hurricane again. He went straight back to his cave, shut the gates behind him, and did not come out. Monkey saw a stone tablet outside the cave, on which was inscribed, "Cloud Pathway Cave." The monster did not come out again, and it was now broad daylight, so Monkey thought that as his master might be waiting for him, he had better go back to see him. He could come back later to catch the monster. He gave his cloud a kick and was back in Old Gao village in an instant. Sun Zang, meanwhile, had been talking all night with the elders about things ancient and modern, and had not slept a wink. Just as he was beginning to think that Brother Monkey would not come back, Monkey appeared in the courtyard, put away his iron club, straightened his clothes, and entered the main room. "Master, I'm here," he announced, giving the old men such a surprise that they all fell to their knees and thanked him for his efforts. "You've been out all night, Monkey," Sun Zang said. "Where did you catch that evil spirit?" "He's no common or garden ghost, Master," Monkey replied. "And he isn't an ordinary wild animal turned monster.
He is Marshal Tian Peng, who was exiled to the mortal world. He was placed in the wrong womb, and he has a face like a wild boar, but he still kept his original divine nature. He says that he takes his name from his looks and is called Zhu Gangli, iron-haired pig. I was going to kill him in the building at the back, but he turned into a hurricane and fled. When I struck at this wind, he changed into sparks, went straight back to his cave, came out with a 9-pronged rake, and fought me all night. He broke off the engagement in terror as the dawn broke and shut himself inside his cave. I was going to smash down the gates and have it out with him, but then it occurred to me that you might be worried after waiting for me for so long, so I came back to put you in the picture first. After Monkey had made his report, Squire Gao came up and knelt before him, saying, "Venerable sir, I'm afraid that although you chased him away, he'll come back after you've gone, so this is no real solution. Please, I beg of you, catch him for me and exterminate him to prevent trouble later. I promise you that I shall not be remiss if you do this for me, and there will, of course, be rich rewards. I shall write a deed, witnessed by my relations and friends, giving you half of my property and my land. Please, please, eradicate this evil weed and save the honor of the family." "You've got no sense of what's proper, old man," replied Monkey with a grin. "He told me that although he may have put away a lot of your rice and tea, he's also done you a lot of good. You've piled up a lot of wealth in the past few years, all thanks to his efforts. He says he hasn't been eating your food in idleness and wants to know why you're trying to have him exorcised. He maintains that he is a heavenly immortal come down to earth who's been working for your family and has never harmed your daughter. I would say that he is a very fitting son-in-law for you, who does your family's name no harm. You really ought to keep him." "Venerable sir," the old man replied, "he may never have done anything wicked, but it does our reputation no good to have a son-in-law like him. Whether he does anything or not, people say that the Gaos have asked a monster to marry into the family, and I simply can't bear to hear a thing like that. Go and have it out with him, and then we'll see what to do," said Sun Zong. "I'll try a trick on him this time," Monkey replied. "I guarantee to bring him back this time for you to look at. But don't be angry with him. Old Gao," he continued, addressing the old man, "look after my master well. I'm off." By the time the words were out of his mouth, he had disappeared. He leapt up the mountain and smashed the gates of the cave to splinters with a single blow of his cudgel, shouting, "Come out and fight Monkey, you chaff-guzzling moron!" The monster, who had been snoring inside, heard the gates being smashed and the insulting, chaff-guzzling moron, and went wild with fury. Seizing his rake and summoning his spirit, he rushed out and shrieked, "You shameless protector of the horses! What have I ever done to you to make you smash down my gates? You'd better take a look at the statute book. There's the death penalty for breaking and entering." "You fool," laughed Monkey. "I've got a very good justification for smashing your gates. You abducted a girl by force, without matchmakers or witness, and without giving proper presents or observing the right ceremonies. You're a fine one to talk about who deserves to have his head cut off." "Stop talking such nonsense, and see how this rake of mine strikes you," the monster replied. Blocking the blow with his cudgel, Monkey retorted, "Is that the rake you used while You were tilling the fields and growing vegetables for the gals as their hired hand? What's so wonderful about it that I should be afraid of you?"
"You don't realize that it's no ordinary weapon," the monster replied. "You'd better listen while I tell you about it. This was refined from divine ice iron, polished till it gleamed dazzling white, hammered by Lord Laotzi himself, while Ying Huo fed the fire with coal dust. The 5 emperors of the 5 regions applied their minds to it. The 6 Dings and 6 Xias went to great efforts. They made 9 teeth of jade, cast a pair of golden rings to hang beneath them, decorated the body with the 6 bright shiners and the 5 planets, designed it in accordance with the 4 seasons and the 8 divisions. The length of top and bottom match heaven and earth. Positive and negative were to left and right, dividing the sun and moon. The 6 divine generals of the ocular lines are there, following the heavenly code. The constellations of the 8 trigrams are set out in order. It was named the supremely precious gold-imbued rake, and served to guard the gates of the Jade Emperor's palace. As I had become a great immortal, I now enjoyed eternal life, and was commissioned as Marshal Tianping. With this rake to mark my imperial office, when I raise it, fire and light stream forth. When I lower it, a snowy blizzard blows. It terrifies the heavenly generals, and makes the king of hell, too, quake with fear. There is no other weapon matching it on earth, nor iron to rival it throughout the world. It changes into anything I like, and leaps about whenever I say the spell. For many a year I've carried it around, keeping it with me every single day. I will not put it down even to eat, nor do I when I sleep at night. I took it with me to the peach banquet, and carried it into the celestial court. When I sinned my sin in drunken pride, I used it to force compliance with my evil will. When heaven sent me down to the immortal dust, I committed all kinds of wickedness down here. I used to devour people in this cave, until I fell in love and married in Gao village. This rake has plunged beneath the sea to stir up dragons, and climbed high mountains to smash up tigers' dens. No other blade is worth a mention besides my rake, the sharpest weapon ever. To win a fight with it requires no effort. Of course, it always brings me glory. Even if you have an iron brain and a brazen head and a body of steel, this rake will scatter your souls and send your spirit flying.
Monkey put his cudgel away and replied, "Stop shooting your mouth off, you idiot. I'm now sticking my head out for you to hit. Let's see you scatter my souls and send my spirits flying." The monster raised his rake and brought it down with all his might, but although flames leapt forth, it did not even scratch Monkey's scalp. The monster's arms and legs turned to jelly with fright as he exclaimed, "What a head! What a head!" "You wouldn't know," Monkey replied. "When I was captured by the little sage for wrecking the heavenly palace, stealing the pills of immortality and the heavenly peaches, and filching the imperial wine, I was marched to a place outside the Dipper and Bowl Palace, where all the gods of heaven hacked at me with axes, hit me with maces, cut at me with swords, stabbed at me with daggers, tried to burn me with lightning, and pounded me with thunder. But none of it hurt me in the slightest. when I was taken off by the great High Lord Lao and put in the 8 trigrams furnace, where I was refined with divine fire, so that my eyes are now fiery, my pupils golden, my head brazen, and my shoulders of iron. If you don't believe me, try a few more blows to see whether you can hurt me or not."
"I remember you, you baboon," the monster replied. "When you made trouble in heaven, you lived in the water-curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit, in the land of Aulai, in the continent of divine victory. I haven't heard of you for a very long time. What brings you here, and why are you bullying me in front of my own gates? Surely my father-in-law didn't go all that way to ask you to come here."
"No," said Monkey, "he didn't. I have turned away from evil and been converted to good. I've given up Taoism and become a Buddhist. I'm protecting the patriarch Sanzang, the other younger brother of the great Tang Emperor, on his journey to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. We happened to ask for a night's lodging when we came to Gao village, and in the course of our conversation, old Gao asked me to rescue his daughter and capture you, you chaff-guzzling moron." The monster dropped his rake to the ground, chanted a respectful "Na-ah-ah," and said, "Where's this pilgrim? Please take me to meet him." "What do you want to see him for?" Monkey asked.
"Guan Yin converted me and told me to obey the monastic rules and eat vegetarian food here till I could go with that pilgrim, the one who's going to the Western Heaven to worship the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. I'll be able to make up for my sins through this good deed, and win a good reward. I've been waiting for him for years, but there's been no news of him till now. If you're a disciple of his, why didn't you say something about fetching the scriptures before, instead of making this vicious attack on me in my own home?"
"This had better not be a trick to soften me up and make me let you get away," said Monkey. "If you really want to protect the Tang priest and you aren't trying to kid me, then you'd better make a vow to heaven, and I'll take you to meet my master." The monster fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to the sky so often that he looked like a rice pestle. After
"Amitabha Buddha," he cried out, "if I'm not completely sincere, cut me up into 10,000 bits for breaking the laws of heaven."
After hearing him swear this oath, Monkey said, "Very well then. Now light a brand and burn this place of yours out. If you do that, I'll take you." The monster piled up some reeds and brambles, lit a brand, and set the Cloud Pathway cave on fire. It burned as well as brick kiln that has got out of control.
"I've no second thoughts," he said, "so please take me to see him."
"Give me that rake of yours," Monkey ordered, and the monster obediently handed it over. Monkey then plucked out a hair, blew on it with magic breath, and shouted, "Change!" It turned into 3 lengths of hempen rope, with which he bound the monster's hands behind his back. The monster docilely put his hands there and let Monkey tie him up. Then Monkey seized him by the ear and led him off with the words, "Quick march!"
"Take it easy," the monster pleaded. "You're pulling so hard, you're hurting my ear."
"Can't be done," Monkey replied. "Can't show you any favors. As the old saying has it, even a good pig must be handled roughly. Wait until you've seen my master. If you really are sincere, you'll be released then." The two of them went back through cloud and mist to Gao village, and there is a poem to prove it. The golden Vajra is stronger than wood. The mined ape could bring the wooden dragon to submission. When metal obeyed and wood was tamed, they were at one. When wood was loving and metal kind, they worked together. One host and one guest, with nothing to keep them apart. With the three in harmony, they had a mysterious power. Nature and feelings both rejoiced as they joined in the supreme principle. They both promised without reservation to go to the west. In a moment, they were back at the village. Holding the monster's rake in one hand and twisting his ear with the other, he said, "Do you know who that is sitting up straight in the main hall? It's my master." When old Gao and all his friends and relations saw Monkey coming, tugging the bound monster by his ear, they all came into the courtyard and said happily, "Venerable sir, this is the son-in-law all right." The monster went forward, fell to his knees, and kowtowed to Sanzong with his hands behind his back. "Master," he shouted, "your disciple failed to welcome you. Had I known, master, that you were staying in my father-in-law's house, I'd have come to greet you and do homage, and I'd have been saved all this agony." How did you make him submit and come to pay homage?" Sanzong asked Monkey. Monkey then let the monster go, hit him with the handle of the rake, and yelled, "Tell him, fool!" The monster then told Sanzong all about how he had been converted by the Bodhisattva. Sanzong was so pleased that he asked Squire Gao for an incense table to be brought, which was done at once. Sanzong then washed his hands, burnt incense, bowed low to the south, and said, "Thanks be to the Bodhisattva for her divine grace." The elders also burnt incense and bowed low in worship. When this was done, Sanzong took the seat of honor in the hall and told Monkey to untie the monster. Monkey shook himself to take his hairs back, and the ropes untied themselves. The monster bowed to Sanzong once more and vowed to go to the west with him. Then he bowed to Monkey as his elder brother because he had joined first, addressing him as elder brother from then on. "If you wish to earn a good reward by going with me as my disciple, I'll give you a Buddhist name to call you by." "Master," he replied, "when the Bodhisattva laid her hands upon my head and told me to obey the prohibitions, she gave me a Buddhist name. Zhu Wuneng, pig awakened to power." "Wonderful, wonderful," said Brother Monkey with a smile. "I'm called Wukong, awakened to emptiness, and you're called awakened to power. That makes us members of the same sect in the Buddhist faith." "Master," said Pig, "I've been instructed by the Bodhisattva, and I never eat the 5 stinking foods and the 3 forbidden meats, wild goose, dog, and snakehead. I've eaten vegetarian food in my father-in-law's house and never touched the stinking foods. But now that I have met you, master, I'm freed from these restrictions." "You are not," Sanzong said. "You are not to eat the 5 stinking foods and the 3 forbidden meats, and I'm giving you another name. 8 prohibitions, or Baji." "I shall obey my master's command," the moron happily replied, and from then on he was known as Zhu Baji, or 8 Prohibitions Pig. Squire Gao was happier than ever to see he had turned from evil to good, and he ordered his servants to set out banquet, with which to thank the Tang priest. Pig went over to Squire Gow, tugged at his coat, and said, "Sir, may my wife come out and pay her respects to these two gentlemen?" "Brother," said Monkey with a laugh, "you've entered the church now and become a monk. Don't ever talk about a wife again. Only Taoist priests can have families. We Buddhist monks never marry. Let's all sit down and eat a vegetarian meal. Then we can set off early tomorrow morning on our journey to the west." Squire Gao had the table and chairs set out, and asked Sanzong take the seat of honor. Monkey and Pig sat on his left and right, and all the relations sat below them. Squire Gao opened a pot of wine, from which he filled a cup and poured a libation to heaven and earth before handing it to Sanzong. "Frankly, sir," Sanzong said, "I have been a vegetarian from the womb, and have not consumed strong-flavored food since my earliest childhood." "Venerable master, I know that you are a vegetarian," Squire Gao replied, "which is why I haven't pressed any meat or strong-flavored food upon you. But this wine is made from vegetable matter, so a cup of it will do no harm." "I don't drink either," Sanzong explained, "as alcohol is the first of the prohibitions of priesthood." "Master," Pig hastily interjected, "I may be a vegetarian, but I haven't given up liquor. And although I haven't strong head for the stuff, I and can't finish a whole jar of it, I haven't given it up either," Monkey added. "In that case, you two had better drink some, but don't get drunk and ruin everything," said Sanzong. The pair of them then took the first cup, after which everyone sat down as the vegetarian dishes were brought in. Words could not describe the flowing cups, the well-filled dishes, and the splendid food. When master and disciples had eaten, Squire Gao brought pieces of gold and silver to the weight of 200 ounces on a red lacquer tray, and offered them to the three pilgrims to help with the expenses of their journey. Then he produced 3 brocade-collared gowns that could serve as overcoats. "We are mendicant monks," said Sanzong, "who beg for our food in the villages and other places through which we pass, so we could not possibly accept gold, silver, or cloth." Monkey then marched up and grabbed a handful of the money. Then he addressed the young man Gao Kai. "Yesterday," he said, "I troubled you to lead my master here, and today he has recruited another disciple. But we have been unable to show our gratitude. So take these pieces of gold and silver as your fee for guiding us. And buy yourself a pair of straw sandals. If you have any more evil spirits in the future, and you help us again, we'll be able to show even more appreciation." The young man Gao Kai took the gold and silver, then kowtowed to express his thanks. "If you won't take gold or silver," Squire Gao said, "please be good enough to accept these rough clothes as a mark of our gratitude." "If we monks accepted a single thread, we would have to atone for it for 1,000 ages," replied Sanzong. "It will suffice if we take the pancakes and fruit that we haven't eaten with us as provisions for the journey." "Master, elder brother," said Pig, who was standing beside them, "it's all right for you two to refuse them, but I was a son-in-law in this family for several years, and I deserve 3 bushels of grain to take with me." "Yes, father-in-law,
My tunic was torn by elder brother yesterday, and my shoes have split. So please give me a black brocade cassock and a good pair of new shoes. Old Squire Gow, who could scarcely refuse this request, gave him the new shoes and a tunic in exchange for his old ones. Pig swaggered over to old Gow, chanting a "na-ah-ah" of respect, and said, "Please inform my mother-in-law, my sisters-in-law, my brothers-in-law, and my uncles that I have become a monk today, and ask them to excuse me for not saying goodbye to them in person. Father-in-law, look after my wife well. If we don't get the scriptures, I'll go back to lay life and work for you as a son-in-law again."
"Moron!" shouted Monkey. "Stop talking nonsense."
"I'm doing nothing of the sort," Pig replied. "I am thinking that if things go wrong, I'd be wasting my time as a monk, and my wife's marriage would have been ruined both for nothing."
"Enough of your idle chatter," said Sanzang. "Let's be on our way at once." Their luggage was hung from a carrying pole on Pig's shoulders. When the white horse was saddled, Sanzang mounted it, and Monkey led the way with his iron cudgel over his shoulder. Thus the three of them left Squire Gow, his relations, and his friends, and headed west. There's a poem to prove that goes, "The trees tower above the misty earth, as the Tang disciples of Buddha toil and suffer. When hungry, they beg their food from 1,000 homes. When cold, they wear cloaks with 1,000 patches. Do not allow the thought horse to run wild, and don't let the stubborn mind ape howl at will. With passion stilled and one's nature firm, all destinies are in harmony. When the full moon of contemplation is reached, you will be pure." After traveling westwards for a month, the three of them left the territory of Stubet and saw a mountain soaring up above their heads. Sanzang stopped whipping his horse on, reined him in, and said, "Monkey, Monkey, that's a high mountain in front of us, so please go and reconnoiter it." "No need," said Pig. "It's called Pagoda Mountain, and there's a rook's nest hermit who cultivates his conduct on it. I've met him." "What does he do?" Sanzang asked. "He has some powers," Pig replied. "He once invited me to cultivate my conduct with him, but I didn't go." As master and disciples talked, they were soon on the mountain. It was a splendid mountain at that. South of it were blue pines and verdant locust trees. To the north were green willows and red peach blossom. Cawing noisily, the wild birds talked to each other. Soaring gracefully, the cranes flew together. Rich in fragrance were the thousands of different flowers. Softly dark were the endless kinds of herbs. In the gullies were bubbling green streams. The crags were wreathed in auspicious cloud. It was indeed a scene of rare and elegant beauty. Lonely where no man came or went. As the master surveyed the scene from his horse, he noticed a grassed hut in front of a fragrant locust tree. To the left of it were David's deer with flowers in their mouths, and to the right were monkeys holding offerings of fruit, while phoenixes of many colors wheeled around the top of the tree, in which cranes and gold pheasants had gathered.
Pig pointed and said, "That's the rook's nest, hermit." Sanzang gave his horse the rein, whipped it on, and went straight to the foot of the tree. When the hermit saw the three of them coming, he jumped down from his bird's nest. Sanzang dismounted and bowed to him, and only then the hermit replied, helping him up. "Please arise, holy priest. I'm sorry I did not welcome you properly." "Greetings, venerable hermit," said Pig. "Aren't you the iron-haired pig from the Mount of Blessing? How have you had the great good fortune of traveling with a holy monk?" "Last year," replied Pig, "I was converted by the Bodhisattva Guan Yin, and I swore that I'd go with him as his disciple." "Wonderful, wonderful!" exclaimed the delighted hermit, who then pointed at Monkey and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" "Old hermit," said Monkey, "how is it that you know him but don't recognize me?" "Please excuse my ignorance," the hermit replied. "He is Sun Wukong, the senior of my disciples," explained Sanzang. "I apologize for my discourtesy," said the hermit. Sanzang bowed again and asked him the way to the Great Thunder Monastery in the western heaven. "Far away," the other replied, "far away. The journey is a long one, and there are many tigers and leopards along the way. It will be difficult." "How far is it?" asked Sanzang with great interest. "Although the journey is a long one," the hermit replied, "you're bound to get there in the end, but there will be evil influences that you'll find hard to dispel. I have a Heart Sutra, a total of 270 words in 54 sentences, and if you recite it when you encounter evil influences, you will come to no harm." Sanzang prostrated himself on the ground and begged the hermit to tell him it, and the hermit recited it to him. It went, "When the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara," I butchered that, "was meditating on the profound Prajna Paramita, he perceived that all the five aggregates are void and empty, and he was thereupon freed from all sufferings and calamities. Sariputra, matter is not different from voidness, and voidness is not different from matter. Matter is voidness, and voidness is matter. Such is also the case with sensation, perception, discrimination, and consciousness. Sariputra, all these things are void in nature, having neither beginning nor end, being neither pure nor impure, and having neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, in voidness there is not matter, no sensation, no perception, no discrimination, and no consciousness. There is no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, and no mind. There is no sight, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, and no mental process. There is no category of I, nor is there a category of consciousness. No ignorance, nor the cessation of ignorance. No old age and death, nor the cessation of old age and death. There is no suffering, no causes of suffering, no cessation of suffering, and no way leading go the cessation of suffering. And there is no wisdom, nor anything to be gained. As nothing is to be gained, a bodhisattva, depending on prajna paramita, becomes free in his mind. And as he is free in his mind, he has no fear, and is rid of dreamlike thoughts of unreality, and enjoys ultimate nirvana. By mean of Prajna Paramita, all Buddhas of the past, the present, and the future realize Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Therefore, we know Prajna Paramita is a great divine spell, a great enlightening spell, a supreme spell, and a spell without a parallel that can do away with all the sufferings without fail. Thus we recite the Prajna Paramita spell and say, Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasamgate, Bodhi, Svaha. As the patriarch from the Tang had already the origins of enlightenment inside himself, he was able to remember the Heart Sutra after only one hearing, and it has been passed on down to this very day. This sutra is the kernel of the cultivation of truth, and it is the gateway to becoming a Buddha. When the hermit had recited it, he started to rise up to his crow's nest by cloud, but Sunzong tugged at him and said that he wanted to know about the way to Western Heaven. To this, the hermit replied with a smile. The journey will not be difficult if you try to follow my instructions. There will be 1,000 mountains, 1,000 deep rivers, many evil miasmas, and many a devil. If you reach the edge of the sky, do not worry or be afraid. If you come to precipitous cliff, walk with your feet placed sideways. Be careful in the black pine forest, where many an evil fox may block your path. The capital cities will be full of spirits, and demon kings will live in the mountains. Tigers will sit in the music rooms. Wolves will be in charge of the accounts. Lions and elephants will all be kings, with tigers and leopards for ministers. A wild boar will carry your luggage. A water monster will lead the way. A very old stone monkey has no cause to be angry. Ask those friends of yours. They know the way to the west. Monkey smiled bitterly and said, Let's go. No need to ask him. You can ask me. Sanzang did not understand what he meant. The hermit changed himself into a beam of golden light and went up to his nest, while the venerable Sanzang bowed to him in gratitude. Monkey, now furiously angry, raised his iron cudgel and was just going up to wreck the place when 10,000 lotus flowers appeared, protected by 1,000 miraculous mists. Brother Monkey, you are strong enough to stir up the ocean or turn a river upside down, but don't even dream of touching a twig of that nest. When Sanzang saw what he was going to do, he grabbed hold of him and said, Wukong, what do you mean by trying to wreck this bodhisattva's nest? He insulted us 2 disciples, Monkey replied. He did not insult you, said Sanzang. He was talking about the way to the Western Heaven. You wouldn't be able to understand, Monkey said. When he said, A wild boar will carry your luggage, he was insulting pig, and a very old stone monkey was an insult to me. You didn't get his meaning, of course. Don't be angry, said Pig. That hermit knows about the past and the future as well. We don't yet know whether his talk about a water monster leading the way will come true or not. Let him off. Monkey saw the lotus blossoms and the miraculous mists draw in round the nest, and could but ask his master to mount the horse and go down the mountain to the west. On his journey, although they knew blessings rare on earth, there was many a demon and disaster in the hill.
If you don't know what lay in store for them, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 20. The Tang priest meets trouble on the Yellow Wind Ridge. Pig wins mastery halfway up the mountain. The Dharma is born in the mind, and in turn is destroyed by the mind. Who do life and death come from? Decide for yourself. If it is all from your own mind, why do you need others to tell you? All you need to do is work hard, squeezing blood out of iron. Thread a silken rope through your nose, and fasten yourself to emptiness. Tie it to the tree of non-action to prevent it from collapsing. Don't acknowledge bandits as your sons, or you will forget the Dharma and the mind. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by others. Smash them first with a punch. When the mind appears, it is non-existent. When the Dharma appears, it ceases. When the boy and the ox both disappear, the blue sky is absolutely clear. All is as round as an autumn moon, and this and that can no longer be distinguished. This Gatha refers to how the patriarch Xuanzang came to awareness and understanding of the Heart Sutra, and thus opened the gate. As that venerable elder recited it constantly, a ray of miraculous light penetrated through to him. Eating and sleeping in the open, the three of them traveled on, and before long the heat of summer was upon them. The blossoms were over. The butterfly's passion spent. High in the trees, the cicadas screeched. Wild silkworms spun cocoons amid the pomegranate blossom, as lotus flowers opened in the pool. As they were traveling along one evening, they saw a cottage beside the road. "Look," said Sanzang, "the sun is setting behind the western hills, hiding its mirror of fire, and the moon is rising from the eastern sea to show its wheel of ice. How lucky that there is a family living by our path. Let's spend the night here and set off again tomorrow morning." "Well said," put in Pig. "I'm a bit hungry, and if we beg some food from that house, I'd have more strength for carrying the luggage." "Homesick, Ghost," remarked Brother Monkey. "You've only been away from home for a few days, but you're already regretting that you came."
"Elder brother," Pig replied, "I can't live on wind and mist like you. You couldn't realize how the hunger's been gnawing at my stomach all these days I've been following our master."
"Pig," said Sanzang, "if your heart is still at home, you are not intended for a religious life, and you'd better go back."
The oafish Pig fell to his knees and pleaded, "Master, please don't pay any attention to what my elder brother says. It's an insult. He says I wish I hadn't come, but in fact, I've had no regrets at all. I may be stupid, but I'm straight. I just said that I was hungry and want to beg for some food, and he starts calling me a homesick ghost. But the Bodhisattva told me about the prohibitions, and you have been so kind to me. So I really do want to serve you on your journey to the West. I'll never have any regrets, I swear I won't. This is what they call cultivating conduct the hard way. What right have you to say I shouldn't be a monk?"
"Very well, then," said Sanzang. "Up you get." The idiot leapt up and picked up the carrying pole, chattering incessantly. Then he pressed grimly on. Before long, they reached the roadside house, where Sanzang dismounted as Monkey took the bridle and Pig put down his burden. They all stood in a green shade. Sanzong took his nine-ringed monastic staff, straightened his rattan hat, and hurried to the gates, where he saw an old man lying back on a bamboo bed, mumbling Buddhist scriptures to himself. Not wanting to shout loudly, Sanzong said in a quiet voice, "Greetings, benefactor." The old man sprang to his feet, straightened his clothes, and came out through the gate to return his greeting. "Excuse my discourtesy, venerable sir," he said, going on to ask, "where are you from, and why have you come to my humble abode?" "I am a monk from the great Tang in the east," Sanzong replied, "and I bear an imperial command to worship the Buddha in the Thunder Monastery and ask for the scriptures. As we find ourselves in this district at nightfall, I would be enormously obliged if you could allow us to spend the night in your mansion." "You'll never get there," said the old man with a wave of his hand and a shake of his head. "It's impossible to get the scriptures from the western heaven. If you want scriptures, you better go to the eastern heaven." Sanzang said nothing as he asked himself why the old man was telling him to go east when the Bodhisattva had instructed them to go west. How could the scriptures be attained in the east, he asked himself. In his embarrassment, he was at a loss for words, so he made no reply. Monkey, who was very rough by his nature, could not stand for this, so he went up to the old man and shouted, "Old fellow, you may be very ancient, but you're a complete fool. We holy men from far away come to ask for lodging, but all you can do is try to put us off. If your house is too poky, and there isn't room for us to sleep in it, we'll sit under the trees all night and won't trouble you any further." The old man grabbed hold of Sanzong and said, "Master, you didn't warn me that you had a disciple with such a twisted face and no chin to speak of, looking like a thunder god with his red eyes. You shouldn't let a demon of sickness like him alarm and offend a person of my age." "You're completely lacking in judgment, old man," Monkey said with a laugh. "Those pretty boys may look good, but, as they say, they don't taste good. I may be little, but I'm tough, and it's all muscle under my skin." "I suppose you must have some powers," the old man remarked. "Without wishing to boast," Monkey replied, "I can get by." "Where is your home?" the old man asked. "And why did you shave your head and become a monk?" "My ancestral home is the water curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit in the land of Aulai, which lies across the sea to the east of the eastern continent of Superior Body. I learned how to be an evil monster from childhood, and my name was Wukong, or Awakened to Emptiness. I used my abilities to make myself the great sage equaling heaven, but as I declined heavenly office and raised a great rebellion against the heavenly palace, I brought a disaster down on my own head. My sufferings are now over. I've turned to the Buddhist faith and am seeking a good reward for the future by escorting His Tang Excellency, my master, on his journey to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha. I'm not afraid of high mountains and precipitous paths or of broad rivers with huge waves. I can catch monsters and subdue demons, capture tigers or dragons, walk in the sky, or burrow into the earth. As long as your mansion has a few broken bricks and tiles, a singing pot, and an open door, I'll be able to rest here contented." After hearing this speech, the old man said with a chuckle, "So, you're a monk with the gift of gab, who suddenly switched destinies." You're the gabber, my child, retorted Monkey. I'm too tired after the strain of the journey with my master to be able to talk.
It's as well you are, the old man replied, or you'd be talking me to death. If you have all these powers, you'll be able to reach the west. How many of you are there? Please come into my cottage for the night.
Thank you very much for not losing your temper with him, Sanzong said. There are 3 of us.
Where is the third? The old man asked.
Your eyes are very dim, old man, said Monkey, pointing as he continued. Can't you see him standing in the shade there?
When the old man, whose eyes were indeed dim, looked carefully and saw Pig's face, he was so terrified that he ran into the house shouting, "Shut the gates! Shut the gates! There's a monster here!"
Monkey ran after him and grabbed him. Don't be afraid, old fellow, he said. He's not an evil monster. He's a fellow disciple of mine.
Very well, then, replied the old man, who was trembling all over. But what a hideous creature to be a monk.
As the old man was talking to the 3 monks in front of the gates, 2 young men appeared at the southern end of the farm, bringing an old woman and 3 or 4 children back from transplanting rice seedlings, for which reason their clothes were tucked up and their feet were bare. When they saw the white horse and the carrying pole with luggage and heard the shouting at the gates of their home, they did not know what was up, so they rushed forward and asked, "What are you doing?" Pig turned round, flapped his ears, and thrust his snout at them, at which they all collapsed in terror or fled. Up in the confusion, Sanzan kept calling out, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are good men. We are monks going to fetch the scriptures." The old men then came out again and helped the old woman to her feet.
"Up you get, wife," he said. "There's no call for panic. This holy father is from the Tang court, and although his disciples are a bit ugly, their hearts are in the right place. Please take the youngsters inside."
The old woman clung to the old man while the 2 young men took the children inside. As he sat on a bamboo chair in the gatehouse, Sanzong said indignantly, "Disciples, the pair of you are ugly to look at, and your language is too coarse. You gave that whole family a terrible fright, and got me into trouble."
"I'll tell you truthfully, master," Pig replied, "that I've grown better looking since I've been following you. When I lived in Gal Village, I looked so awful that I often used to scare 20 or 30 people to death by making a face and waggling my ears."
"Don't exaggerate, stupid," said Monkey with a smile, "and tidy that ugly mug of yours up a bit."
"What nonsense you're talking, Monkey," said Sanzong. "He was born that way, so how can you expect him to tidy his face up?"
"He could stick his rake of a snout into his chest and not bring it out. And he could lay those fan-shaped ears down behind his head and not waggle them. That would tidy his appearance up." Pig then tucked his snout away and laid his ears back, and stood beside Sanzong with his head bowed. Brother Monkey took the luggage inside and tethered the white horse to a post. The old man came out again with a young man who was carrying a tray with 3 cups of tea on it, and when it had been drunk, he gave instructions for a vegetarian meal to be prepared. The young man then brought out an old, dented, and unlacquered table, as well as a pair of benches with chipped tops and broken legs, which he put at a cool spot before asking the 3 of them to sit down.
Sunzong then asked the old man his surname, and was told, "Your humble servant's name is Wang. How many descendants have you?" "Two sons and three grandchildren." "Congratulations, congratulations," said Sunzong. Then he asked the old man how old he was. "I have lived in my stupidity to 61. "Splendid, splendid. You've begun a new cycle," said Sanzang. "Benefactor," he continued, "why did you say at first that it would be impossible to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven?" "There is no problem about actually getting the scriptures," the old man replied. "It's just that the journey will be very difficult. Only some 12 miles to west of here is a mountain called the 300-mile Yellow Wind Ridge, and it's full of evil monsters. That's why I said it would be impossible to get the scriptures. But as this younger gentleman says, he has so many magic powers, you will be able to get there." "Certainly, certainly," said Monkey. "With me, my master, and my fellow disciple, no devils, however fierce, will dare to provoke us." As he spoke, the youth came in with food, which he put on the table with the words, "Please eat." Sanzang put his hands together and started to recite the grace. By then, Pig had already swallowed a bowlful, and the moron finished 3 more before the short prayer was over. "What a chaff guzzler," said Monkey. "We do seem to have run into a hungry ghost." Old Wang, however, found the speed at which Pig ate very amusing, and said, "This reverend gentleman must be very hungry. Give him more rice at once." The stupid creature indeed had a large stomach. Look at him, keeping his head down as he devours at least a dozen bowls. Sunzong and Monkey had not been able to finish 2 bowls, but the idiot would not stop and was still eating. "As this is far from being hot cuisine, I cannot press you too hard, but please take another mouthful." "We have eaten enough," said Sanzong and Monkey, but Pig said, "What are you going on about, old fellow? Who's been telling your fortune? Is that why you're going on about quizzing? Anyhow, as long as there's rice, give me some more." In a single meal, the idiot ate all the rice in the house, and still said that he was only half full. Then the table was cleared away, bamboo beds were set out for them in the gatehouse, and they went to sleep. At dawn the next morning, Monkey went to saddle the horse while Pig packed the luggage. Old Wang told his wife to prepare some pastries and hot water for them, after which the 3 of them thanked them and said goodbye. "If anything goes wrong on your journey," the old man said, "you must come to our place." "Don't be so discouraging, old fellow," said Monkey. "We're dedicated, and there's no turning back for us." With that, they whipped the horse, picked up the carrying pole, and headed west. Alas, on their journey there was no good path to the west, and there were undoubtedly demons and great disasters in store for them. Before they had been going for half a day, they reached the mountain. It was most precipitous. Sanzong rode as far as the edge of a cliff, then dismounted to have a look. High was the mountain, craggy the ridge, steep the cliffs, deep the valleys. Springs could be heard, and sweet smelt the flowers. Was that mountain high? Its summit touched the azure heavens. Were the gorges deep?
At their bottom, you could see the underworld. In front of the mountain were rolling white clouds and towering crags. There were no end of myriad fathom, soul snatching cliffs, in which were twisting caves for dragons. Caves full of stalactites, dripping with water. He saw deer with branching antlers, and river deer gazing with fixed stare. Coiled, red scaled pythons, and mischievous white faced apes. At evening, tigers climbed the hills to find their dens. Dragons emerged from the waves at dawn to enter their caves with thunderous roars. Birds flying in the grass rose in a flurry. Beasts walking in the woods hurried helter-skelter. Suddenly, a pack of wolves ran past, making the heart pound hard with fear. This is a place where caves are linked with caves, and mountains stand with mountains. The green of the peak made it like 10,000 feet of jade, as a myriad clouds were piled above it, like a cover of bluish gauze. While Sanzang urged his silvery steed forward, Monkey strolled ahead on his cloud, and Pig ambled along with the carrying pole. As they looked at the mountain, they heard a whirlwind blowing up, and Sanzang was alarmed. "Wukong," he said, "there's a whirlwind coming." "What's there to be afraid of about a wind?" said Monkey. "It's only weather, after all, and nothing to be scared of." "But this is a very evil wind, not like a natural wind at all," Sanzang replied. "How can you tell?" Monkey asked. "Just look at it," said Sanzang. "Mighty and majestic it howls and roars, coming out of the distant heavens. As it crosses the ridge, the trees moan, the trunks bend when it enters the wood. The willow on the bank is shaken to its roots, and flowers and leaves go swirling round the garden. On the fishing boats, gathering in nets, they pull hard on the cables. Ships lower their sails, and all cast anchor. The traveler loses his way in mid-journey. The woodcutter in the hills cannot carry his load. The monkeys scatter in the orchards of fairy fruit orchards. The deer flee from the clumps of rare flowers. Locust trees and cedar collapse before the cliff, while pine and bamboo in the valley are stripped of leaves. There are stinging blasts of dirt and sand, and waves boil on rivers and seas. Pig went up to Monkey and grabbed hold of him. "Brother," he said, "this is a terrific storm. Let's take shelter." "You're useless, brother," replied Monkey with a mocking laugh. "If a big wind makes you want to hide, what are you going to do when you meet an evil spirit?" "Elder brother, have you never heard the saying, 'Avoid a pretty girl as you would an enemy. Avoid a wind as you would an arrow'?" Pig replied. "There's no reason why we shouldn't take shelter." "Stop talking, will you, while I get a hold on that wind and take a sniff at it," said Monkey. "If you're talking through your hat again," said Pig with a grin, "as if you could get a hold on a wind. Besides, even if you did, your hand would go through it." "What you don't know, brother, is that I have a magic way of catching winds," Monkey replied. Letting the head of the wind pass, the splendid monkey grabbed the tail and sniffed it. It had a rather foul stench. "It certainly isn't a good wind," he remarked. "It smells like either a tiger wind or a monster wind. There's definitely something suspicious about it."
Before the words were out of his mouth, a ferocious striped tiger leapt out at the foot of the slope, slashing with its tail and rushing towards them. Sanzong was so scared that he could no longer keep his seat in his carved saddle, but fell headfirst off his white horse and lay sprawled in a witless heap beside the path. Pig threw down the luggage, grabbed his rake, and, not letting Monkey move forward, roared, "Animal, where do you think you're going?" He went straight after it and smote it on the head. The tiger stood up on its hind legs and with a swing of its front left claws ripped at its own chest. There was a tearing noise as its skin all came off, and then the creature stood beside the path. Just see how hideous was a gory skinned body, round red legs and feet, fiery matted hair, and straight bristling eyebrows. 4 sinister steely white fangs, a pair of glittering golden eyes. With soaring spirits it gave a mighty roar, a mighty and majestic shout. "Not so fast," it yelled, "not so fast. I am none other than the commander of the vanguard for the great Yellow Wind King. I bear his majesty's strictest command to patrol the mountain and catch a few common mortals as tidbits for him to nibble with his wine. Where are you from, monk? And how dare you wound me with that weapon of yours?" "I'll get you, you beast," replied Pig abusively. "You don't seem to realize that I'm not just any old passing traveler. I'm a disciple of Sanzang, the younger brother of Tang Emperor of the East, who has been sent by the Emperor to visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven and ask for the scriptures. If you clear off, stop blocking our path, and don't frighten my master anymore, I'll spare your life. But if you go on raging about like that, there'll be no mercy for you." Not bothering to argue, the evil spirit rushed at Pig, feinted, and clawed at his face. Pig dodged nimbly and swung his rake at the monster, who turned and fled as he was unarmed. With Pig at his heels, he made for the bottom of the slope and produced 2 bronze swords from the tangled undergrowth there. Then, brandishing them, he turned to face Pig. The 2 of them battled away at the foot of the hill, lunging and hitting at each other. Monkey, who was helping the Tang priest to sit up, said, "Don't be afraid, master. You sit here while I help Pig to defeat that monster. Then we can be on our way." Sanzang, who had managed to sit up, was shaking all over and intoning the Heart Sutra. Monkey grabbed his cudgel and shouted, "Get it!" Pig made a tremendous effort, and the monster fled from the scene of the battle. "Don't let him get away!" yelled Monkey. "You must catch it!" The pair of them chased the monster down the mountain, waving the rake and the cudgel. The monster was so hard pressed that it did a golden cicada shedding its skin trick. It reverted to its real form, a ferocious tiger, with a somersault, but Monkey and Pig would still not let it get away, and were hot on its heels, determined to destroy it. When the monster saw how close they were, it ripped at its chest and tore off its skin again, then laid it over a rock that was shaped like a crouching tiger. Then it abandoned its real body, turned into a hurricane, and went straight back to the path, where it noticed Sanzang reciting the Heart Sutra. Sanzang was grabbed by the monster and carried away on the wind. Poor Sanzang. The monk of the river was fated to suffer much. In the faith of Nirvana, it is hard to win merit. Carrying the Tang priest to the mouth of the cave, the monster stilled the hurricane and said to the gatekeepers, "Report to His Majesty at once that the tiger of the vanguard has caught a monk and is awaiting further instructions outside the gates. He was then admitted on the orders of the chieftain. With his 2 bronze swords stuck in his belt and holding the Tang priest in both hands, he went forward and genuflected before the chieftain. "Your Majesty," he said, "your humble underling was patrolling the mountain as ordered when I suddenly met a monk. He is the patriarch Sun Zong, the younger brother of His Majesty, the great Tang Emperor, and he was going to the west to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. I have captured him and now offer him as your dish for your table." The chieftain was astonished at the news. "I've heard tell of the patriarch Sun Zong, the holy priest sent by the great Tang Emperor to fetch the scriptures. He has a disciple called Brother Monkey whose magical powers are tremendous and whose cunning is considerable. However did you manage to catch him?" "He has 2 disciples. The first one to come at me was a fellow with a long nose and big ears who wields a 9-pronged rake, and the second one has a gold-banded iron cudgel and fiery eyes with golden pupils. When the pair of them were after me and about to attack, I used a golden cicada shedding its skin trick to make my getaway. Then I caught this monk to offer to your Majesty as a snack." "He's not to be eaten yet," the chieftain said. "You must be off your food, your Majesty, if you won't eat what's put before you," said the tiger of the vanguard. "You don't get my point," the chieftain replied. "It's not eating him that worries me, but the thought that those 2 disciples of his may come here to make trouble, which would be dangerous. Tie him to the wind-settling stake in the garden at the back, and leave him there for a few days till we're sure his disciples won't be coming to make trouble for us. This way he'll be nice and clean, and we can do what we like with him, without any arguments. Whether we have him boiled, steamed, fried, or scrambled, we can eat him at our leisure." "Your Majesty's plans are most far-sighted, and you are quite right," said the tiger of the vanguard, who then ordered his underlings to take Sun Zong away. 7 or 8 of them crowded forward to tie up Sun Zong and take him away. They were like hawks seizing bramblings as they bound him tightly. Then did the unfortunate monk of the river long for Brother Monkey. The holy priest in his troubles wished Pig would come. "Disciples," he called out, "I don't know on what mountain you are catching monsters or where you're subduing evil spirits, but I've met with disaster and been captured by a demon. Alas, when will I ever see you again? If you come soon, you can save my life, but if you are too long about it, I will be finished." His tears poured down like rain as he moaned and sighed. As Monkey and Pig chased the tiger down the mountain, they saw that it had reached the bottom and was crouching at the foot of the cliff. Monkey raised his cudgel and brought it down as hard as he could, thus hurting his own hands. Pig took another swipe at the beast with his rake, which made its prongs splay apart. The tiger turned out to only be a tiger's skin spread over a rock shaped like Crouching Tiger. "This is terrible," said Monkey. "He's tricked us." "How?" Pig asked. "The trick is called the golden cicada shedding its skin. He put his tiger skin over this rock and got away. We'd better go back and see that our masters comes to no harm." The 2 of them rushed back to find that Sun Zong had disappeared. "Whatever shall we do?" cried Monkey in a voice as loud as thunder. "It's caught our master." Pig led the horse over and said through his tears, "Heaven help us. Wherever shall we look for him?"
Don't cry, said Monkey, raising his head. Don't cry. If you cry, you'll dampen our spirits. I'm convinced he must be somewhere on this mountain. We must start searching for him.
The two of them hurried deep into the mountain, going through passes and crossing ridges, and after they had been going for a long time, they saw a cave palace at the foot of a rock face. They stopped to gaze at it, and saw an awe-inspiring sight. Screened by many a jagged peak, with ancient paths winding around, green pines merged with bluish bamboo, the softness of willows and wutong trees. Odd boulders stood in pairs before the cliff, while birds made couples hidden in the woods. The water in the gully splashed against the rock wall, as the spring waters trickled over the sandbank. Under the billowing clouds, rare herbs grew lush. Fox spirits and crafty hares darted around. Horned deer and river deer fought for mastery. Ancient creepers hung across the rocks, and 1,000-year cypress was suspended in a chasm. In pinnacled majesty, it vied with Mount Hua. The flowers and birdsong rivaled Tiantai Peak. Worthy brother, said Monkey, put our baggage in the wind-storing cave. Let the horse out to pasture, and lie low while I go to the gates of that place and fight it out with them. I must catch that evil spirit before I can rescue our master. There's no need to give me instructions, Pig replied. Go at once. Monkey straightened his tunic, tightened his tiger skin kilt, and went straight to the gate with his cudgel in his hands. Above the gate he saw Yellow Wind Cave of the Yellow Wind Ridge, written in large letters. Taking a firm stance and brandishing the club, he shouted, Evil monsters! Send my master out if you don't want this den of yours turned upside down and your home trampled flat. When the junior fiends heard this, they were terrified, and they ran trembling inside to announce, Your Majesty, a disaster! What is it? Asked the yellow-wind monster who was sitting inside. There's a thunder-voiced, hairy-faced monk outside with a great thick iron cudgel in his hands, and he wants his master back, they said. The alarmed chieftain sent for the tiger of the vanguard and said to him, When I sent you to patrol the mountain, you were only supposed to catch mountain oxen, wild boar, deer, and goats. Why on earth did you bring that Tang priest here? It's provoked his disciple into coming to make trouble. What are we to do? There is no need for your majesty to worry, the tiger replied. Your incompetent underling will take 50 junior officers out with me, and bring back that brother monkey as a second course for the meal. Apart from the higher and lower ranking commanders, we have about 600 junior officers here, said the chieftain. Take as many of them as you like, with you. If you catch that monkey, we can dine off the priest at our leisure, and I promise to make you my sworn brother. But I'm afraid that you won't be able to get him, and that he'll kill you. If that happens, don't blame me. Rest assured, the tiger monster said. Rest assured. I'll soon be back with him. Mustering 50 strong and spirited young fiends, he charged out the gates with drums rolling and banners waving. His 2 bronze swords were tied to his body. Where are you from, ape monk? He shrieked at the top of his voice. What do you mean by all this yelling and shouting? You skinned beast, Monkey retorted. You played that trick of skinning yourself to capture my master, and you have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing? Bring my master out at once, and I'll spare your life. Yes, I captured your master, the monster replied, and he's going to be served up at His Majesty's dinner table. If you have any sense, go away. Otherwise, I'll catch you too, and you'll be served up with him. As I've got one of you, I'll let the other off." Monkey was now furious, and he gnashed his steely teeth as his fiery eyes opened wide in a terrible glare. "What powers have you," he roared, brandishing his iron cudgel, "to give you the nerve to talk so big? Hold it a moment, and take this." The tiger put his hands on his swords, and a terrible fight ensued as each of them showed off his powers. The monster was like a goose egg. Monkey was an egg-shaped stone. Trying to ward off Monkey with bronze swords was like throwing eggs at a stone. How can a crow or jackdaw fight a phoenix? What chance has a pigeon against a hawk? The monster snorted out winds that covered the mountain in dust, but Monkey breathed a fog that blotted out the sun. After fighting it out for many a round, the vanguard was exhausted, his strength all gone. He turned away, defeated, to flee for his life, only to have Monkey harry him to death. When he could defend himself no longer, the monster turned to flee. As he had talked so boastfully in front of his chieftain, he dared not return to the cave, so he tried to escape up the mountainside. Monkey, who had no intention of letting him go, chased him as fast as he could, waving his cudgel, roaring and howling. He chased him as far as the hollow where the wind was stored, where Pig could be seen pasturing the horse. As soon as Pig heard the shouting, he turned to look, and when he saw Monkey pursuing the defeated tiger monster, he let go of the horse, raised his rake, and struck the tiger diagonally across the head. The poor monster, who thought he had made his way out of the silken net, never realized that he had been caught by a fish trapper. Pig's rake made 9 holes from which the blood gushed, and the brains all spurted out. There is a poem to prove that it goes: "Converted to the true faith several years before, he avoided meat and was awakened to emptiness. Determined with all his heart to defend Sanzang, he won this merit early in his religious life." Planting his foot in the middle of the monster's back, Pig swung the rake with both hands and smote him again. When Monkey saw this, he was delighted, and he said, "That's the way, brother. He led a few dozen petty fiends out to do battle with me, but I beat him. Instead of running back to the cave, he came this way, as if he wanted to die. If you hadn't been here to meet him, he'd have got away again." "Was he the one who made a gale and carried off our master?" Pig asked. "The very one," Monkey replied. "Did you ask him where our master is?" Pig asked. Wrong voice, sorry. "He took our master into the cave and wanted to give him to his chieftain to eat with rice. This made me so angry that I fought him all the way to here, where you finished him off. The credit for this must go to you, brother. You'd better go on looking after the horse and our things while I drag that monster's body over to the cave and challenge them to another fight. We must capture the chief monster if we're to rescue our master." "You're right," said Pig. "So off you go. If you beat that chief monster, mind you chase him this way for me to corner and kill." Splendid Monkey went straight to the mouth of the cave with his cudgel in one hand and the dead tiger in the other. Indeed, when the patriarch was in danger from evil monsters, emotion and nature combined to subdue the demons. if you don't know whether he defeated the evil monsters and saved Sun Zong. Listen to the explanation in the next installment.